What's the alternative? Wait, why would you not play
Exactly.
well? Wait, what? I don't understand.
I don't know, dude. I just got home. I don't know. I missed my first class. I was like,
Ah,
I had
fuck,
like
dude.
1 hour of sleep. But don't worry, I didn't miss anything because it was just a PowerPoint slide. And it's online.
I feel like I'm contributing to the destruction of your academics.
Nah, dude. I have almost all A's right now.
Almost.
I have like B plus in math. So
What math?
if I
What are
did
you?
my math,
What math are you taking?
like university pre-calc, I guess.
Okay.
My first math course. Hey, we got extremely boosted on our team.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, hopefully we do win these because I want to go to the gym in time and be able to stream some Rust tonight.
Yeah.
So hopefully we win. By the way, I'll try to, if you want, like add you on Steam and stuff. So if you do want to like contact me outside of
Instead of waiting for do you?
Yeah, I mean,
do you ever use Skype or?
sometimes I have it open every single time. I just automatically close it. You could do that though.
Oh yeah, that's usually what I hate fucking Steam chat. It's always funny because like different groups of people use different forms of communication. Like it seems like a lot of people that are into like CS:GO and all of the Rust kids used Steam chat like exclusively. But then like in the StarCraft community, it was always Skype because you couldn't use Battle.net to talk to people. It's kind of funny.
Oh. Yeah, what I mostly use is Steam and I use Discord now because everyone uses Discord.
Yeah.
And I don't have a choice to do anything else.
Sure.
I'd have to figure out my. Oh, this is my. Is there any way I can send this to you without like popping up on stream?
Yeah, nothing that you send on TeamSpeak will pop up on stream.
Okay, I'll just like message you. That's my Skype when it's open.
White people don't have culture, LeMayo. Cubans and blacks are impolite. That's real culture, you fucking right. Yes, because my entire video was actually a huge analysis of the differences of culture between groups of people. It definitely wasn't just a one-off comment. I actually, legitimately, that my comparison of cultures is how loud people are at dinner, dude. You got me, dog. You got me. Oh, fuck. Oh, this is a really popular Herbie Hancock tune, I think. Chameleon? I don't remember what album it's off of, but he's got a lot of songs like this.
I see a lot more Nunu bands now. I don't even know what Nunu does right now. He's not that strong.
I don't know.
He's objectively strong, but like
He's good at... I think Nunu is like the people's jungler. He's really good at ganking because he runs in the lane and can slow forever. He's really good at securing objectives because he eats shit. I think he's like a pretty easy jungle clear, right? So he's hard to fuck up in that regard.
Extremely easy to play too.
Yeah. So he's like the people's jungler, dude. His ult is like really good, massive AoE, CC.
When you have junglers like Lee Sin and Jarvan and, you know, all these other great junglers like Olaf, And you choose Nunu?
Well,
You're giving up a lot.
for Lee Sin and Jarvan, I would say that to play them well is probably considerably harder than playing Nunu well. Like Nunu,
yeah.
a Nunu gank is literally. Does he still have Blood Boil or no? I don't think he does. Does he?
I think he does.
Does he? Oh, well, like a Nunu gank is him. From what I see, a Nunu gank is him. He runs into your lane and he just keeps throwing snowballs at the dude until they die. Right, forever. Can always keep up with him. Oh, I guess he would have to have Blood Boil to keep up with people all the time. And like it's just very easy. And then securing ganks, like it's like having like a Cho'Gath ult, like on a whatever cooldown. Like he just eats shit. It's like really easy. Like a lot of the Nunu stuff is just really, really easy. And then you're in a team fight where you just stand in the middle of all the enemies. You push R. Like whereas with Lee Sin and J4, there's a little bit more involved in the decision making on how to plan your shit.
But you can't eat enemies, right? Yeah, you can't eat enemies as Nunu.
Correct.
Yeah, so... I don't know. Vi...
Nunu also has...
This is really good for us in their team comp, because they do have all AD right now.
Oh, sure. Nunu is also really good because he doesn't have moves to steal your kills. So he's a funner ganker for you. When Nunu comes into your lane, you know you're gonna get a kill. But when Lee Sin and J4 come in, you know you gotta fucking compete because these fuckers will like flash Q to like get anything. Oh fuck! Why am I mid?
Oh shit! I didn't even realize. Fuck. That is. Do you want me to mid? If you're a good blitzcrank, I can mid properly.
I'm not.
Mid, like,
really let me put it this way. I played Blitzcrank once and I had to cut my stream on the fucking game.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
It can help mid a lot once they get Swifties, but...
I'll try not to die. Right?
Shit, I didn't even realize. If I knew you were in spot, I would have asked him.
Yeah, I would have too. Who the fuck? Oh god, their mid isn't fucking Jace, is it?
It is Jace. Damn, that's pretty rough. I would have played Katarina right here. But Vi would have ulted me. Eh.
There's a whole like 3 champs mid that I'm barely competent at. Katarina's not one of them.
Well, good luck, bro.
Dude. I'm not gonna fade.
I'll
try
to
to
dodge.
fade. Okay?
Wait. Why did I just dodge? I'm at 93 LP.
Oh shit! It wouldn't even made a difference.
It wouldn't have made a difference.
Well,
I would have won one game and... Damn it, dude. Why did I just dodge right there? Oh. Be right back in a second.
Conflict engagement.
That's your version of re-enfranchisement.
Conflict engagement in the lines at Trump rallies. We're starting anarchy here. This is part 1 of our undercover investigation.
Okay, I'm back. Hopefully the Jace is not that good.
yeah, I don't think it matters.
Wait, do we have a Victor?
Wait.
What?
Oh, support. Wait.
No.
Top.
He's top.
Okay.
What the
Yeah, I'm not
fucking
sure about
what?
this game, dude.
Why? I thought we actually had a top. I didn't even pay attention. Their team is so... They have so much CC. They have Ashe, Poppy, Janna, and then the Vi. I feel bad for Vayne. This is a very weird first promo game.
Don't hold back.
Oh god, he thought he was mid.
What a game, dude.
What a good start to this. Wait, oh,
I totally fucked up. Listen, dude.
oh, we would have got him too.
I'm
Should I
going.
do
Are you ready?
it? I got him.
What?
What just happened? What just happened?
That was a glitch. It had to have been, right? There's no other way to explain that. That was 100% a glitch.
What the fuck just happened? What? Oh, just... Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and say that never happened right there.
It was acting like Lee Sin like alt kicked him out of your hook. It was
My cure.
yeah, it was very strange.
Vayne condemned him. I don't think.
Oh, that there's no way he would be fucking stupid enough to do that, right? To just shoot a condemn at somebody in front of you. No, okay, yeah.
But they know I'm here. Oh my god, I get cheesed so hard. I feel kind of bad. It reset and I did damage to him. Oh my god.
Nice job. Oh, and he's invading too, right?
Yeah, poor guy, dude. Oh, I forgot this is not you. Oh, I was about to say, like, try to play that.
Fuck, 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 fuck. Jace is coming.
No, it's okay. He's fine, dude. Look where he is.
Okay. Fuck. Okay. I was really paranoid when I played mid of my laner running and fucking the game up for everybody.
It's all good. I have to get used to my sensitivity. Wait, why is... Wait, that's... okay, whatever. I don't like that, though. A poppy shouldn't be getting a first kill. Oh, Victor used all the songs. Damn, I'm landing good hooks on them. I just need Vayne. The hell, my Skype just closed.
Uh-oh.
That was very weird. Did it just log out and stuff?
Can I rush? Do you think I should rush Seekers against this guy? Double Dorans and then into Seekers?
I wouldn't recommend it to.
Why not?
I'd go like, if I were Ari playing against an AD, I'd go Morel Nomicom.
Yeah, Morello, that's my standard, but I'm worried about him blowing me the fuck up.
I don't think.
I'm looking at this as like a skill gap. I'm assuming that this guy is a much better player than me in mid, and I just don't want to die to him a lot. Because if I feed him, we lose the game, I think, to a fed Jace. Like,
I guess. Usually I go Abyssal first and RA because I think it's AP carries, but
I'll do Morello, and I'll try not to die, okay? That's my goal. Listen, dude. I'm just trying not to die.
he juked up. I mean, Seekers is not bad.
Hey, jobless NEETS of Destiny's chat. If you are looking for a job, I hear that Hillary's super PACs will give money to retards and the mentally ill to go stand in crowds and say dumb shit to bait people into getting mad. Sounds perfect for you.
You gotta
Smiley
top.
face.
Wait, they just got a triple kill top? What?
Or trade kill.
Oh, trade kill. Oh, okay.
So I was typing at the same time.
Alright, I gotta kill. I'm safe to go Morello bullshit without dying, right, guys? I'll try it. I'll get boots as well. Oh, it seems like a good... It's a good meme. He's coming down. Jace is probably coming down to you guys. Did he get the over the wall?
No, I mean he just flashed.
Oh, fuck.
He EQ'd and then flashed. Yo, if you're level 6, you might be able to do something in the river here, because he's not even level 6. They're going for Dragon right there.
Did Vi ult?
Vi's not even level 6, I don't think. Is she? She's not level 6. They're right there. You can just ult away right here.
Hey, they didn't get dragon, right?
They didn't get Dragon, nope. Jace did get a double though. Shit.
Don't hold back.
Why is Ashe low?
An enemy has been slain.
Nice. Good try top. You want me to come mid?
I don't think so. I'm too low. Oh, at least I might come in. This guy is gonna kill me with like a...
Got him in the 3v2.
he's coming. Jace is coming. I'm too low. I can't come.
No problem. I'll just stop the. I'll try to intercept.
Okay, never mind. He's back. Ray. How do I...
Yeah, we just cleared all the pinks.
Nice. I guess if Jace is then that's my cue to fight, guys. How much mana does he need for a full combo? Probably
A
at
lot
least.
more than what he has.
Yeah.
But he just backed.
Yeah, I can't. He probably needs at least 200, right? I imagine.
I'm not sure. I never played him. I should though. He's such a good champion.
Yeah.
I'm trying to concentrate on this like bot lane right now. We're doing pretty decent. I completely outplayed the Vi right there, which is really good, because otherwise Vayne would have died to the gank. Pulled Vi into tower. Okay, so Vi is probably going to be bot side.
Sure. Oh my god, fuck!
Oh wow, hey 2v1. Maybe I can come in. Oh, he back is a question. Oh, he has it pinked. Might be able to make it to him. This is very dependent on if I hit that. Damn. Oh, it's a good try. He backed.
Yeah.
Nice try, Lee. Hey, you can run bot right now, dude. You can easily run bot. Jason, bot
Yeah.
side. But this could be a really good run.
Okay, save mana. Ah, fuck. Do you think I can still do it? Janna's going right here.
5 seconds. Sure, yeah.
Is this warded? Do you know?
I don't know, but I have 5 seconds. I'm assuming.
Janna's still here?
She just... Oh, if you can land a charm on that. I'm coming. She doesn't have flash. She doesn't have flash. I'm gonna flash.
Okay, I got her.
Okay, let's back. Let's back.
I'm gonna die. Fuck. No, man.
Your Q is ridiculous.
Alright. Whew.
And Lee's here.
Okay.
Good job, dude. I don't know. Did you flash?
Yeah, I had the
You
flash and
better.
ignite, yeah.
It's okay. That's okay.
Jace is starting to get really far ahead of me in CS.
Hey Stibbin, did you see the poll?
Guess we got
Read
first
your
tower right
latest
here.
video
Unless
spawn.
Poppy gets it.
You beta, low test, new male cuck, re.
Yeah, I saw it. Nice.
I know.
I
I
don't.
have 2.4k, so I can start roaming when I get Swifties. I got Swifties and I'm coming.
I don't know where this guy is. I don't know where Jace is.
I should have bought a bunch of stuff,
An
so.
ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I think Jace must have beat. I don't see him anywhere still.
For some reason, Vi is all the way at second tower top, and okay.
She went through our
We
jungle.
can get junk, or we can get. I'm coming, I'm coming. Did he get the speed boost? He got the speed boost. He got the speed boost down. I'm gonna pink this. I'm gonna deep ward for you if I can. Incoming mid. This is easy. If Lee does something here. What? Okay. That's fine. He flashed.
Nice try.
Good stuff, dude. I got Q9. I can dive. Damn.
You want to?
Should I go for it? Yeah, I'll go for it.
I got it. Oh fuck. Nice memes. That
I
was
should have aimed more up. I don't think if you had ult and you're gonna charm, I should have aimed more up. Damn.
the rare double meme, dude.
Double.
Or
Q.
Ormus, really? Link me stars.
Oh, you should help him, dude.
Yeah, I'm coming. There was a pick of the bush one, right?
They're not gonna counter us again. Free push mid. Oh, you can get the bot tower. Or bot tower.
But
yes.
that's clearness.
Uh-oh.
No, that's good. Yep, nice.
Has been slain.
But is it? Where's the rest of the team? It's like
An ally has been
Uh oh. Well, here's the rest of the team.
Guy right here. We can
My pink,
try to
what the
mix.
fuck?
Find another one, bro.
Whoa, whoa! More than 1 pink per game? Do you think I'm a fucking support? What the fuck, man? I already bought. That was already
My
my
pink.
second one, dude.
He goes bladed. I'm gonna clear this. Oh, that didn't give you the range. What the- I'm gonna go top. We can do something here.
Sure. Where should I stick my pink?
Probably like right there. But we'll do that later.
Sure. Do you wanna go to the right or are we going?
I'm gonna
no,
ward this.
okay.
I'm gonna ward this. Because I want to see if their team comes up.
Okay, they see me coming here?
They see me roll.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, this is good for us. No, this is
Yeah.
good. Oh my god, I even get an assist on that. Wait, if I can...
No,
Oh, wow, what play? Wait, she flashed.
Ah, fuck.
She ulted.
Shouldn't
I
have
can go
gone
around.
in.
I can go around.
There's a Vi here.
Just keep pushing. Who cares? Look, our team's there. If I get Jace right here, count. By the way.
Yep.
Okay, we're good. We got all the wards. We just got double tower. And then we can...
Rift?
I mean, Rift Herald, I guess. Do you want Rift Herald?
The top Victor, maybe? I don't know.
That'll help you. Maybe we could stay in cheese, but...
Oh, another pink here? Hold on.
Wait, didn't they have a pink, like... I guess they're taking this. You should probably get this too.
What? No, because I
solo lane.
but I team fight all the time. I think if anybody, if we don't have, Jesus fuck, at least you
Wait,
got it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, why did...
You got Jace right here. Hey, at least he didn't lose his rift.
No, you don't lose it.
Yeah, I know. That's why I
You're
said
done.
it. At least he didn't lose it.
Yeah. And Bane took it for some reason, dude.
What? It's fine. Lee probably didn't want it. I mean, it's not horrible.
Okay, my bad. Vi's top, and Baron's up in a minute. I guess not on time. I'm gonna pink this for us. And I'm gonna go clear war. Okay. You can get this.
Where is everybody?
I don't know.
Oh, they're okay. Yep. I'll follow it up
No,
with
no,
a
no.
tram.
Oh, do you want me to?
Yeah, I follow up with a tram.
Oh, this is worded. Ah. So close.
Janna's coming to ward it again. You see her?
No, I didn't clear it.
Oh, you.
It's not
Oh,
worded.
my bad. She was moving towards it like she wanted to. Poppy's coming from up here.
Maybe we should just sit here. This is not worded. It's not worded. Okay, never mind. Is she there? Oh, she's there. What the hell?
Oh no. Holy shit.
We want this. We want this. Ash, Ash, Ash. Oh, this is behind me.
Go, babe. Wow. Fuck. 3 for 4. They can't burn.
I don't want to die here. I don't have a shield. Fuck, what should I do? I can't really kill any of them, right? Maybe I scared them off. Okay, that's fine. Just not let me dead. What does that even mean? Not helpfully. You guys. What?
He's saying that we should have stuck on him instead of helping the Lee.
But it was just me. Right? I was only me and Lee. Why don't we stick together as 3 rather than chase a Janna as an AD carry when, you know, the Jason. Nope. He's completely wrong about that. You should stick as a team and target certain players rather than chasing.
I think as AD, you get you're in a more defensive mentality than an aggressive mentality. So like he's looking at it as instead of picking the good targets and fighting the good targets, he's thinking of defend. Oh shit!
It's okay.
Ah fuck! I didn't mean to take that. I saw it and I'm so used to playing AD. That was really bad. Are you serious?
Nah, who cares? No, back.
Feels good, man.
No, just if you act normal, they'll always come back.
No, I meant the Jace. The Jace attack. I'm not with you at all right now.
Yeah, no. But, should we back? What the hell is Vi doing?
Oh shit.
Oh, I didn't even realize you were that far. You guys can attack. Get the Vi. Nice, dude. Nice. Well played. You can probably get him right now. Nice. Yeah, they're all dead. Good job. They used so much on me. I took the Ash ult too, which is crazy. Wait, what? You guys are banning? Okay.
Yeah, of course. Right, we just killed 4. We need Lee down here to tank this then.
That's a good comeback, dude. We're down.
Are you fuck? Oh, never mind. I thought that was Vayne picking me back not to kill the scuttle. I was about to get hella triggered. Oh shit.
I was just saying back.
Yeah, no, I know. Don't stand throw.
Yeah.
After these 2 items, do you think Rylai's? I really like Rylai's. Am I okay to build Rylai's? I'm down. I did it.
Or Red. No, dude. What's up for Rabadon on Ari?
But slowing people all the time.
Don't forget, if it's an AoE, it doesn't slow as long.
Yeah, sure.
What the fuck?
What?
He queued a minion, and he went outside the wall. I've seen that happen before, but I don't know why it happens. Like, he queued to the...
Where are we pushing mid? Careful, you don't have Vayne with you, or Lee Sin, or me.
I know. I'm just trying to scare him.
Since they have Vi and Jace, if you guys are in position, and Ashe, they can really hard engage, right?
Oh, right here. He's dead.
Nice.
Gotta catch up.
Victor, you're just tanking turret, dog! I think I might look for a play on the Ashe, okay? Tell me when your Q is up.
3 seconds. 3, 2. Wait. Here. Pulling. Oh, whoa. That's my opinion.
Fuck, that was too much. Ah, shit, I shouldn't have went in with Lee. Lee can do that because he can come back out, but I went in like an idiot behind him without the same escapes.
I can flash pull. Got him.
Nice.
Alright, let's go.
Uh-oh. Whatever.
I'm probably dead.
Probably. But inhib, that's pretty good. And there's no Baron up for them to take after or Dragon, so...
Oh, wait, she's zoomed. I'm out of here. Later. Maybe? Depends if Jace is like a god. Jace might be a god. Oh, please. should I get? Aegis. Do I even need Aegis? Are they all AP? Is it still good to get though? Probably not.
Real fun.
Top or bot? Probably bot next.
Yeah.
I'm pushing out this wave and then I'll be done. Do we still have people with Baron? We should have 2 people with Baron, right?
No, it's expired probably.
Oh, yeah, okay, never mind.
It's expiring right now.
Vayne is coming up to me, fuck.
No. Whoa,
Yeah,
guys. Whoa.
this is-
Holy smoke, that's so greedy as being an 80 carry solo.
Yeah.
Wait, did my sight still not reset? It did. Uh-oh.
Yeah. I'm on my way down to you guys, but...
Dude, be careful.
Do you think this is warded?
Yeah.
Oh, no! Oh, the Janna heal!
Oh my god, we won this.
Yeah.
That is crazy. She's probably not gonna give it to you, by the way.
I don't give a fuck. It was pretty spooky without Vayne or Victor. And by spooky, I mean suicidal. Nah, fuck.
Wait, you.
Listen, it's a minute, okay? Why don't you calm down?
I was like, wait, what? Yeah, you should back out. The entire team is coming to you, and you're alone.
I can
have,
actually...
like, I have 220 armor.
Yeah.
By the way, so.
Hold on, I can death cap when I grab that. could be split based on population or whatever, then sure, you have a valid argument. But you can't. But right now, what I'm just saying is like it's just really weird that the Electoral College, that if half the people, if a little bit over half the people in California vote for a certain candidate, then all 9 million Electoral College votes go towards that one candidate, and then the entire half of the other population is like completely silenced. Is what I'm saying is like very strange.
Yeah, if it's like 51 to 49%.
Yeah, it seems insane.
Which I think has happened.
That like you can have like a population the size of multiple states that are just completely then unrepresented.
Okay, as soon as I log in, I'm gonna go grab a little bit of food.
Yeah, sure.
And then I think I'll be back in time for an invade.
So can Americans explain the Electoral College in depth to me? It's just a citizen's vote and the state government makes the official decision based on what the population votes. So I'll try to explain this the best I can. Are Electoral College votes given to you the same way that, because of how districts are sliced up, kind of like the House of Representatives, or are those two entirely separate things? Basically, the way that it works is if your state has a bigger population, you get more Electoral College votes. When we vote for the president, our head of state, when we vote for the president of our country, we vote via popular vote, kind of. When I say that, I mean that like the people vote, not our representatives. So like in the United Kingdom, I think that you guys have your political parties nominate and vote for their head of state. We vote for our head of state directly. We don't let the people who are in Congress who do the voting. So we vote, and then what happens is whatever your state votes for the most, all of their electoral votes, and how many electoral votes they have is determined based on their population, go towards that candidate. So like a state like California that has a much bigger population than a state like my state, Nebraska. I think Nebraska has 5 or 6 electoral votes, and California is like, what, like 50 or 60? I should know this, but I mean, it only happens every 4 years. Electoral College distribution. So if California's population votes 55-45 for Trump, right? What that means is all 55 Electoral College votes from California will go to Trump. If Texas votes, 51-49 Hillary, all 38 Electoral College votes will go towards Hillary, right? That's how the Electoral College works. Now, in some states like Nebraska and Maine, wherever the fuck Maine is in this map, Nebraska, if 60% of the people vote Trump, then 3 electoral votes will go towards Trump and 2 will go towards Hillary. But only Nebraska and Maine do that. I don't know why. Probably because, I don't know. The head of state in the UK is the Queen. The Prime Minister is the head of government. Okay, my bad. I guess that's technically true. Destiny understands the Electoral College, but I don't think he understands why it is the way it is. The quotes that I remember reading were that the Electoral College exists because our populace was never supposed to be voting, or our population, was never supposed to be voting for president. That the average layman wouldn't have enough time to keep up on all the political readings, so the states would nominate electorates that would go and they would vote, and they would be expected to be very politically informed and very ready to represent their constituents. So the Electoral College was put in place because the average person was never supposed to vote for president of the United States. That's what I remember reading. I don't know if that's true or not. I might have read that off of some Ron Paul website or some shit. I don't know. But that's what I remember reading in terms of the justifications for why the Electoral College exists. But these days, the Electoral College is more or less beholden to its constituents to vote the way that they wanted to, although they're not legally obligated to, I don't think. There's something called, you can be a faithless electorate, I think, where you vote against your population, but...
Summoner's Rift.
Oh, I got you, Proteus. Pretty much Valkyr, depending on where you're from, yeah. Ooh. Wow.
Oh. I forget about that.
I think it's because winner takes all makes the state more powerful in the election.
Yes.
Whereas a 60/40ths of a % vote will have a much smaller impact on the outcome. So it wouldn't make sense for states to switch because they would simply be less influential.
Yep, and California likes the fact that come election time, everybody jerks them off. Like, California likes the fact that they're the most important election, and the candidates will try to cater the hardest to them because they know that winning those states is fucking massive. Although I don't know historically how often, like, California goes red or Texas goes blue. I don't know if that actually matters. I'm not sure. Wait, what are we doing?
Helping my blue.
Why do they start blue sometimes and not
back.
Gromp?
It just depends on the jungler role. Actually don't know. I never start blue.
You think he's gonna invade?
I was gonna choose Zac, but kind of had to go grab my food.
Oh no! Rip. You're gonna get
Did
this?
we get the XP?
Yeah, we did. But I got the gold, dog. The gold.
Hey yo, what up, Slipper? Good trade for me.
Fuck.
You know, a couple more CS somewhere up there.
Yeah.
We can hit these, all 4 of those.
I think they're gonna hit 2 first. Be careful.
Oh yeah, they are. I'm backing up. Get that CS back here. The XP at least. Okay, this I'm level 2. I'm going in. I'm going in on her. Oh, never mind. I'm flashing. I hit the minion with that. That's my bad, dude. I don't know how I hit the minion. Did you use anything?
No.
Okay. I should have. We would have killed him right there. Had I not fucked up. I'm getting Sliver. She's dead. I got pull.
I'm going.
I'm getting her.
I have heal. No! Oh, the last turret shot.
If
It's
you
pushing
would've
towards
hit me
us.
Once, I would have healed you. Oh, hello.
I don't think he can kill you in this wave. You still have your passive? Yeah. Okay.
No way! Yes!
Oh. Dude, worth.
Whatever.
Worth as fuck.
3 for 2. I'm cool. I'm down with that. Yeah, I shouldn't. I don't know. The first flash pull, dude, or the first flash E.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, when I flash E with the champion, it automatically hits the target nearest, and I don't know why. It should like give me a second to fucking target someone.
Oh, like when you're flashing, it auto attack whoever's closest to you?
Yeah, like. It auto
Yeah, I got you. I know what you mean. Oh shit.
Okay. I have the.
Oh, I
second
lost
set
my
beside
axe.
him,
Okay.
so I can get 3 now. Alright, let's see if I can eat and play at the same time somehow.
Uh-oh.
Just gonna play with one hand.
You just
I got the
exert.
scanner.
You sure? Just influence. You just run up, they think you're gonna hook. You don't have to do anything.
Alright. I'm actually gonna go for this. And she's caught. She's dead. Well played, dude. She's dead. What?
Oh, she still had
I would've gotten. I
flash.
didn't even know she had flash, dude.
What? She's like running back up here, damn.
She doesn't get 5 seconds. Ow. I don't even have it up. I'm just trying to scare them.
Okay.
2 seconds. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna go like ward and then go around.
Sure.
Maybe land upon him.
An enemy has
I'm gone.
been slain.
Oh, the minion wave, dude. This he missed. Oh, I'm taking a lot of damage too. Oh. That's a lot of AO.
We have a ping, warning ping.
I got her! What? Hello? Oh! Oh my god!
Nice.
How did your genocide kill him? That was... Yo, dude, they're coming to
Oh.
us, by the way. I believe. No? They're not, dude.
Whatever. I've got 1300 gold. Yes, sir. Good action.
I said hello as in like, what the hell happened? Because I ate him, but like his shield blocked it?
Yeah,
That's why I was
there's-
like hello as in like, what the hell?
Yeah. The, yeah, spell shield's pretty good. If only the Morgana could have shielded like that in that one game. Rip. Ooh, she's trying to push, but I don't think she's gonna do it in time.
No, she's not. That wave is definitely getting to us.
Yeah.
Nice, dude. So good for us right there.
Yeah, servers that have my CS. Only 1 kill. And she bought a Cole, so she's like, she's pretty gimped for a while.
Now let's hope our team is doing well. Is our team doing well? Yeah, Jace is 2-0. Alright, let's just keep up the good work.
Whoops.
Alright, I'm gonna like have
Eat.
some water. Yeah. I'll chill over here. Zach has come down, damn it.
You should tell them to help other people mid and top. Get a lot of pressure going on the map. If there's more like I would rather have in the way my philosophy works here is if they're exerting a lot of pressure mid and top, it makes it so the jungler has to choose like, are you going to give towers and shit? Whereas
I'm
if,
pull in.
Yeah.
I don't care.
whereas
Fine,
if the jungler is constantly coming bot, it means there's more likely to be like 3 or 4 man parties bot. In which case we have like less control over what happens.
Wait. Oh my god, how's that hitting me? Range. I have Poland 5 and she probably doesn't have spell shield, so I could. I'm gonna go for this. Really? I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Hello. You got it?
Yeah.
You got it. My boy. Good
Oh,
teamwork.
shit.
That's why I pulled earlier. So,
Yeah.
you know, maybe he wasted this spell shield and maybe. I like how he stopped. He just
He just said a bit. Yeah, he was.
divided it. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. I'm gone. He's dead.
Mid is missing. No, back up.
It's okay. It's okay. You might as well get this. What?
Okay,
Yes.
my bad.
At this point, we can stick together. I don't know if we're gonna get it now. I'm gonna get it.
Okay.
Like at that point, like might as well, because what we could 2v1 the mid and Lee's top.
Yeah. I think we see Lee top now, but I didn't see him before. We want to. I don't want to turn into huge Fiesta games. Remember, like the one game where we had,
Yeah.
where we were like 90% of the team's kills and like 90% of the team's deaths.
It's okay. We only used heal for that. We're not probably gonna even need that for like to kill them again.
Sure. Yeah, probably not. Well, yeah,
Is this
hopefully.
first tower?
Yeah, it will be.
This first tower. So we get like 400 gold. We kill this. This is like a first blood. I'm gonna go ward this just in case. 'Cause
Sure.
their fucking mid has been Mia the entire game, and it's Fizz. That's just. I'm gonna make it look like I'm gonna pull her. Oh, that was good on our part.
Fizz is back.
Yeah, Fizz is back. Is that AFK?
No, she just died recently. She should be back soon. Lee is coming. See him?
I'm gonna get these two.
Do you see Lee?
Yeah, I got him.
Okay.
I mean, he's gonna kill me, dude. No. Okay, I'm gonna get him. If he goes for you, dude, he's dead. I'm gonna pull him. He's pulled. Oh my
Nice job.
god.
Okay, that
This
works.
is so sad, dude.
Yeah, a little bit.
I know, like, they can't do anything. I moved, though.
Ooh, that felt good.
5 seconds to pull. Pull.
I fucked myself on those plants. I'll be back
It's okay,
in
dude.
1 sec.
Hold on. If they don't know this is warded, I might be able to just get him. Oh, hello. You want it back?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll hold because I have red buff. I'll just eat food in this fucking corner over here.
I probably could have E'd the Lee queuing to me, but I would have been completely so I don't know. Maybe I should have. But no, we kill him anyway, right?
If people are asking why he didn't go for me, if he did go for me, I would have eat him, ulted him, and my passive shield was up.
No.
So he wouldn't have gotten me. I'm like pretty ridiculously tanky right now. And Lee, one of his biggest counters is fucking. Alright, I'm going.
I'm pretty cucked by plants.
It's okay.
I'm coming.
Got this. I'm gonna go for Zyra.
Okay.
Dead. Good shit, dude. I'm going for this too because she just wasted spell shield. Hello. Wait, you're stand aside.
That's okay. We did the damage. It's fine.
Yeah, fuck it.
Did she drop her
I'm
heal?
gonna get that cannon.
Okay. Are you though?
Yep, I am.
Good job.
I got this. First tower still? First tower. Wow. I'll let you get it. You want some loot?
No, you can come. You can come. It's fine.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. You've cast me a lot.
Okay.
I'm just working.
Alright, I'll transfer with the late game. I can one shot there, Lisa.
We really should grab that Cloud Drake.
I should back, dude. I have
Okay.
no shield, nothing. I have 3,000 gold almost. Good teamwork, though. Good shit.
Are they all gonna die mid? Am I fucked?
No. No, actually, Zach should be able to live. Zach is alive.
Okay.
Zach is dead. Zach is alive. Nice. 1 for 1. Oh my, yo, you can catch this out, dude. If you can stop the dragon right now, you can get a double kill. Maybe that was a bad call. Maybe. Oh no, he's dead.
Ah, fuck.
Now Lee got, or Jace got some.
Nice.
There you go.
Oh, and I hit him with nice genocide.
That's what I'm saying. You hit him with the sense that's why you got him.
Yeah.
Game box. I deported him. We can get my tower. Stuff. And this footage is just in here staring me in the eyes. I'm gonna hit top. Does he have ult? Rip.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm coming bot. See if we can make something happen. Are you pushing that? I'm coming now. They should, if I'm timing it right, be there. Yeah?
Who
Where are
is they? I don't think they want to come anywhere near me.
I'm getting this. That was weird. Cancelled my auto and it didn't let me hit again. Red is up. Let's just go straight for that.
Oh, what about this turret?
Red's better, dude.
Okay.
10 seconds. And even over the hill. Over the creep wall. I'm so far. If he steps a little bit closer, he's dead. Okay. Oh, well, their entire team's here, dude. I'm gonna pull Zyra over the wall. Right here. Dead. Nice job. Fighting. Plat.
Solid heal.
Coming to help you. Oh, what? You blocked it.
Fuck.
Oh, Lee's on their team.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Rep. Okay, I shouldn't have healed.
I thought Lee was their jungler. My bad. Or, there. Our jungler.
That's the Fiora was really gimped. I think we could have fought that. I think.
The reason I stepped out, by the way, is because she ulted me. And if she got like 2 more
The
hours on me, she would have gone the ult.
Points.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, sure.
The H, like, it would have healed like a Janna ult. So
Oh,
I
okay.
got the fuck out.
All right.
Like,
I didn't know that her ult.
oh yeah, if you land like 4 critical hits, it heals like a Janna ult.
Sure.
I played that as well as I could. Just they had too many people.
Maybe since Zyra was out of position, if we would have backed off kiting and you would have used your cooldowns on the Fiora, maybe we could have won.
Possibly.
It wouldn't have guaranteed the Zyra kill. Yeah. The
No matter what, we're just gonna destroy this game.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
But yeah, it's good to think about like how could we have played there.
Yeah.
We're coming bot because Sivers out of position, kind of. She's gonna back up there. I'm just gonna deep ward, maybe even get a red. Let's just go deep on this shit. Oh, I might take this. I thought it sense.
So good.
Oh, I forgot the plants block my hooks. Or I didn't forget. I just realized it's there. I'm good. Famous. 3 seconds? 2 seconds.
FaZe is right next to you.
I know. Helping you? You can beat him.
Nice.
Oh, shit,
Fuck
dude.
me.
Lashed right into him.
Oh shit! I ride like the second I push the F button. Oh man. Wow.
Oh my god, he's dead. Oh my god, that was. I'm going this way. Oh my god, I juked it, but I'm dead probably. Oh my god, we took another one. And our teammates got teaming. Oh my god, no way.
How are they all dying? Wait, what just happened? What?
I don't know. Just did-
Okay.
What the hell just happened? That wasn't too bad for us. I think that was the 3 for 4. 4 for 3? Yeah. Damn. Who was their top laner? Oh yeah, Fiora. Fiora's there. Oh, Zach had the regate. Let's just group mid and end this one. What? It canceled the... That is very weird. Zyra's right there. Oh, go Zyra! Oh, the hell. I got your shield, did you?
I'm dead. There's no way. I should have thrown my ult instead of running in an auto attacker.
Yeah, I was wondering that.
Yeah.
That wasn't too bad. Oh my god, he died. And he's dead too. Oh my god, the plays. Oh my god, and I'm living. And I killed Zero. Oh my god, we just aced them.
Nice.
Holy shit. Oh my god, the ace. A little later. This is a good game.
Yeah. I've never picked up a lot of kills in team fights, unfortunately, but they got pretty quick.
Alright, back now. That was good. Baron is up in 10, which we don't really need to go for Baron this game. If we play it well.
Right, you said we don't need it? I
Yeah,
mean, we could probably win without it, but...
Yeah.
Ooh. 1,500 gold, mate. Ooh. We haven't lost a single tower yet, holy shit.
We also haven't lost a single game.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, fuck.
Oh, you are so dead. But up.
What? Oh,
I'm coming.
I didn't even...
I got you. That's good. Hopefully. Wait. Can I help you?
Die,
Oh
fuck.
my god, dude. Jeez. He's dead too. Boom. Where's the Jace at?
How long was that Lee walking beside me? I totally thought he was on my team. I don't even know. He like kicked me and I was like, how did he friendly fire me?
Oh my god.
Nice job.
I know, yeah. Dude, I don't know. I thought he was...
I just
I
got...
didn't realize he got kicked.
Yeah, I just got so confused. I don't know how long he was by me. I just saw him next to me and we were just chilling. Then he like fucking ults me. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
Dude, I'm 9-3 as Blitzcrank right now.
Nice.
What is going on in this game? Oh, I'm backing out of here before I turn 9-4. Worth.
Fuck.
Hit it. Nice.
Oh. Wow, nice job.
Good game, guys. S plus. Woo!
Oh, like S minus over here, rip.
The game.
I've heard that the way that they do the rankings is they compare your stats are compared against a global database of like similar things. So if you ever go in a game with as like a support where you're like hard carrying, then you're gonna get like that S plus every time. Because
I mean, look at the damage too, dude. I did
Yeah.
almost as much damage as you.
yeah.
You're the highest damage in the game. We completely dominated that game. What the hell?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I love it. Love a game code. Are you probably done? Probably.
Yeah, for now we can play later if you want though.
Alright, dude. I'm probably gonna go to the gym.
Yeah.
So
All right, good luck.
it's fun games, dude. Congrats on diamonds.
Yeah,
Peace
thanks.
out, bro.
Have fun. Good luck.
Have a good one, guys.
All right, boys. Okay, so I heard a rumor. Completely unsubstantiated, but I heard a rumor that one of my videos got posted to 4chan. So
Now that the League AIDS is over with, can we please get back to a real game like Rust? Please? Thanks.
So I'm bringing on. We have a very rare, very rare, unicorn female Trumple that wants to defend the Trumpster. But I don't know if she's here anymore. Oh, I even get Twitter DMs. LOL, you're getting your little butthole blasted right now on poll. I just stopped in your DMs to tell you suicide isn't that scary, especially if you get a bit tipsy before you do it. Damn. It's funny how triggered they get when they talk about SJWs getting triggered all the time. I think in my personal experience, I think anybody's pretty easy to trigger. But, you know, dude. Oh. Actually, liking Trump and his ideas are dumb, but he is clearly better than Hillary. So this is like a really common trend that I run into on the people that are, let's call these guys the deplorables. But really, I wouldn't care. I don't care. I'll do it. Oh, hold on.
I guess it was a good idea not to duo with a weeb. Congrats on Diamond and good luck with the Trumple. Still feels bad, man.
Thanks. So I noticed that a lot of Trumples will say things like, well, I don't actually like Trump. It's just that he's the best option. But then when you start like looking into their shit, you see that they're actually massive Trump supporters, right? Have you noticed that? Like I see people do that like, well, I'm not like a big Trump fan. And then they start like shit posting all the fucking poll memes and shit and all the big pro-Trump stuff and all the anti-Hillary shit. And it's like, okay, so you're lying, but okay. Okay. What do you think of Ben Shapiro? I don't know enough about him to have a strong opinion about him. She wants you to DM her on Twitter for Skype. What's her Twitter? Somebody was spam posting earlier, but it didn't link to anything. Scene, did you guys change something with my chat where I can't double click something without the highlight going away? Ooh, this is triggering the fuck out of me. Does it do it on this monitor too? Maybe it's Synergy fucking with shit. Look, you can't like, why? Does anybody else have this problem? Fucking Stan Pet fucked it all up. I know he did. Oh, but if you click and drag, you can. What if you click and drag a single word? Yeah, but if you double click, it doesn't work. Huh. As if there's an emote on the line below. Is it even possible to find you guys talking about shit posting? Nope, it does it here too. I said, all right, buddy, are you ready? And she said, IDK, IDC. You don't sound very passionate here, boys. Whoa, hello?
Hello?
Wait,
Is this working?
Yeah, are you a Britbonger?
No, I'm not a Brickbonger. What the fuck is... I'm trying to, like, wait for this guy to fucking add me, God.
Oh, I'm
Shit.
the guy. What the fuck? I added you. All right, how you
Oh.
doing?
You are? Okay, I'm seeing like a lag then. Holy shit, I'm sorry.
Wait, do you just pick up calls from random people that add you on Skype? You didn't even...
No, I'm waiting for this shit to happen.
Okay, alright.
Wait, so you're Destiny?
Yeah, most people call me Steven in real life, though, but...
Okay, Steven, I'm sorry. Well, I don't know you. I got this...
Well, now you know me. What's your first name?
I know you. What's my what?
Your name, your first name. Or you don't have to say.
I really
okay.
prefer not to. I'm gonna go by the name of Sybil because that's my sort of internet alias.
Holy shit!
Sybil.
Is that inspired by the movie?
No. Have you ever played Final Fantasy XI?
No, I stopped at 10.
Okay, well, 11 was an online game, and there is a very minor NPC in that game whose name is Star Sybil, or the Sybil the Prophet. So I've always used that sort of name to describe myself online, just I like the way it sounds. So I'll use like all kinds of shit. No, it's not with a C; it's with an S. So yeah, that's my online alias.
Gotcha.
Okay. So I know very little about you, and I'm sorry I was brought here by a poll thread to debate you. And let's, I guess, talk about the election because it appears to be the really big thing that we're going to talk about.
Sure. All right. So just to preface this is a discussion, and it's not like a hardcore debate. I'm not going to be screaming at you. You're not going to be screaming at me. This isn't like a Bill O'Reilly or Hardball or...
please. Absolutely. I'm very happy because that's not what I'm interested in doing.
Okay.
I was actually getting nervous because I don't know anything about you, and I was like, oh, I don't want to get screamed at by somebody.
Yeah, no, it's not good.
We're just going to discuss it. That's perfect. Great.
All right. How do you want to start it off?
I don't know. So I know very little about you. So what exactly? So I'm a Trump supporter. I will give a little bit of my political history. When I was a teenager, so I'm 26 years old, and when I was a teenager, I was actually from the time I was a teenager up until very recently, I was an anarcho-communist. I voted for Ron Paul in 2008, and I voted for Gary Johnson in 2012. I also actually voted for Dennis Kucinich in the primaries in 2008. If anyone remembers that guy, he was an extreme socialist. So I really don't have a specific political ideology. Where I would consider myself now is as a minarchist or a light anarcho-capitalist. So it really, I don't like labels though, but there you go.
Okay, sure, gotcha.
I am now definitely a Trump supporter, though. I am extremely anti-Hillary. I love Jill Stein. I think Gary Johnson's gone insane.
Okay.
So that's where I am.
I guess, to be very brief, I grew up very, very, very right-leaning. My parents are very Catholic. I grew up very Catholic. I went to Catholic grade school, Jesuit Catholic high school.
Good. I love the Jesuits.
Yeah, they're cool dudes. I mean, I'm an atheist now, but I don't regret any of my education. I was pretty right-leaning for quite a long time, up until probably about 2 to 3 years ago. I started to swap to being left-leaning more. Honestly, I think I would be more conservative, but it's really hard to get behind any Republican these days, and it seems like they all exist in like this kind of insane world of insanity. I feel like Trump embodies a lot of that insanity, though.
I don't think Trump does. I think Trump, he's kind of like a beautiful, though, embodiment of insanity in that he is not what we expect.
I mean, I don't expect somebody to argue with like an accomplished neurosurgeon that children will get autism when they get vaccines. Like, what do you mean by expect?
We expect the GOP to be so incredibly hardcore Christian right wing.
Sure,
but
you do know that You do know that in one of Trump's first rallies, Trump said that the two most important books in the world to him, he held up the Bible and then he said his book, right?
Why? Yeah, I mean, you know that Hillary used to say that gay marriage is absolutely wrong. And
if you're looking for me to defend Hillary, it's not going to happen. I fucking hate Hillary.
Wait.
Okay?
Okay. So is the purpose of this debate to debate Trump or to debate whether or not Hillary is a complete criminal who should be in jail?
I don't deny any of that about Hillary, but the problem is Trump is so bad.
Okay, I don't understand then the issues between the left and the right in this debate.
Because Trump is the
fact that Hillary is a complete insane criminal who is completely backed up by a government sort of, I want to say conspiracy, but a large group of individuals who are really motivated both financially and politically to support her and the Clintons, and just understand that they are completely unbiased and completely just fucked up, then our only issue left is whether or not Trump is good. But we have to, I think, sort of just come out of the gate saying, like, holy shit, Hillary is wrong. Now, is Trump right?
Okay, so to back up a little bit,
I
don't disagree with anything that you say. I think that Hillary Clinton is probably the epitome of an American politician, somebody that takes money behind the door, somebody that changes their views to suit whatever the public wants to hear. She's done it on gay marriage. She's done it on multiple issues in the debates versus Bernie. And I think that she gets all of her money from Wall Street, or a large portion of her money comes from Wall Street, so she's beholden to
Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
Yeah, sure.
Which is treason.
Well, this might be a stretch, but
is it? It's legally treason.
I think treason seems to be more of a political thing than an actual like right or wrong written down.
I mean, I don't know. Obviously, they've done it, and her campaign has done it in such a way to make her legally not responsible for what her campaign has done in order to take money from quote-unquote enemies of the state.
But do you think that's a bad thing?
For her to take money from Saudi Arabia?
If they utilize loopholes that exist in the system? Because my next question is going to be, how do you feel about Trump avoiding taxes by utilizing loopholes in the system?
Yes. Okay, so this is an interesting question. I think that Trump's reasons are a little bit different from Hillary's. I think Trump is as guilty of breaking the law as Hillary.
Okay, so just to get this out there, I think that Hillary's done a lot of wrong things, probably illegal things. I think that she's mishandled things like Libya and Benghazi, and I think that her stance in the Iraq War was weak. So I'm not going to defend any of these positions that maybe like I'm not a Hillary supporter. I am like if I were to vote and I wouldn't vote for Hillary, it's only because I dislike everything that Trump stands for so much. So if you continue to attack Hillary, it's not what. What does Trump stand for? I mean, we can go by point if you want.
Yes, let's please.
Okay, so the biggest problem that I have with Trump is that I personally feel like Trump is an idiot. Every time he talks.
That's not a good point. Every politician's an idiot.
No, that's not true. Trump is actually like just very stupid.
If he's so stupid, why does he have so many $1 million industries? And whoa. Before you said that they were all bankrupt, do you understand that a smart business person sells off their bankrupt company?
Okay, firstly, I'm not talking about any bankruptcy memes, okay? I understand how bankruptcy works. I know that he's never filed for personal bankruptcy. He's had businesses that have filed for bankruptcy. Okay. All right, sure. I'm not an idiot. I promise you I'm not an idiot, okay? Or at least not as much of one as the average Hillary supporter. I don't even like to be thought of as a Hillary supporter, but... Okay, but, so... I mean, like, there are so many bombastic statements that Trump has made that have to make me wonder. Like this, I went through the same thing with Sarah Palin, where Sarah Palin, obviously with the extreme evangelical, like the world is 6,000 years old. Like when people start making statement after statement like that, like I have to wonder, like, are you an actual fucking idiot? So like on Trump, you've got things like climate change is a myth pushed by China to, make our manufacturing.
That's a stupid statement, but was it not satire? Because I'm actually not sure.
No,
I think it was
stop. No. Hold on. Wait, no. I don't.
Because I'm actually not positive.
Okay, hold on. Because I see people on poll do this and I see people do this, okay? I'm not going to let you get away with this, okay? You cannot tell me that Trump didn't believe something every time he says something that isn't convenient for you. Trump has had a number of tweets, 25 plus tweets, and he said it multiple times on recorded speech, and I can go pull you videos where he has said that climate change is a myth. Do not lie to me and tell me that he said it out of satire, okay?
Okay, here's the thing. Climate change is not a myth. Human-focused climate change is a myth.
Why do you... so tell me why you disagree with 97% of scientific organizations around the world. Can you tell me why, what...
I don't. I am a scientist. I'm a professor. So I actually do agree with them that the climate is changing. But the fact of the matter is that the climate is not changing because of human intervention. You have to look at the history of the Earth over time. And you see that we go through periods of hot periods and ice age periods. And we are right now coming out of a small ice age. And that is why our our average temperature is raising. This is not because of some sort of now, don't get me wrong, human intervention on the environment is a serious issue. We are destroying the environment in some ways, but our actual influence on the whole temperature of the world is not entirely based on human influence.
Maybe not entirely, but again,
it is partially, yes.
97%. 97%.
I hate the fact that that is used, but the fact of the matter is that that is partially based on cow farts, and that is, yes, part of human intervention. But the fact of the matter is that we are actually coming out of an ice age in the normal cycle of the planet Earth.
Okay, so the fact that temperatures are spiking in completely unprecedented ways over the past, like, couple of decades in ways that haven't been seen or recorded in all of human history, and that going back appear to be moving very far out of the average of what we would expect the temperatures to be, the fact that the amount of carbon in our atmosphere is increasing, the fact that 97% of scientific organizations in the world have said that climate change is real and people contribute to it. They have said both things. They have said both.
What did I just say? I just said climate change is real.
Okay, and that no. And as a step further, that scientists believe that humans are a major contributing factor in that, right? But
we are a contributing factor.
A major contributing factor.
Let's get into this. Why are we a contributing factor? So let me ask you this question since we're talking about it. What is your opinion on nuclear energy?
I love nuclear. I think we should have pursued nuclear a long time ago, but it needs to be rebranded because people are fucking stupid, and when they hear nuclear, they get scared.
Okay, thank you. That's really good. Because that is the problem. The fact that we use so much coal and oil and natural gas is part of the reason that we emit so much CO2. So I would absolutely admit 100% that we are a contributing factor to climate change, but climate change is also a natural part of the way that the Earth works. Because we can look back thousands of years and see changes in how climate goes up and down through periods of large and minor ice ages. And actually, our general...
Okay, well, can I... Okay. You understand that temperature and climate, that's a very slow process, right? When our...
Yes,
like,
it is, exactly.
as humans, or I'm sorry, as the planet Earth, when we go from an ice age to a non-ice age in different periods, it's not like yesterday it was, 52 Fahrenheit... What?
Do you understand I'm a PhD? Like, let's don't talk to me like I'm a retard. So
I mean, you're the one telling me that cow farts are the things contributing to climate change. Like,
no! Holy shit! I said that also is a part of it as anything else. I was using it was kind of making a little meme.
Okay,
there.
but the massive divergence that we've had from surface temperatures over the past 13 months isn't indicative of a slow average rise in temperature.
I agree.
A massive.
I agree completely. What we're experiencing is a weird fucking combination. Is a combination of we are coming out of an ice age, and you can see that over the course of the last 100 years, and even more than that. We're coming out of an ice age, and then fucking on top of that, we have the CO2 that all of our industry is producing.
Okay, so then you believe that man has contributed to, in a large way, to climate temperature, or to surface temperatures changing?
In a moderate way, yes.
In a moderate, I need to like nail you down on a percentage. Do you think it's like a 2% thing or like approximately?
By the way, chat, I have a PhD in media psychology, so yes. So no, I think it's a moderate way. I don't think it's complete.
Okay, so a moderate way, and like, can I read you the points that every scientific organization agrees on so that I can just get this out here?
Okay, but I'm probably gonna disagree with some shit, but go ahead.
Okay.
Actually, I probably won't disagree because I am a scientist.
Okay.
But
I mean, scientists disagree with each other all the time, but okay.
But I usually disagree. Okay, so I'm really going to try not to be mean.
Okay.
But when I put out a piece of research,
okay,
laymen don't understand how to interpret statistics, okay? And this is kind of why we get so much media insanity over so many things.
Okay, I totally 100%...
doesn't understand how to interpret scientific data.
I agree with you.
My college, particularly, runs a blog for the specific purpose of trying to make it so that laymen can understand scientific data.
Okay, I
no,
100% agree with what you're saying, but you are committing the crime that you are accusing the average person of doing. You realize that, right? So when I look for positions on global climate change, personally, I do not peruse.
I have no opinion.
Okay.
I have no opinion other than I believe it absolutely exists.
Okay.
I just am skeptical about the amount, because if you listen to a liberal, oh please, I'm being asked to be doxxed, which is the exact reason I asked not to do this. So, great. I'm gonna get doxxed, and I will lose my job if you guys dox me, by the way. I could potentially lose my fucking position. Anyway, so...
Can I talk about this for 1 second? Because what you just said, like, really triggered me, okay? So, I personally do not go through all of the data for global warming, the data itself, because I'm not educated enough to make sense of it. I don't understand the complex interaction between temperatures and climate and carbon in the atmosphere and all of that shit. I can't do it because I'm not educated enough to do it. So, I rely on the statements from scientific organizations with people that have spent their lives researching it. So when we have an argument and I say 97% of the scientific community agrees with these massive points, one of which is that mankind has significantly contributed to global warming, and you tell me, well, look, we just came out of a mini ice age, you realize that you're the one that sounds like the average uneducated consumer who is taking one piece of information and going, well, look, a little ice age, so we're fine.
Well, I think you need to go back a little bit further than that.
Further than what?
Further than, what did you say, 100 years ago? You need to go back about 3,000 years ago and look at the... And then actually go back more than 3,000 and go back 10,000 years ago. And
everybody's done this.
I'm starting to get concerned because I think I'm getting doxxed.
Stop talking about it. People stop doing it. You're not getting doxxed. I'll ban anybody if they say they're doing it. But I guess, like, the problem is I don't know of any major credible scientific organization that backs anything you're saying, is what bothers me. Like...
I don't think you're reading it too closely. Because the information does indicate... Okay, here's the thing. I'm not a fucking...
You're not a climate scientist, a meteorologist, or...
Climate scientist. I'm not...
I don't disagree with you. I understand you're not, which is why... And I'm not either, which is why I only go by what the major scientific organizations say. But you're the one...
No. What I've said is that... Okay, so what Donald Trump said about the Chinese... is 100% wrong. Okay?
Okay, then that's fine. Then that's all the only point that what he said was really stupid, right?
My issue with climate change is that I do think that we are in a period of coming out of a small ice age. And this is not a thing that we have that is unprecedented. We've seen this before.
No, we have not. We've never seen these spikes of temperatures occur in such a dramatic fashion before. That's not true. Why are you saying that?
We agree with that, though. But I'm saying that human intervention is, yes, increasing it. And I never said anything to the contrary.
Okay, so we won't go into this completely, but you agree that what Trump said was stupid about that, right?
It was stupid.
Okay.
I said that when we started this.
Okay, then fine. Then we can put everything else. Then everything else we can put aside. But strong feelings, whatever.
Question, because everyone's saying I'm flip-flopping.
Okay, don't worry. That's fine.
Don't
Don't worry about chat. Ignore chat. Ignore chat. It's just you and me, okay? So.
This though, that I believed that our human influence was increasing CO2 levels, that we're increasing it.
Okay, we're moving past that.
Yes or no? Did I not say that?
Yeah, but to a small percentage. You're trying to weasel out of it.
Yes, to a small... I do think that's a percentage where people act like, this is insane. It's like, yes, but this has happened before. Like, we can look at 12,000 years ago, and there was the same thing happening.
No, that's not true. Stop saying that. Temperatures have never risen in the ways that they are now. It's never happened.
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying never in the way they have now. But
that's the point. We're talking about what's happening now. That's the issue. What?
Okay. In terms of what's happening now, yes, it is a much more extreme. But the point of the matter is that the Earth's temperature goes up and down in periods.
But not in as dramatic of a fashion as they are. That's the whole point of the...
And I'm agreeing.
Okay, then we don't disagree. Okay, then let's move on. I'm ready to move on from this topic. I'm ready to move on. So we agree that what Trump said was probably stupid about Chinese... Okay. What do you think about Trump making the statement that vaccines probably cause autism in children?
When did he say that?
During the debate, he said it to Ben Carson. I can bring up the exact thing if you want to listen to the quote. He said that initially he said all these beautiful children are now everybody has autism at epidemic levels because we've increased the way that we diagnose for it. And then he said that vaccines cause autism. Maybe we give them too many vaccines at once.
Now we are in my sort of area a little bit more. All right. So the fact of the matter is that Trump was wrong about that statement, but he was not wrong about the general fact. The fact of the matter is that it's not that we overdiagnose autism, it's that our criteria for diagnosing autism has changed.
Sure, of course.
Versus how it was earlier. The DSM-6 is very different than earlier versions of psychology manuals. So I'm very familiar with psychology manuals.
Okay, wait. So then how could you say that what Trump said...
To understand, though, also that there is a prevalence of overdiagnosis, okay? Because if you look at the sort of criteria that are included in terms of what makes an autism diagnosis, it's things like being really into something, children who are really obsessed with a certain thing. And if you include that, and I'm telling you, as a psychologist...
I thought your PhD was in media analysis. What did you...
Media psychology, but
media psychology and clinical psychology, or like I feel like these are two very different areas.
Things. Thank you, actually, because nobody ever gets that. But yes, they are very different things.
Okay.
But the idea.
Well, because you said as a psychologist, but you're not the kind of person that would be in charge of managing diagnostic criteria in the DSM-6. So.
I would not. That's correct. However, I do have an undergrad and a master's in it. So what I would say is that it tends to get overdiagnosed because if you look at the criteria in the DSM-6 and the DSM-V, it's really very open to like someone who is a little bit weird or someone who has a little bit more some obsession with some shit. So yes, it gets more diagnosed. And I will tell you that there actually was a crisis over this, over ADD and ADHD, where there was a overdiagnosis of ADD and ADHD when the DSM-4 came out, which was it was like any kid who's a little bit excited and a little bit too too into shit is now has attention deficit disorder. And the problem is sometimes when new things get defined by the DSM, which is Diagnostic Statistic Manual, it just, psychologists look for it too much. It's too present in their minds. It's what we call a recency effect.
Okay, hold on. We're getting way off. Regardless of why more people are diagnosed with something, or regardless of whether or not the diagnostic criteria have changed, has nothing to do with saying that vaccines are causing autism. I
think that's completely stupid.
Okay, so okay, that's it. Then that's all we know. Okay.
No, so, I mean, I still like Trump, but here's the thing.
Okay, well, I'm not done yet. I've got so many more things we could go through.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Or did you want to...
No, if Trump said that, and I didn't know he said that, that's completely wrong and stupid. There is absolutely no scientific data to support that. Okay. There is some scientific data to support that the Earth goes through natural cycles of warm and cold, but there's none to support that vaccines cause autism.
Okay. Okay, so then I'm trying to stay to the relatively non-controversial stupid statements because other things, I guess, could be argued one way or another. How do you feel about Trump saying that we need to, quote-unquote, bomb ISIS, and then we need to take all of the oil fields in the Middle East from, like, Iraq and whatnot? Do you think that that's, like, a realistic foreign policy goal?
Hyperbolic, but I would say also that you understand if you vote for Hillary, the exact second that she becomes president, she wants to fucking
Two
go
things.
to
Two things.
War with Russia because she thinks Putin.
I don't think so. I don't think so. First, okay, two things. I'm not defending Hillary here. I'm not defending Hillary. I'm not defending Hillary here. Firstly, okay? We can have a separate discussion on Hillary if you want, okay?
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. We've just said that Hillary's awful, right?
Sure.
Is that
okay? So
let's say Hillary's awful. Let's let her go.
Here is my second point. This really bothers me. My mom does this a lot, okay? And I see people do this on the fucking Poltards do it, the Trumples do it, people in the Donald do it. You have this thing, you have this problem where you studied psychology, so I'm sure you know what confirmation bias is, right? Where if you believe
some shit.
Okay, you believe in a certain thing, so you only look for evidence that supports that certain thing, and everything else is discarded. So the way that this... What?
That is confirmation bias.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I
So
think
hold
that-
on, because I'm trying to address something you just said before we say 50 million more things. Okay. I hate the fact that every single time in your case, a Democrat says something, you guys spin it as this is him trying to destroy white culture. This is him trying to destroy rich people. This is him trying to destroy business in America. However, any single time Trump says something, oh no, he didn't mean that. Oh, he was just being hyperbolic. Oh, he misspoke there. Oh, you're twisting his words. Oh, that was just locker room talk. Oh, that was like, does that bother you at all that you have to make so many excuses for what Trump says, but anytime a Democrat says something even slightly leaning in like a direction you disagree with, it's automatically the destruction of white culture across the entire Western world. That doesn't bother you?
I'm gonna tell you a very simple thing.
Okay.
What Trump does are something called thought crimes. You could read George Orwell's 1984.
I've read it. I don't understand how we're in thought crimes, but
what
okay.
Hillary does are real crimes.
I'm not here to
And
defend
I
Hillary,
never-
dog. I'm talking about...
I'm sorry, but I'm saying that's what always gets brought up. It's like, oh, he said a thing. That makes me upset. And it's like...
He
they
has no
did a
political
thing.
experience. What else are we
Ignore
supposed to
that.
judge him on?
Why are we supposed to judge one side on what they say and the other side not on what they do?
Because he has no political experience. All we can judge him by is what he says.
And Hillary barely has any political experience. When she was in fucking power, she got a bunch of people killed in Benghazi. So like,
Do you think
why-
that's the only
Alright.
thing Hillary's done in the 30 years she's been in office? In the 450 plus pieces of legislation she's had her name on going through the Senate, the only thing that Hillary... I'm not here to defend Hillary. I don't even want to defend Hillary, but we're not... Okay, listen.
I'm sorry. I keep bringing her up. I'm
Okay,
sorry, I'm sorry.
listen.
Okay, so
What do we judge?
why
So
do-
what you're
why do
saying
we
is
sort of-
we should just give Trump a shot then. It doesn't matter. He's untouchable because he has no political experience and you can't judge any of the words he says.
Absolutely fucking touchable. I absolutely think he is.
So then why can't I criticize the things that he says?
Because he's done some fucked up shit. He's said some fucked up shit. He's
He
done some fucked
constantly says fucked up shit all the time. That's the problem.
the pussy thing. Oh my god.
That's just.
I'm
What about when
sorry.
he tweeted?
I just
so
get-
what about when he tweeted the fucking fake porn video of his Miss Universe? Well, I mean, we could go time after time after time of him saying stupid fucking things.
Calling me a tranny.
What?
And then, like, your chat's been calling me a fucking tranny.
Ignore
and
my
not a-
chat. My chat's not running for president, dog. Like I don't care what my chat says. Fuck.
It's funny to me that when a woman says she isn't upset about the idea of a guy saying he likes to kiss pretty women, it's absolutely reprehensible and so fucked up that it can't be possible. It can't be real that a woman's like, yeah, guys like to kiss pretty women.
Is that how you're
That-
spinning this?
I'm not trying to spin it.
You're
man.
spinning
I'm-
it. So if I were to find you in your university and I were to walk up and just give your boob a little fucking shake and then try to fucking nuzzle on your neck and shit, and you think I'm the most disgusting person in the world, but because I'm a fucking streamer and I have some money, you think that's okay for me to do it? That's not insulting to you at all
Okay,
as a
so-
woman or a person?
Are we talking about the actual allegations against Trump? Because I have some...
No, you were defending the locker room talk. You were saying it's not a big deal what he said.
So talk is not action. Talk is not action.
Okay.
Whoa, okay.
I mean, so here's your stance. I can't win the argument. Like, I admit you win, dude. Because you're going to tell me that Trump hasn't been in political office and hasn't done the bad things that Hillary's done, so therefore Trump is always going to be better. That's your, like, syllogistic approach to this. So, like, I can't win. Like, it's...
Hillary has said about rape victims. If we're gonna say talk matters, how come Hillary's saying that women who accused Bill of rape are like horrible people who are trying to get attention? How come she laughs after defending a victim of rape? Or I'm sorry, defending a rapist against a victim of child rape? How come that speech is fine? But when Donald Trump says, grab him by the pussy, in a fucking joke to another man in a bus, that's fucked up. I don't understand. I really don't. I don't get it.
I mean, we can keep talking and maybe you will understand. I'm not saying that Hillary is a bad person, and this isn't the only bad thing that Trump has said. The past year and a half of Trump being in politics, he's been mired with stupid statement after stupid statement after stupid statement after fucking stupid idea over and over again. What?
I don't think you understand. The people who don't like Hillary, which is basically anyone who's spent more than 3 seconds looking into her background, they feel like they have no option outside of Donald Trump, okay? And Trump is a very good he's he's great at inspiring people.
Yeah,
He's
inspiring
making-
people that hate fucking Mexicans and women, maybe. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, as a woman, why would I support him?
I don't know, dude.
Why do you hate
I don't know.
women?
I'm trying to find a reason why, and you haven't given me one yet.
No, wait, you're trying to ask me why he hates women? When I
Okay,
don't think
here,
he does?
let's reverse this. Why don't you tell me why you like Trump, okay? Give me reasons why you like Trump. We'll go from that, because...
One, I think he's charismatic as shit. Two, I think he knows how to run a fucking business.
Do you think that
three-
running a business and running a country are the same things?
Yeah. Kind
Why?
Of. Because... Okay, I'm sorry, I don't know you.
Okay.
Have you ever worked like a traditional job?
Yes.
Like what?
More than you. If you have a PhD by 26, I promise you I've worked more actual jobs than you have.
I don't think so.
Tell me why you think running a business is the same as running a country.
I think it's extremely disparate, but my idea is that he has not just run some little mom and pop shop, he has run multi-million-dollar companies. He knows what makes money and he knows what doesn't.
Okay, do you think that, but how does this say, he can run a business. I don't disagree with you there. Why do you think running a business and running a country are the same things?
Okay. This country is in extreme debt. Do you understand that?
What kind of debt?
We owe trillions of dollars to China.
Why is that a bad thing?
Yeah. Why is it a bad thing that we own?
Yeah, tell me. I want you to tell me why it's a bad thing.
Because we... Oh my god. Okay. So, we are not... our country at this time does not have the ability to be self-sustaining. China. Okay, but we don't have the ability to be self-sustaining. Alright? We owe so much money to China. They could call our fucking bluff at any time.
So China, a country that holds... No, listen to me, okay? Listen to me, okay? Degree in psychology, okay? Listen to me. So China, that holds a massive amount of U.S. currency and whose biggest trading partner is the United States of America, is going to call our bluff and bankrupt our country? What does that even...
Correct. You're correct. They will not. But does that really put us in a good position as a country, as a sovereign
You're asking me, does it put us in a good position when... Listen to me. I want you to understand what you're asking me. You're asking me, does it put us in a good position when tons of countries around the world hold on to U.S. debt and have an invested interest in the success of the United States economy? You're asking me if that puts us in a good position? Yeah, okay, listen, the debt, I understand where you're coming from, and I know what you're talking about, okay? However, this is part of the reasons why Trump is a fucking idiot. The debt is not a one-dimensional thing. Trade deficits are not one-dimensional things. Deficits and debts and our national debt represents so much more than just a bill on a fucking credit card, okay? Our debt is a very complicated thing, and our position in the world, to some extent, is secured by the fact that tons of other countries have invested in us. When we run up a trade deficit with China, and they spend way more fucking money, they have to bring those US dollars back to the United States to invest in our property, invest in our infrastructure, and other countries become invested in how we run as a country, okay? So when you come up and you say like, well, look at our big national debt, you have to have a little bit more than that than just, well, our debt is kind of bad, right? I know this is like a really common Trump talking point, but you need a little bit more substance than just saying we have debt and it's bad.
All right, so just saying that I'm a Trumpel? That's interesting. No. Okay, so, first of all, why do libs want us to be in fucking debt to other countries? We should be a sovereign nation, and we should get out of global economy. What
do you mean get out? I don't know, dude.
We need to get the fuck out. We need to produce our own shit. We need to run our own shit.
Why would we want to make our own shit if China could do it better and cheaper?
Because it destroys American jobs.
What jobs are destroyed?
Okay, all right.
Unemployment is like fucking 5.
No, shut up. We're coming here now. Now, here's the thing. I'm from West Virginia, okay? I know it's like, this big, stupid West Virginian. Now, here's the thing. I want you to understand that West Virginia was originally a state that produced coal, okay? And then, after the coal industry was basically entirely destroyed by the legislation, Oh, you're gonna laugh? Okay, this is very funny, guys. All right, so the steel industry, which took over in West Virginia and Pennsylvania and southern Pennsylvania during the early 1900s, okay? It has been systematically destroyed by legislation by West Virginia and Pennsylvania and moved to China. And that is not a lie. That's not a China joke. Oh my god, I love how you think this is funny. I love how you think this is fucking funny. My state has been systematically fucked by this type of legislation to destroy all fucking business in my state. Okay? And I know you think it's, oh, that's so funny, isn't it? That, oh my god, that's so funny. That fucking business was destroyed in the United States. You think that's hilarious?
Can I talk? I don't think it's hilarious. The problem is that, again, and this is another...
I want you to look. I want you to go into Google and type in steel factory.
I don't need to. I've been to fucking Detroit and St. Louis before. I've seen countries that have, or cities that have lost their manufacturing. Like, I understand it happens, okay? But the problem is, you're quick to attribute every single loss of manufacturing to jobs being exported to China. Even Chinese employees are losing jobs to automation. These are jobs that probably would have been lost anyway, okay? It's just something that...
These are jobs that were lost by legislation. I fucking know because I live here, okay? I know how the legislation fucking works here, and you cannot tell me that this was anything else. I have lived my entire life, for the most part, in this state.
Okay, so let's go through the hypothetical Trump train where we somehow tariff every single import to protect all of our industries. What are we going to...
We should tariff the import of steel, because we have steel industries here in the United States, in Pennsylvania, and in West Virginia that can still operate.
Okay, how much do you...
Do you understand how bad the taxes are on our own steel industries? That if you go to Follinsby, West Virginia, and you look at the steel plant, it has a Japanese name on it now because it was moved to Japan. And Japan, which is not even like a huge... Nihon wa ii desu yo ne? I speak Japanese, okay? So, it's some real fucked up shit, okay?
Okay, can you tell... do you drive a lot? Do you drive a lot?
Bike.
You ride a bike? Okay, do you think that the average poor person that can drive could afford like $4 to $4.50 a gallon?
Drive, if they were poor, they wouldn't be able to drive, like me.
What do you mean? What do you mean if they're...
If you're poor, you can't afford a car.
You drive to work, dog. You have to have a car.
I don't. I bike to work.
Okay, that's great that you live in a place where you could bike to work, but not every place is like that.
I cannot afford a car.
Okay, not every place is like that, okay? In a lot of places, you need a car to survive. You need a car to transport your children. You need a car to get to and from work. Okay?
So you're destroying the environment.
I'm not... when you're poor, you don't give a fuck about the environment, okay?
Sorry. If you're gonna be a leftist, I have to call you out on your shit.
Call me out on what shit?
Like, just this. I'm being a fucking troll guy.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But
all right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, should we tariff the fuck to protect our fracking industry? Should we tariff the fuck out of all gas and make it so that you have to pay $4.50 a gallon for gas to make our industries competitive? Like, how do you think how would that impact poor people in the United States who spend a disproportionate amount of their income on gas? Those kinds of things would be catastrophic, right?
All right. So you think instead of just being friends with a bunch of countries that rape women and view that stoning gays and throwing them off buildings?
Oh, dog, it wasn't that long ago when we were kind of killing gays, dog. If you go on Wikipedia and you look up LGBT crimes in the United States, we got quite a few of our own, dog.
Oh, we don't do it now.
I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of fucking gay hate crime and shit that happens in the United States.
I'm gay, you motherfucker. So
what?
Please do not.
You're gay?
I'm bisexual.
And you're trying to tell me that hate crimes against LGBT people don't happen in the United States? Are you fucking serious? Are you delusional?
They do.
So then why are you trying to tell me that they don't happen in the United States?
Did I say that ever?
Yeah, do you want to go back to the VOD? I'm pretty sure you were saying, why are we friends with all these countries that rape and blah, blah, blah gay people? And then I said, well, the United States does it too. And then you said, not anymore. You said that. Those were your exact words.
I was in I went to an arts high school, and I was in a production of, what's that play? The
I know, where everyone has AIDS.
Where he...
No, I'm sorry, that sounded bad. There was a really popular one when I was in high school, and it revolves around a lot of the people have HIV. Oh, fuck.
School, probably half the people I went to school with were gay.
Sure.
It was that poor man...
Wait, what? Half the people you went to school with were gay?
Yeah. I went to an art school. I went to Baltimore School of the Arts. And there was that poor man...
Oh, Rent. Rent was the play I was thinking of. Sorry, Rent was the play I was thinking of.
Tied to a stake and hung up. It's not Rent. I can't remember what it's called.
Okay.
But he was tied to a fence and left over the course of days after being beat. So, yeah, I'm doxing myself, whatever. Anyway, so, no, here's...
I'm sorry.
what the fuck
Well,
is
so I don't know. The point you said we want to be friends with these countries that do horrible things to people. I think there's a lot of people. Obviously, some countries are worse than others.
Hey,
I don't deny that.
Listen to me.
Okay.
Me. In Saudi Arabia and in many Muslim countries, do you know what they do with gay people?
Probably stone them, kill them.
Throw them off of a roof.
Okay.
Okay? What do we do with gay people here?
In the most part, I would say that the United States is a little bit better to alternative lifestyles than Saudi Arabia.
Last time a gay person was thrown off of a roof.
I don't know. I don't know what this serves to list this one hyper-specific example.
It's not. No. You can't get out of it like that. Like, you asked me for hyper-specific examples.
No. I didn't. You just said that you said that you said there was no more violence against gay people in the United States, and I said that that's simply not true.
Not say that. Holy shit, there is violence against gay people.
Okay.
I know because I've seen it.
Okay, but we just don't throw them off roofs.
Matter is we do. Oh, well, I mean, that's a really simple thing, right? I mean, well, we just don't throw them off roofs. It could be.
I don't understand what the point. I don't understand what the point is of this.
I don't really understand either. You're trying to act like the U.S. is so horrible and such like a horrible country.
No. This is a very important
Really
distinction.
not.
I think that the United States is better than a lot of other countries, but I don't think that it serves anybody to be so insanely self-absorbed, to be so nationalistic, to turn a blind eye to everything your country does wrong. It's another common trend that I hear a lot of Trump will say, and it's why I called you on it, because when Trump will say shit like, well, everybody loves all the black people in the United States, and there's no hate crimes, and there's no racism, and there's no misogyny, and there's no, people discriminating against gays, that doesn't happen in the United States. When I hear somebody like you say that, I have to tell you how fucking stupid that is.
Do you believe in racism towards white people?
Not really, no.
Well, I've been racially discriminated against because I grew up in Baltimore, which is a city which
I
is
know all about
80%
Baltimore. I watched all 5 seasons of The Wire, dog. Don't worry, dude.
Fuck! Oh my god, that's the most thing that triggers me. Fuck off.
I know.
The Wire is not. I have never seen it, but fuck off.
You should watch it, dude.
Holy
It's good TV, dude. It's some good shit.
And that makes you think that white people can't be discriminated against?
No. That's no. White people, plenty.
No, because you watch The Wire. No, that's what I'm hearing here. Because you watch The Wire, that means you can't be discriminated against as a white person.
I think that there are probably some.
I'd like to tell you, as a white person who went to middle school and high school with 80% black people, that you can be discriminated against for being white.
Okay.
This is the problem. Fucking white people who believe that there's no such thing as discrimination against white people have never interacted in societies where they are the minority.
Okay, I have. I've been to places.
When?
Okay.
Where and when?
I went to Korea for 3 weeks.
Triggered.
I think I was a minority there.
No. Okay, first of all, yes, Korea can be very racist against white people, and you don't think you were discriminated against white people in Korea?
No, sure. Discrimination can occur to white people. Sure, it definitely does happen. But to pretend that discrimination against white people exists on anywhere near the same scale as discrimination against other minority types is a little bit silly. And like, no offense, like I don't know much about you, but when I hear somebody who had the opportunity to get a PhD by the time you're 26 talk up to me about all the difficulties of the discrimination you've experienced, like
I am considered behind the gap.
to have a PhD at 26?
Yes.
Okay, I don't.
Like, I'm embarrassed by my age.
Okay, maybe that's a white person thing.
Oh, of course, it's a white person thing. So, I mean, I know the whole thing's like, oh, many of my friends are black. Well, yes, many of my friends are black, and my entire life growing up, many of my friends were black, and are black still. But the fact that white people can't imagine that there's such a thing as racism towards white people.
There is to some extent, but the problem is. Can I explain why minorities laugh at white people when they say shit like that? Okay, can I explain? It's because you'll have a white person that grows up middle class, that goes to good schools, good middle school, good high school. They've got a mom and dad that drive them around in a SUV to all their sports events. Then they go to college, and their college is completely paid for by mommy and daddy. And then they go to apply for a job. And then they find out that they lost out on a job app because a black person got the job over them. And then they start talking about how they feel discriminated against, okay? These are the kinds of stories that are constantly told.
world. This is why people laugh at people that talk about reverse racism, because at one point in your life, you can pinpoint this one time when I think I lost out on here because I'm fucking white. And you know what? It's probably true. And personally, I don't think that that's a good thing. I don't approve of it, but it probably happens. But when you have people that are white people that are crying and complaining because at one time they might have gotten reverse discriminated against and discrimination against whites and the destruction of white culture, this is why people laugh at white people that make these kinds of claims, right?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you my little life story then, since you said that.
Why anecdotal? Why does it matter? Okay.
Well, you just gave me an anecdote.
Okay.
So why shouldn't I give you?
I'm just giving you like a generic example. I argue with dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens. Okay, all right. Sure. I mean, we could go. We could compare like the average plight of the socioeconomic status of the white person to the black person in the United States.
If you're gonna use anecdotal
I am
evidence,
voting for
I'm allowed to
Hillary
use
just
anecdotal
because
evidence.
of this late.
So, I grew up in Fairmont, West Virginia. So I grew up in West Virginia, and then my mother divorced my father and moved to Baltimore. And she was a single mother. We lived in a 1-bedroom apartment for my entire life in the ghetto. Okay? I went to fucking public schools my entire life until my private school is not private, it's actually a public school, but it's a public art school in Baltimore. And I have lived my entire life under the poverty line. Okay? And I worked my fucking way from that. And you say ghetto, okay? Little nerds don't understand what ghetto is. It's called the projects. I can fucking point to a map in Baltimore where I lived. I lived in what is considered the projects. Oh, public schools. Oh, no. Guess what? Yes. You try going to public schools in Baltimore, downtown Baltimore City. I do have PTSD from bullying. Oh, great. People have doxed me. Anyway, so that's great. So I went through all that shit, and I still ended up where I am today. But
Okay.
it's great that your fans doxed me.
So, what am I supposed to say to that?
I don't. You're saying it like no white people can have a bad time.
I've never said that. I'm just saying that, let me reiterate the exact same thing I'm saying. I'm saying that white people don't experience the day-to-day difficulties that other minority classes in the United States generally experience, is what I was saying.
Okay, so my experience doesn't matter.
No, one-offs usually don't. No, it doesn't.
Okay, so... Alright, so I don't matter then. I'm still...
Your one-off experience when talking about an entire group of people...
White person?
No. Your one-off experience when talking about a group of people, correct, absolutely does not matter. Much the same way that I wouldn't go into any blue-collar factory and tell everybody, hey, quit your jobs, maybe you can make a living streaming. Well, let me tell you my life story. I did it. Why can't you guys do it? Now, do I not matter? I can't go and tell people that? You would say, no, of course not. Because a one-off example like that doesn't matter when you're talking about an entire group of people.
What I'm asking is, do you think I'm privileged because I am white despite my background?
I don't know anything about you personally.
I just told you.
I don't know. I don't even know how much of it is true. You could be a compulsive liar for all I know. But it doesn't matter.
Just the point
Listen.
where I'm getting doxxed.
Okay, listen. What I'm telling you is your individual experiences don't matter. As a whole, white people tend to have it much better than other groups in the United States, is all I'm saying. I don't think anybody can disagree with that. Do you want to look up, like, average income and average, like, prison time and...
I mean, okay, so why? Oh, that's an interesting question. Okay, hang on. Okay. Oh, I'm doxing myself for giving really generic things about my life. Okay. You won't find any information about me on the internet unless you're specifically looking for it. Your fucking fans are gonna try to get me fired from my job, which is great.
My fans, I have my whole chat in sub mode, dog. Oh, I'll even turn my Twitch chat into sub mode.
Okay. Okay, listen. So, what was I even going with this? Now I'm fucking lost.
We were talking about your individual example of being representative of a larger group of people. And I was saying, okay.
Yes. Okay, so, like, look, it's really not... It's not fair to act like fucking... because I'm white, I'm somehow advantaged. But here's the thing, like, you can say, like, oh, well, you're a special situation. But you know how that gets looked at on the large, at the macro, right?
But the macro is what I'm talking about, but...
And how, but you understand how that disadvantages the micro.
No?
You don't understand how
That when large groups of people experience
if you look at everyone as an aggregate, and you apply rules and laws to them as an aggregate, that doesn't potentially disadvantage the micro.
Hold on. Let me just
Yes.
see if I can get you to agree with this statement, okay? Can you tell me that you agree that white people face more or less the same day-to-day difficulties tied in with their status of being white as minorities do, whether it's women or black people or Hispanics, that they experience the same level of difficulty tied into their ethnicity? Can you tell me that?
Oh yes, definitely. I think that's absolutely true.
Okay, so you think that white people experience... Because if you agree with this, then we can just move on because we're never going to agree.
I think there are very, very, very few differences. I think that in some cases, minorities are given preference. I think in some cases, if not most cases, women are given preferences, at least in terms of job selection. And I say that as a woman. We are given preference.
Why are women so underrepresented in so many technology-related fields?
Because we don't want to be there.
Why do you think they don't want to be there?
Because they don't. What's wrong with that?
What do you mean? Because they don't? Because why?
Why are you shaming women for not wanting to?
I'm not
be
shaming
inside?
women. You're the one that told me that you have an undergrad in psychology, so you should be able to very explicitly tell me why the nurture aspect of a person's personality has no impact on what they want to do growing up. I'm waiting for the explanation.
Exactly, because the very hard sciences do not always appeal to women. Women tend to be more personal based. Women tend to be more intersocial based. Okay? They tend to be more interpersonal based. We don't really necessarily always want to go into hard sciences. Okay? And that's fine. And in fact, generally, women do not want to be in hard sciences.
Because women are,
I know.
do you think women are kind of dumber on average, and that's why it's a little bit harder for them to get, like, the math and...
Don't fuck with me like this.
Why?
No.
No, you just said it. I mean, I kind of agree. I think that women in general are, like, a little bit more stupid.
Intelligence. It
What?
has to do entirely with desire.
Okay. And women don't desire to do things like engineering or anything in general. Women are just kind of...
Most of them. Women and men are different. How come we can't understand this?
Because we're having problems identifying the level of actual difference that exists. Because people like you are trying to attribute everything to nature when a large amount of it probably has to do with nurture.
Oh my god. Okay. I wish that I had some more data in my particular field.
I can give you data if you want. Did you know that the gap between women and men pursuing computer science was actually closing until computers became available to people at home and families started to buy computers for their little children to play with, but they only bought them for boys? I can give you tons of articles. I don't know why you didn't study these when you were going through your undergrad, but wait, I can find tons of articles about how nurture influences gender roles. Do you want to go into it, or?
Okay. So I'm gonna be real honest here. I don't have the research in front of me. Of course, that means you're wrong. But I can say this as someone with a PhD, that I have done extreme amounts of research on this. And what we generally find is there's very, very little sex differences between people in terms of what men do and what women do. There are big gender differences in between what men do and women do. So this is like where the trans thing comes into it. And I'm going to get...
Hold on, wait a second. Ignoring all of this, so you are telling me that you know of research that makes very strong causal links between a person's gender, not their nurture or upbringing, a person's gender that makes them predisposed towards preferring certain fields?
Not towards certain fields. I don't know that research, but I do know, at least in our field, and in my own personal research, there is a big difference between gender and selection of different things.
How can you have a PhD and say these things that are so stupid? This is really bothering me, okay? So you acknowledge you're living, listen to me. You live in a culture where people are brought up a certain way, okay? And have all of these confounding influences and all of these things growing up. And then you're telling me that at the end, that product that exists at the end is choosing with no kind of bias what fields they would like to do. You sound completely uneducated when you say that. You must understand that, right? Like,
no, I really don't. You have to understand, like, I think you're not getting it. Do you understand the difference between sex and gender?
Yes.
What's the difference between sex and gender?
Sex is the organism, or the fucking... organs, the sex organs that you're given, and gender is whatever gender you identify with, male or female, or if you believe in the, there was some scale where there isn't male or female, but it exists on some sliding thing or whatever. I understand the difference between sex and gender. I have plenty of transgendered friends, and I understand all the fucking terminology and shit.
All right, so given that, so what you think is that, so given your understanding of this, if that's correct, and all this gender stuff, these job things are just social constructs, wouldn't all trans women want to be like teachers and nurses?
I don't, honestly, dog, and I'm the most, I'm the most social justice warrior fucking person on this streaming website, okay, on Twitch, okay? I don't even know how much I buy into the transgenderism thing, okay? I'm very respectful.
Transgender?
What?
Well, one of my best friends is transgender, and she is an environmental engineer.
Oh, well, fuck, you solved it, dude. That's it then. You have the one transgendered friend, and they're an environmental engineer.
In your comprehension of transgender.
No, you got it, dude. You should publish that. There are like so many journals that would love to hear about your one friend who went into that field.
What are you talking about?
You got it, dude.
Dude. Oh my god. Okay. You're very simplistic.
I'm not simplistic. You're the one who's reducing a very complicated thing to a very, very simplistic one-way kind of thing of looking at it. What you're doing is you're taking a guy who's had his legs beaten on by fucking baseball bats for 10 years, and then you're running him in a race and going, wow, well, that guy just happens to be slow. That's what you're doing. It's incredibly simplistic. You take a woman that's grown up in a society where men are pushed towards video games, men are pushed towards math, science, technology, and engineering, men are pushed towards all of these more manly fields, and women are pushed in another direction, and then at the very end, you're saying, well, look, men just choose to do these fields more than women do. Come on, dog, it's obvious. Like,
you take an infant baby, and this is real science. You take an infant baby. Infant males are more attracted towards mechanical constructs, and female babies are more attracted towards physical faces.
Okay, that's true, and I know the study that you're talking about because I read that, so I know you're not making that up. However, there's a lot of things that we are quote-unquote naturally inclined to that we don't embrace. Men are probably naturally inclined to rape people or to murder people or to steal things.
And to rape? Oh my...
Wait, I'm just saying that the argument that, well, this is something that naturally happens isn't like the best supporting argument for doing something. Clothes are pretty unnatural too. Like, but I mean, we still wear those every day because we live in a society, right?
Useless PhD of which she said.
I don't understand the thing about clothes. I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, let me back this up. You're making the argument that because in an infant stage, one sex might prefer, or one gender might prefer something over another gender, we should constantly push them in that direction for the rest of their lives because that's what they prefer as an infant. What I'm saying is that we do plenty of things naturally that as a society we've weeded them out because they're not beneficial to society. That's the argument. Does that make sense?
I guess.
Okay.
I don't think that the whole idea of gender roles are real, but they have developed after a very long period of human culture and society. And does that mean all of them are right? No, but it doesn't mean shit like men are rapists.
Well, I didn't say...
You kind of did say that, homie.
I said that we have natural tendencies that we override because we live in a society. We do things like take care of sick people. We do things like we don't beat up people that are weaker than us. We don't steal shit. We don't rape people. We don't murder people. The rape is just one thing. You could throw that out if you want. Any other natural, violent, aggressive inclination that a human has, we tend to try to get rid of that in society. That's why we have laws and prisons and punishment systems and all that shit, right?
Okay. Whatever. So no, I disagree completely. I don't think that there's any such thing as normative. I do think there's such a thing as normative gender roles, but I don't believe that. I think there's such. Okay. Oh,
listen, we can find middle ground. I think that if every single thing were held equal, I do think that you would see an uneven distribution of men and women in certain fields. I don't disagree with that at all. However.
Oh, why? Maybe it's just because women don't want to do those things.
Okay, but when you
understand the extent to which women have been forced into STEM over the last.
But when you say things like women don't want to do something, there are reasons why everything that you want or don't want to do comes from something. Those impulses don't just spontaneously.
Ask a scientist why I don't want to do science.
No, what I'm asking you is why you don't understand where motivation comes from. People don't randomly, spontaneously generate these desires at an arbitrary age. These are fostered from a young age. Like,
no. I cannot more heavily disagree.
With
I
what?
have
Wait,
been
nothing that I just said there was disagreeable. What do you disagree with?
Because I have been encouraged since I was a child to go into STEM. I have been encouraged by every teacher. I have been encouraged by every professor to go into STEM, and I still chose to go into media psych, which is a soft science, quote unquote. Okay? I still use statistics. All of my research is statistical data. Okay? Oh, so now it's an anecdote when it proves you're wrong, right? But
No, anecdotes are always anecdotes, dog.
no, your chat saying that like it doesn't mean anything because it's an anecdote.
Because it doesn't. You're a one-off example.
Oh, I'm the only person ever. So okay. So wow, she uses only her personal examples. But here's the thing: like sometimes you need to listen to people. Liberals, in my experience, they listen to fake statistics, not real statistics.
What fake statistics? What are you
Like
talking
rape.
about?
A rape statistic?
What
Like
rape?
the
What are we even? I'm not talking about rape.
Or I know you're not, but I'm saying like liberals listen to fake statistics like 1 in 4 and be like, oh, look at this horrible rape epidemic. How awful is it?
I think the sexual assault figures are overblown. The 1 in 6 statistic came from like 2 colleges. It was a bullshit fucking stat. I don't disagree with any of that. But right now we're talking about the differences.
It would.
I'm not a lib. Trust me. Okay, I am not a lib. Okay. So. But we're talking about the impact that nature versus nurture has on people. This is a very well-researched field of psychology, okay? This is not like, we're not talking about some new age shit. The nature versus nurture argument.
Pull out a book or a piece of research from right over here next to me right now. That would be like, oh my god, this nature versus nurture shit is such trash. It's...
What?
The nature versus nurture shit, yes, it's a thing. But the fact of the matter is that... Okay, do you understand how you can control for variables in a statistical test?
Yeah, in what particular statistical test? I understand what a control and a variable is, if that's what you're asking.
Like a log logistical test.
I don't know what that term means.
Okay, so you can control for variables in most statistical research.
Okay.
Including, like, sex and gender, which, by the way, we analyze as separate variables.
Okay.
And generally speaking, now here's the problem, is that laymen, and I do sometimes hate using that term because it makes people upset, laymen don't understand how to read statistical data and outputs, okay?
I understand that. That kind of sounds like you right now, but okay, continue on.
Oh, whoa, I'm a layman?
Yes, you're sounding like it because you're trying to give me causal links that are very hard to establish in any soft science.
I would never give a causal link, you fucking monster.
That's what you're telling me. You're telling me that we've done the research that determines that gender determines what field you want to go in. You're the one telling me that.
Cannot determine causal links. We can only determine correlational links, and we can determine temporal-based links.
Okay, cool. So if you see it, that's awesome. I'm glad we agree on that. That's cool because I remember learning that in school and you learned that in school. So if we see that a large amount of men prefer something and a large amount of women prefer something, because we're both relatively educated, you much more than I, but we both understand that you then cannot make the statement that maybe men just prefer X because that is a causal statement, right? You're trying to say that the reason why men choose X is because they are men. That is a causal link. Instead of saying, well, men prefer...
Okay, no, baby cake. You're a little confused.
Okay,
right, so
okay, unconfuse me.
I'm sorry. Let me retract that. I'm really not trying to be diminutive.
Sure.
But we cannot normally form causal relationships in social science. What we can form are temporally based correlational relationships. Okay.
Okay.
So I can say that this happened, then that happened. Okay. And now I tell this to every single one of my freshmen, is that, do you want to know? Here's an interesting thing. I have two really cool examples that I tell my freshmen, which is it's really interesting to know that there is, of course, a correlational relationship between violence and ice cream sales. Now, why is that? It's because when it's hot, people
commit
do
more crime than when it's cold. Sure, I'm aware. I know this example. Yeah.
the university that I work at, which I won't name, but it was named as one of the biggest party schools in the United States, and they basically said like, oh, come down to the student union to determine to talk to the students, and it was, I think, Rolling Stone, I guess. And they came down and they stood in front of the student union, which is right in front of where all of the liberal arts colleges are. And they took a sample, and all of the students said like, yeah, woo, spring break, woo, and yeah, so they all kind of just said that it was like the biggest party school ever, and then that got the school the notoriety of being the biggest party school, and the purpose of which is that that's a bad sample. So my whole purpose here is these are the two things I teach my students is like, one, fuck off. One, you have to be good about your sample size. You have to be good about who your sample is. And then two, what was my other point? Shit, I lost my place. Because your chat is fucking with me because I found my university. Shit, okay, whatever. Now I'm giving up because now I'm upset. I shouldn't have given my advice. Yeah, sorry. I fucked this whole fucking speech up. Yeah, your whole chat's gonna try to get me fired. I knew this.
Listen.
I shouldn't have done this.
So, like I'm not entirely sure what the point of that entire story was.
But then I got disturbed.
I guess, like, so again, let me say that I present to you a study that if I randomly sample accurate cross section of American society of 5,000 men.
Accurate cross section.
Yeah, accurate. Yeah.
Because the whole problem that I'm finding too with the Democrats is that they are taking very, very targeted samples.
Okay, I'm not talking about targeted samples, okay? I'm saying that, let's say, I'm just using one example. I'm talking about the Democrats or the liberals, okay? We're talking about science right now, okay? If I were to take a sample of 10,000 people, 5,000 men and 5,000 women, and I were to find that men prefer X field and women prefer Y field, you agree that study doesn't tell you anything, right? It gives you something to look into, but you can't make any accurate determinations about anything just from that study, right? Other than men prefer this, we don't know why, and women prefer this, but we don't know why. Do you understand that, right?
Here's what our research indicates, okay? The research that I've done and the research that my field has done is that the idea of sex has nothing to do with that.
Okay, first of all, you keep bringing up sex and gender. The amount of transgender people in America is like less than 1%, isn't it? So I don't think this is like a really big deal that you have all these people that are of a different gender than they have sexual organs, right?
But I'm telling you, when we conduct this research, and usually it's given sort of choose your sex, choose your gender, in terms of a Likert scale, Likert type piece of research, you know, and or a poll. And we find that when people select their own gender, despite the fact that they're only 1%, their sex matters less than their gender. And I know that this is like a fucking poll-tard here telling you like,
you're
hey,
like, but you're in such crazy confirmation. Like, this bias is like unbelievable. This is a worthless study. Let's say that you get a woman, like, this is just one possible of millions of explanations. Let's say that you get a woman who all of her life she grew up working on cars and she works on cars and she likes doing that, blah, blah, blah. And then she's given a test, and maybe because she feels like a super tomboy, maybe she writes that I feel more like a man than a woman because of the manly things that she's into. That gives somebody like you ammunition to go, well, look, women that identify as men on their gender thing, look, they say they prefer manly things, so therefore it supports my thing, right? You understand that a test like that is vulnerable to so many different things that you can't...
I'm sorry, ammunition, do you think that I do this to like...
Okay, ammunition or points to prove your point or whatever, facts to prove your point. I'm just saying that, like, you're giving me these extreme things and trying to say that they're proving these extremely, like, overwhelming generalizations when that's not how it works.
Social science doesn't prove anything. Social
No,
science
but it's trying to draw very, very strong relationships or to give you an idea that something is a likely cause or like... What?
You have to understand that my field is 100% on your side. The reason I'm so worried about being doxxed is because I will lose my job. I will lose my position. I will lose any ability to ever work in the field again if I am outed as a right-wing person. Do you understand that?
Then why even say that where you were from? Yeah,
Well,
I mean, we can end if we want to end the conversation, we can. If it makes you more comfortable, I'm okay with that.
It's really make me. I mean, it's already out there. Whatever. Like people are already gonna. I knew this going in here that I was gonna be doxxed. So it's like whatever. I'm also taking sabbatical this semester, so like whatever. But hopefully everyone will forget about it. Yeah, but no. Like, why is it? I don't know, why is it like if you're a liberal and you could have the most extreme liberal position, like all whites are racist?
Never had that position before.
Like, why can you have those positions?
I don't believe that all white people are racist.
As a person in my life, do you understand what I'm saying? Why could you have those positions and be fine, and then I hold, like, Make America Great Again, and then I'll get fired? Do you understand? You're
posting the best, like, hyperbolic things on both sides and then asking me a question. I mean, well, how do you want me to respond, dog?
I mean, you've asked me some pretty hyperbolic shit. So I'm
like what? What unfair hyperbolic things do you think I've asked you?
You asked me, like, some shit about, like, racism. And like, I mean, come on. Like, okay. Whatever. Make America Great Again. I don't know, but, like, I can't say that. I can't wear that hat. Like, if I put okay, here's a question. If I put a Make America Great Again or Trump Pence sign in my window, I would be worried about getting people fucking throwing rocks at it and shit.
Are you looking for me to defend people that use violence to support their political opinions? Because I'm not going to. I have no desire to do that. I don't think...
You support that?
No, I don't support... What? First of all, I'm not a Hillary supporter. I just really don't like Trump. Secondly,
Trump.
What? I don't support any type of violence to further your political opinion.
Okay, let's move on then. What topic have we not covered that you support Trump for?
I think you were telling me what you support Trump.
Trump for, I mean. Excuse me.
What do you... What I don't even know. So what thing did we have what was the one thing you listed that we support Trump on?
I have an interesting sort of opinion. How do you feel about teachers? How do you feel like they should get paid? How do you feel like that shit should go down in terms of education in the United States?
I think education in the United States is really bad right now. I don't know what the solution is. It's a really complicated thing. It seems to me that teachers in general are pretty underpaid. I don't know what the solution to that is. It doesn't...
How should we teach people? How should we teach students?
I don't know. There's a lot of like PhD level analysis on education. I don't know I don't know. I don't have a good answer there.
I ask a question. It's like, I don't know, and that's fine with your viewers, but I ask a question, or you ask me a question, and it's like, hang this bitch.
Do you understand why? It's because if you ask me a question that I don't know the answer to, I don't pretend to know the answer. That's why I don't get crucified for it.
Pretty frequently pretending to not know the answer to some of the shit you've asked me about.
What is one question that I've asked that you've admitted to not having an answer to, rather than being able to provide an anecdote to back up?
Oh, provide my anecdote doesn't mean shit.
Then why are you providing them as a basis for an argument?
Because you're asking me about questions. So how else do you want me to fucking answer?
You could answer like I do and say, I don't really know. I don't have an answer for that.
I mean, sometimes I do have an answer, but, like, you don't like my anecdote either.
Because the anecdote is irrelevant when we're talking about classes in the United States.
How come it's... Okay, so here's a real question. How come it's irrelevant when we're talking about class when it has to do with a white person who is lower class? But when it has to do with a black person who is lower class, that's great. We can totally have that conversation. I'm really asking this question. How come it's great when a black person wants to have a conversation about class, but when a white person who grew up
Is there like a third person in here that I don't... Because I have no idea who the fuck you're arguing with right now. I have never made either of those two statements.
I'm just asking, how come it's okay for a black person to have an argument about class, but if a white person decides to have an argument about their own class, then it's bad and racist?
I don't know. Whoever said that statement got me. I mean, I don't support those positions. I think those positions are untenable.
Okay, so, but wait. But you think I'm privileged? because I'm white.
I think that white people in general are privileged. Maybe you particularly weren't, but I think that in general, white people have it a little bit better than black people or Hispanics in the United States.
Does it kind of get just so if you're going to suggest legislature, it would have to be a general, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you would have to talk about like general statistics if you were introducing legislature. I'm sorry, in order to affect the entire country. Sure, yeah, it would have to be general.
So wouldn't that affect me as an impoverished white person? That I would be sort of lumped in with the incredibly like privileged white people?
I don't. Are you being serious?
No, I actually am, because I want to know how liberals feel about that.
I'm not a liberal, okay? I'm just not an idiot. So you're asking me, what you're saying is, I am part of a group, and because these widespread things apply to my group, but I'm the outsider, because I'm the statistical deviant, that entire everything should cater exactly to me. That's the statement that you're making. What?
How do you think you call us Trumpkins? How do you think we feel? I don't agree with absolutely everything Trump says. And yet, it's okay.
What do we? Wait. We're not talking about Trumples or anything. Like, we're talking about. We were talking about making legislation that would impact large groups of people, and you're trying to say that random one-offs should have a dramatic impact on how you view an entire class of people.
Dude, and Hillary fans want to make white people a second-class citizens.
What? How? Just tell me how. I don't know where we're at now. Tell me how.
We're incapable of racism. We should be placed absolutely last on the list of people who get hired. We're evil and racist, all of us, absolutely all of us. We're the devil. I mean, like, have you paid any fucking attention?
I've paid very close attention to this entire election, and I haven't heard her say anything remotely resembling that. I promise you, I've watched more hours of Trump and Hillary and both debates. What?
Have you paid the average SAW?
SAW? SJW?
Yeah, have you paid any attention to how they feel about white people?
I'm not an SJW. Do you think I'm an SJW?
I'm not. I don't know who the fuck you are, man.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, like, everyone I know who's a Hillary supporter thinks white people are evil.
That's cool. Well, I don't think that white people are evil. I am a white people. Okay.
Including all the white people I know who are Hillary supporters think white people are the devil. And it's like...
I mean, based on the way that you sound, it seems to me like you would keep a lot of conservative friends, more so than liberal ones. I guess I could be wrong.
Okay, you're very wrong.
Okay. However, just because you have a lot of liberal friends, I guess, that think that white people are the devil doesn't necessarily mean that that's the prevailing thought in the United States. That sounds like a...
average liberal feel then, if you think you could speak a little bit more.
I don't think the average liberal thinks that a white person is the devil.
Do you think white people are bad, though?
Not. What do you mean bad?
Are we responsible for all the ills in the world? For colonialism? I mean, we're obviously responsible for colonialism.
Yeah, for sure. Like colonialism. Yeah, sure. I think that we're...
Like, should we, like, die?
No, I don't want to die. I don't want my kid to die. I don't want any of my friends to die.
And just, you know... I don't know, man, but I know that most liberals really don't want... I mean, like, you have to look at...
You realize that what you think of as most liberals are the extremely, like, digested, like, distilled versions you get on poll, right? You know that that's not the average person. You know that you guys are way the fuck out there in, like, right field, like, completely in a different universe, right? That the average liberal doesn't think that all white people are evil and that Republicans are lizard people and all that shit. You know that's not the average person, right?
Joking. No, I understand that, but, I mean, you have to look at, like...
What do I need to look at?
Sweden. Look at Sweden.
What about Sweden? Why do we even care about Sweden?
Have you seen what's happened to Sweden?
What's happened to Sweden?
They have been completely overrun.
Completely overrun. In what specific ways have they been completely overrun?
Muslim immigrants.
In what way have they been completely overrun? Please tell me.
Do you not know anything about the rapes?
Oh, so now you want to talk about the rape statistics? Now the rape statistics are relevant to you? That's really funny. Because did you know that in Sweden?
God. You're incapable of separating things.
No. Actually, these are very closely tied together. Did you know that in Sweden, did you know that every single form of unwanted sexual whatever is reported as a rape? And that's the reason why the rape statistics are so fucking huge. It's funny that you aren't critical or skeptical of Sweden's rape statistics because that plays into your narrative of hating Muslims. But when it comes to the United States' rape statistics, you are very skeptical. I think that that's kind of funny. I thought that was kind of funny.
Just being raped, whereas in this country, a woman has sex with a man, and then 3 months later, she decides she's like,
yeah,
like
okay, I know. No, that's great. You're very, very, very skeptical of the rape stats in the United States, as you should be. But when rape stats are reported in Sweden, and that plays into your narrative, all the skepticism is out the window.
You know what? Here we'll go. I'll do another anecdote. When I was in high school, I had a girl. Her name was I'm not gonna give her name, number, and she raped a boy in my class named Trevor. Her name was Maria. She raped a boy in my class named Trevor. She got pregnant, and she fucking sued him for child support. Okay? So that's why I'm against this shit.
If it happened, I mean, dude, you should fucking publish that story. If it happened to your one friend, I mean, damn, dude, that sounds like we should change the entire way the entire world works because it happened to that one dude. Like,
we're acting like it doesn't happen. We're acting like it doesn't happen. Where the fact that fucking, here's the thing. We're acting like the fucking fact that women do not get fucking child custody in 90% of the cases. My mother was one of them. My mother is diagnosed as fucking crazy, okay? And she got child support over my father because she's a woman. And I got raised by a fucking crazy person because of that. And do you want to know what? It's not just me. It's basically everyone. It's 90 fucking percent.
90% of what?
Of divorces where the children end up with a mother.
So what does that mean?
You don't understand?
What? Maybe it's a good thing because earlier you were telling me that women were drawn more towards certain things more because of their gender. Maybe in your world, women are just drawn towards child rearing, and that's why they go to the women more often than the men. Seems to me like you should support that, no? Are you trying to tell me now that when you determine which parent a child should go to, now the gender equality comes in? Now it needs to be a 50-50 split? Now all of a sudden it's really important that we achieve maximum fucking 50-50 equality amongst the two genders? But before, when we talked about preferential fields, that didn't matter at all. You kind of see how like your mind is full of inconsistencies. Only when it plays into your narrative do you not question anything. But anytime it goes against your narrative, you're ultra hyper skeptical about everything. Like you don't see the problems here at all?
Motherfucker, you've never lived this shit. And not only that,
you have no idea what I've lived, honey, okay? You're 26-year-olds with a PhD. You're okay. You're doing okay. Please don't make any assumptions about my life, but both of our lives are irrelevant to this conversation, okay? So
here's the thing. Guess what? 90% of fucking custody battles are won by women.
Okay, so you think here that gender equality is important, that more men need to win these battles?
You are conflating two entirely disparate ideas.
Okay, let's take something more related. Do you think that it's wrong that when you control for expounding variables, do you think that it's wrong that, or confounding variables, do you think that it's wrong that black people in general are sentenced at higher prison times than white people, even when it's the same crime? Do you think that's wrong?
They commit more crime.
No, I'm talking about when you control for variables, the same crime, a black person is more likely to be, or what about the difference between like crack cocaine and powder cocaine? Do you think that all of that?
They commit more crime. They're more.
You got it, dude. You're impenetrable. You're an impenetrable fortress.
How?
I'm impressed. Because you're able to hold all of these contradictory thoughts in your head, despite your level of education, which is impressive, but you can't reconcile these different worlds that you have to visit in order to justify any of the things you say.
Here's the thing I want to point out. There's a book called The Political Brain. Is it that? Or The Political Mind? I always forget. I think it's Political Mind. So, yes, it is a cognitive scientist's guide. No, that's not it. That's not the brain or the book I was thinking about. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find this book. Yeah, Political Brain. It's the role of emotion in deciding the fate of the nation. So I'm going to tell you right now something that's really interesting, okay? So essentially, what the scientists found is the fact that partisans, such as yourself, and I guess myself...
I am not partisan. Not even close.
You don't think so?
No, I'm pro-life and I lean pretty conservative on the economic side of things when I have the opportunity to. Yes, I am not partisan. I'm the last thing in the world you would ever call me as partisan. Okay?
What? Whoa. Okay, now why are you pro-life?
It's irrelevant. But keep going.
No, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Is that okay?
Yeah, knock yourself out. Okay? We'll wait.
Okay, one.
Do you see the conversation that we had this morning? This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about that feeds into my fucking egotistic bullshit. Like, holy shit. Why do you only debate retards? I pull from anywhere. I always give anybody an opportunity to come on if they want. I don't care who you are. I've had, like... Also, don't call people retarded in my fucking stream, okay? This person was nice enough to come on. To be fair, she's braver than 99% of the other fucking pull-tards that are too scared to come on, so I mean...
Okay.
All right.
Anyway, so this book, which is really interesting, and if you don't consider yourself a partisan, that's cool. But the interesting thing about it is that it sort of indicates that. Am I too loud? Shoot. It sort of indicates that partisans can never be influenced on their positions.
Sure, I don't disagree with that. That's the whole argument I've been making at you this entire time.
Well, I'm a partisan. I've never voted Republican in my life.
Okay. But it sounds like you hold these positions that you believe very strongly in, and you're very susceptible to personal bias when evaluating the validity of these positions.
I'm not susceptible to data.
Okay. But when you do you understand how, like, if I bring up the problems with rape statistics in Sweden, you're very quick to brush that aside, but you're very critical of the rape statistics in the
rape statistics in Sweden?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Because you wanted to talk about how the Muslim invasion and the crimes and the rapes there.
Yes.
You're the
It's
one
extremely high.
Okay, and I brought up that the way that Sweden reports rapes is very different than the rest of the world.
Okay.
But
all right. But have you?
Okay, but that's not the only example. When I brought up black people being committed to more amounts of jail time for committing the same amounts for the same crime as a white person, you were very quick to dismiss that. When I talked about how when you brought up,
I get the feeling it's the same thing as the wage gap.
What do you mean? The wage gap exists? What about it? Shh, lower voice. You believe me. You and I agree on this, but I'll let you have your spiel. You don't think that the wage gap exists?
No, we talked about this. I don't think it exists because women choose different jobs.
Okay.
And women work less.
Awesome. So listen. We agree. A wage gap exists. And it exists because women choose different jobs and women work less. So we agree, right?
Okay. Oh, I didn't know that's what you meant.
I meant what I said. No, we agree.
Okay.
So now the next question that a scientist or a sociologist or a psychologist, maybe sociologist, would ask is, why do women work less? Why do women choose different fields of work? That's where that line of question leads us to, right?
Well, women work less because they choose to have children. And now, is that an inequality? I would say yes.
Okay. Not. That's. I don't think it's just because of the children thing, though. I don't think it's just because of the children thing.
That's the main one, and it's because
that's the main one. Do you have research that can link me to an exact statistical?
I do not. That is an opinion.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
And I would no. I mean, I'm allowed to have opinions too.
Okay. Well, my opinion is I don't think that they do. So
is leave for men is parent leave for men. No. We need more leave for men. I think we need more leave for women as well because I believe it's insane the short amount of time that most women are allowed in this country.
Sure, and paternal leave and all of that are good things, right? Now look. Look at what just happened, okay? I want to point this out because I'm very happy, okay? We just had a statistic, the wage gap, that even though we looked at it a little differently, we both agree that it exists. And now what you are presenting to me are solutions to that gap. Maybe men need a little bit more paternal leave. Maybe women need more paternal. Maybe there's a different way to balance that out, right? So that we can reach a better equilibrium between the two sexes, right? Look at that. That was a good...
I just do not think that it's a gap in the way that it is presented by feminists.
Sure. Listen, don't strawman me. I do agree that there are a lot of people that say stupid shit like women earn 78 cents on the dollar for a man or whatever. I think even Obama was quoted as saying that, and I do think that shit is stupid as fuck. Okay, but I'm not here to back those statements up.
It's incorrect statistics.
Sure.
And that triggers me. But so yes, I would agree 100%. Outside of that, I really okay. So, I don't know, what was the issue? Immigrants?
I felt that you are playing double standards to things that you disagree with. Was what we initially brought up. So I brought up your views of gender equality in two different areas, on rape statistics in two different areas, and on crimes in courtrooms in two different areas.
It's really not a double standard. It's that things have specific times where they are applicable.
Okay, and the times that are politically expedient?
It's not politically expedient. I'm an anarcho-communist, anarcho-capitalist.
Okay, but you're very anti-immigration of Muslims. I can tell that from our conversation.
Extremely anti. What it's not. Okay, here's the thing. I hate the fact that that's considered a racist thing, and that's exactly why I don't want anyone to find out who I am, because that's what will make me lose my job.
Okay, sure. I mean, I think I don't want to call you racist, but when the United States has huge problems.
Why is Islam being anti-Islam racist?
Because I don't know people that are like anti-Islam but love Mexicans or Hispanics. It's like I
love Mexicans and Hispanics.
Okay, well that's cool. Then maybe you're the odd one out. But like I personally, and I admit this is anecdotal, but I could also poll. I could give you polls for this data as well. That a lot of people that share the anti-immigration sentiments feel very similarly about Muslims and feels very very similarly about Mexicans, but don't feel the same way about people in Western Europe. So it's like a little bit strange sometimes when you have a bunch of people saying like, whoa, I'm not racist. I just hate Mexicans and I just hate Islamic people, and I just hate people in like Africa, and I think black people in the United States are fucked. But I'm not racist. None of those are racist. I'm not racist. I'm just against all of these different groups of people that happen to not be white. Like it gets a little bit hard for me to buy after a certain period in time.
Okay,
but
I don't like Christianity.
Cool.
I hate Islam. Islam is a medieval religion that encourages throwing gay people off of rooftops. It encourages.
I don't think all Muslims do that, but there are definitely
not all Muslims. It's like not all feminists. That's it. It is a complete excuse.
Okay, I don't think I want to get into the foreign country debate because I feel like it's going to turn into a huge shit show.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever, but I really do not think that we should allow
any Muslims into the country.
Not all, but I mean, if they have ties to ISIS, just get the fuck out.
Do you think that we let people into this country with ties to ISIS?
We do.
Why? How?
Why do we let them in?
How do they get in with ties to the ISIS?
Do you understand that like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and all these countries just like are funding this shit? Trying to.
Okay, but how do you think they just get in?
Because we're like okay with it.
We're okay with how? How would they make it past all of the checks that we do for people that come in?
Have you ever been through security on a plane?
Do you think that getting into the United States of America is the same as just going through security on an airplane?
Pretty much. I've left the country, so...
Because you're coming out of the United States of America. You realize there's a big difference.
Come back. You think I just left and never
Do you have
back?
A passport?
Yes.
So you have an official document backed by the United States of America saying that you're a legitimate citizen.
You know how easy it is to get it? You just wait 6 weeks.
Okay, so then so if somebody has ties to ISIS but they're sneaking with a passport, what do we do about that? What does that have to do with anything?
I don't fucking know.
You're saying we shouldn't let people into the country with ties to ISIS. The implication there is that we let people into the country with ties to ISIS. But now you're telling me they sneak in with illegitimate passports. So those are two different things. So then we don't let people into the country with ties to ISIS, right?
Pretty lax in it.
How are we lax? Can you tell me the process for a person coming over to the United States? Especially from like the refugee zone, can you tell me the screening that they have to go through?
Yeah, I'll tell you. You go to the airport and you show them your passport.
So there's no personal interviews with the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, and all of these other organizations, Homeland Security. None of these people vet your background or have multiple interviews conducted with you in person or have individuals that talk to you. None of that happens. That's all just like a big meme. People just show up at the airport and they get in.
It's never happened to me, to or from.
Because you are a United States citizen. You really don't understand the difference between being a United States citizen and being from...
How do you think, like, okay, so, like, look at the fact that, like, fucking, okay, so if you think it's so difficult.
It is.
Look at the fact that, like...
To legally get into the United States is very difficult. We have one of the most stringent processes in the world.
A bunch of immigrants, a bunch of Syrian immigrants got sent to Poland, right? So Polska Skreli, and
I'm talking about the United States. I'm not talking about Poland. I don't know how the fuck.
Listen to me. So a bunch of immigrants, of Syrian immigrants, got sent to Poland by mistake, and they got put in a not very fun, not very luxurious, building, and they didn't like it, so they wanted to go back to Greece so they could go to Germany where they could get a bunch of money.
Okay.
You understand, like, why this shit's bullshit.
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. How does this relate to what I just said?
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's really easy, at least in the EU, to get around. And once
because the European Union all have agreements drawn up with each other to allow you to freely move from country to country.
You are in the EU and you have an EU passport, you can get into the US super easily.
Super easily, really. So you don't have to go through all of those organizations to vet you. Do you really, kid? I guess, like, it's funny for me because I stream and I have an international audience, so, like, I hear from a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm sure my fucking channel's gonna be destroyed after this.
It is very difficult to legally, like, there are people that, even in my world of esports, even people that play games professionally have problems just getting a visa to come to the United States sometimes. Just to play games in front of millions of people can have difficulties proving that they deserve the visa to come into the United States. But you're telling me that somebody who's from the country of fucking Iraq or Palestine or Saudi Arabia can just super easily get an EU passport and then just dip into the United States? You really believe that?
Yeah, I do. Why not? You're
Why not? Because I can give.
Racist if you don't. You're racist if you don't. I mean, if you just don't allow everybody in, you're totally racist. You're super awful. You're a terrible racist.
You're strawmanning me again. I never said any of these things.
No, I know you didn't. I'm not saying you did. I'm saying that's what the fucking narrative is.
No, that's what the extremist narrative that you're presented on poll says. That's not reality.
I don't even use poll that much. Like,
hold on. Do you read, like...
Do you really think someone who uses poll, like, 24/7 would say things like gender and sexuality are disparate concepts?
No, probably not. But one of the things that we do as humans is if we have personal experience with something, we'll rationalize that away but still buy into another hate group. There were a lot of people, for example, in American history who were part of the KKK, hated black people through and through, but personally had black friends. And their excuse would be like, well, I know him personally. He's a cool dude.
That's not what I'm saying. Oh my God. I'm not saying, oh, I had a black friend.
No. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying that, yeah, it's definitely possible for you to browse like extremist alt-right media, but still have personal views that slightly differ because of personal experience.
What's wrong with the alt-right?
They represent...
It means, what do you think it is?
For me personally, in like negative terms or in like objective terms?
In objective terms.
In objective terms, I think that alt-right people are very patriotic, extremely protective of the currently existing culture, and are extremely protective of the current status quo of how things work in the United States. I also think they're very nostalgic in terms of how things used to be, although I'm not sure exactly what that means sometimes.
It's sort of like, okay, so here's the thing is that they're not supporting the status quo. They're actually supporting the opposite of the status quo because right now...
I'm sorry, when I said status quo, I meant like things like culturally, like white people, culture, position. I'm trying to say this in ways that aren't like really negative that'll trigger the fuck out of you.
No, is it really triggering me? I mean, I've gotten mad at some things you've said, but no, like, I'm not a white supremacist.
Okay, well then, this is what I actually think about in non-objective terms. I think that the alt-right people are incredibly nationalistic to a disgusting amount, to a toxic amount. I think that they're way too full of themselves in terms of what America is. I think that they are very blind to the crimes that America has committed and continues to commit sometimes overseas. They're incapable of seeing any fault with the United States. They give way too much credence to big business and think that every businessman is looking looking out for their best interests, which is stupid, and businessmen know it, but it's funny because the uneducated and unexperienced people don't know that. And I think that the majority of them are probably racist, or at least so hyper-nationalistic that people of a different skin color threaten them and their culture. That's what I think about people on the alt-right in general.
Okay, that's interesting. How come white people should be held responsible for the crimes of their ancestors?
What do you
Yeah,
mean by
just-
held responsible?
That's what you basically said. You said they should be held responsible.
Never said that. No, I don't think I even said anything even
maybe I
remotely
mis-
insinuating that. I do think
sorry,
that
but you
people...
said it like
Sure, okay. I think that America...
But we did fucked up shit, right?
Yeah, we
Like,
did. Yeah, of course. America has fucked up shit.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so then how come the Japanese shouldn't be held responsible for their fucked up shit? How come...
For what fucked up shit? You realize Japan got... You realize Japan got nuked twice, right?
Japan! Oh my god.
You realize Japan got nuked twice, right? Should we have dropped a third bomb on them? What do you mean, held accountable?
Do you know what the rape of
The rape of Nanking? Yeah, I know that. You know they got nuked twice, right? You like what? How much more do you want to? We literally destroyed the country and went in and rebuilt it from the ground up. What else do you want us to do? What?
We rebuilt it. Okay, but why? Do you know it's the Japanese legislature is actually trying to make it illegal to talk about Japanese war crimes?
Is that true? Didn't the president of Japan just a few years ago go and for the first time formally apologize on behalf of Japan for some of the crimes that they had committed in different areas? What?
I mean, they were like, whoops, we're sorry, but no, they're trying to make it now illegal to talk about Japanese
Okay,
war crimes.
well, I think that's bad. In Germany, they have similar things where it's illegal to even do
Germany,
like
it's completely illegal to talk about
Well,
Hitler.
no,
You
that's
can
not true.
insult,
No,
you
that's
can-
not true. No, that's
yes,
not
you can
true.
talk hate- Oh
That's
my
not true.
god,
That's not true.
Are you wrong? Are you insane? Like
No.
you can actually
No.
go to jail for the shit.
For being a Nazi, maybe, but for
He's
just
Nazi, yes.
yeah,
but
okay, sure, but not for just talking about
Your viewers hate the fact that this is reality.
What?
Your viewers really hate the fact they don't like reality. It's really funny. So yes, that's pretty hilarious. Oh, good, they want to attack me. That's great. Anyway, so it's only America that's responsible for things that happen.
Did I ever
200
say
years
it
ago.
was only America's fault? I never said that. I don't care about other countries though. I'm talking about the United States. Why do you keep deflecting?
Okay, no, okay. So is it my fault the fact that my family never owned slaves? Am I still a bad person for being white?
No, I never said that.
I'm just asking because that's
No.
that's a real opinion that many.
That's a
people
real
have.
opinion that some people have that you probably see posted on poll all the time because the only opinions you get there are the super distilled opinions that they want you to see.
Do you know how I ended up on poll?
How?
I ended up on poll because I was on Tumblr in Action on Reddit, and I was like, oh shit. This is
Okay,
fucked
then
up.
replace every time I say poll, replace it with the Donald. Then it's the same community.
Uh,
What?
I've never used whatever that is. The
Oh,
Donald.
okay.
is that
It's a
Reddit?
subreddit on. Yeah.
But no, like, whatever. No, I started using poll because of how fucked up this shit is.
What shit is super fucked up?
People who hate democracy, people who just want to destroy anyone who disagrees with them. And that is why you have to understand that is why the alt-right has come into such prominence, is because the left absolutely silences everyone.
Okay. I don't disagree. I think that liberals in general have a very toxic way of dealing with criticisms. I don't disagree with that. I don't think that Milo should be banned from giving speeches in school, even though I disagree with everything he says, and I think he's personally a piece of shit. But I do think that...
I actually don't agree with much of what Milo says too.
Okay.
I think he's kind of a jerk.
Okay, but you're trying to attribute to me. I'm making a specific argument about something, and then your response to that has always been to back up a little bit and then attribute to me the most extreme opinions that you're presented to about people that share some of my points of view.
I think you've really. I know you think you've beaten me on some things. I really don't think you have. So I don't know what topic is there that we haven't covered that you think you can beat me on. Or that you can beat me on. Doesn't matter if you can beat me, whatever.
I mean,
So we've covered immigration a little bit. I mean, we could still talk about immigration. We haven't really covered that completely. So what is your opinion on immigration?
I mean, as long as the people are properly vetted, I don't see a problem with immigration to the United States.
At all?
I mean, what do you mean by at all? I mean, obviously we can't let in 500 million
immigrants, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like our immigration system right now is pretty broken and needs some kind of overhaul.
Agree. I'm not really.
Wait, but you don't. Well, you agree, but you think that it should be modeled in such a way that lets in far fewer Mexicans and far fewer Muslims. So I don't think that we're on the same page there.
I agree that. Okay, so my family are Welsh and German, and they came here via immigration, legal immigration. So I do not believe that the type of immigration that's getting, like, you have to understand, you have to look at this from a realistic point of view, is the fact that there are people coming over from Mexico illegally and are basically getting all of the benefits of being an American citizen and getting hired and being able to make money without ever even trying to become an American citizen.
Sure, that's a problem. I agree that illegal immigration is a problem. Do you know how many illegal
You
immigrants
do?
we have in the United States right now?
Millions.
It's about 13 million is the current estimate. So yeah, illegal immigration is definitely a problem in the United States. I don't disagree with
How
that.
can you believe that? Because, okay, so here's the thing. So, like, I recently been hearing libs say that they don't want any ability. They want to remove requiring IDs to vote. And to me, that just says we just want to allow illegals to vote. And that's fucking bullshit.
I would have to look at the specific arguments. I'm not sure it's possible.
I mean, do you think you should be able to vote without a US ID?
I don't know what other requirements they're asking for. I don't think you should be able to go into a thing and just state your name and vote. I think that's pretty stupid.
Yes, okay, thank you. So that's basically what I think.
What does that have to do with immigration?
Because I don't want illegals to come in here and have abilities to give their opinions on our fucking legislature. If they haven't gone through, I mean, because it's obviously difficult. I mean, the people who were my, ancestors, they came through Ellis Island or whatever, and they fucking went through all the shit that's required to become American citizens. And that is not the way that most people become American citizens these days.
So what does that have to do with illegal immigrations?
Why should we allow it?
We shouldn't. I don't think anybody is in favor of
So should
illegal
we build a
immigration.
wall? I mean, personally, I think a physical wall will not work.
No,
obviously.
of course not. The majority of people that are in this country illegally are here because they overstay visas. The wall is something that's only supported by people that are uneducated and ignorant to the realities of illegal immigration, okay?
No, I agree 100%.
Okay. That's a pretty big selling point for Trump, though. You see that at his rallies, build the wall, but okay.
No, I see build the wall as a sort of talking point more than a actual point.
How much do I have to donate to
because
step up to the...
Even if they built the best wall possible, and even if everything was perfect, illegal migrants could still either go under it, go over it, or break through it. So it's an absolute impossibility. I feel like the idea of build a wall is a philosophical sort of point of keep America isolated.
Awesome. So once again, we found something that Trump says, and because it's in reality stupid, you're calling it philosophical.
Yeah.
Okay. And like...
No. Okay, let's get down to the facts, okay?
Okay.
Straight up?
Sure. The facts are that Trump has said that he wants to build a wall.
Trump has said a lot of really, really dumb things, okay? I think most of what Trump has said is dumb. But
Okay.
but I still love him.
Why? Why? You have a PhD. You're educated. Why do you love somebody that says stupid after stupid after stupid thing?
He's a meme king. And I hate Hillary so much. I hate Hillary so much. And I think that's not just me, but I think that many educated or non-educated people will look at their two options and be like, holy shit, this is fucked up. I voted independent in 2008 and 2012. And I would vote for Jill Stein this year if it wasn't so close. But I have to vote for Trump because
he's the meme king.
He's the meme king, and I despise Hillary so much. We do have the best memes, and I believe at least a little bit in him.
But you can't. But everything he says is dumb. What do you believe in Trump? What do you think Trump will do? Can you name one good thing that you think Trump would do for America?
I think Trump will secure the borders. I
How?
think Trump will bring jobs back.
With destroying our relationships with Mexico, how do you think Trump will restore the borders?
he needs to destroy the relationship with Mexico because Mexico's a fucked up country.
You
It's
realize
full-
that why don't people illegally immigrate from Canada to the United States?
because they are maplebacks, and I'm sorry.
Because Canada's a fine place to live. Why would you need to risk illegal immigration if Canada's an awesome place to live? Mexico is a fucked up place to live. That's why people immigrate illegally from Mexico to the United States, and they risk the rapes and the murders and the thieveries and the scams to do it.
Really, I mean, I know that there's some fucking issues. Obviously, there's problems trying to get here. Obviously. But the problem is that they come here illegally when they can come here legally, and they choose not to.
You think that it's easy to legally immigrate from Mexico to the United States?
I've been to foreign countries.
As a United States citizen, you have never immigrated to the United States before. Why do you keep saying that you traveled to some place so you know what the immigration process is like? Immigrating is not just hopping on a plane.
No! I have looked into and begun the process to emigrate to Poland and Iceland.
Nobody gives a fuck about Poland. Nobody gives a fuck about Iceland. And
oh, shit, motherfuckers! This guy doesn't give a fuck about Poland. Polska silna.
do you think that there are as many people trying to, well, maybe now with the Syrian refugee crisis, but before that, do you think there are as many people trying to illegally immigrate into fucking Poland as the United States of America from Mexico? Do you think that the surrounding countries in Western Europe, do you think people from Germany are fleeing en masse to get to Poland?
They should be. Poland's better than Germany. But Poland won't let them in because Poland's based.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, if your next door neighbor...
Understand. Listen to me. You talk about like where they're fucking going to.
Wait, no, we've already... Wait. Hold on, wait. I need to stop you because you've already said so many things.
Hang on. I'm going to say this real quick. The quote-unquote Syrian, quote, refugees went to Poland and were treated kind of less than they were hoping, so they begged to go back to Greece so they could go to Germany because they wanted, 1, more money, 2, a better place to stay, and 3, just generally being treated better. And the Poles didn't do that for them, so they were like, fuck you, Poland, and that's why Poland is based.
Can we read a little bit about how difficult it is, the time span that it takes to immigrate from Mexico to the United States? Do you want me to read you a little bit, or?
Sure. Please.
Okay. So it lists the waiting lists, the immigrants' waiting list by country for people trying to get from Mexico to the United States. This
is legal, though.
What? Yeah, this is 1.3 million Mexicans are on a waiting list to get to the United States. The waiting list should not be confused with the processing backlogs, which represent the length of time it takes for USCIS to adjudicate each application or petition. The waiting lists occur because the demand for green cards exceeds the limits enacted by Congress to regulate the level of immigration. The processing backlogs occur because USCIS has not effectively managed the huge volumes of applications from people seeking immigration benefits. For example, it has taken more than 16 months to process the applications for the wife and children of U.S. citizen Jimmy Gugliotta. There are no numerical limits for spouses and minor children of citizens, largely because the USCIS has diverted staff to processing deferred action and work permits for illegal aliens covered in the president's controversial executive actions. The waiting times in the family categories range from 19 months to 33 years. The waits in the employment category... What?
That's not realistic, though. I know that that's the estimate, but I don't think that's realistic.
Can you link me something? Stop. You have to link me something.
I'm wrong. I mean, I'm that's complete speculation. So, obviously, your statistics are completely correct, but I understand. Look, here's the thing that I understand is sad. Obviously, many people from Mexico want to come here because their country's kind of shit. For many reasons. And, get this, before you call me a racist, I think they should come here. Because this is the land of the fucking free. But I do want them to come here legally, and I know it's a pain in the ass.
Okay, I don't disagree with that, but you're the one that told...
My family did the same shit.
Okay, you told me that it was very easy to immigrate because you traveled to other countries.
I didn't say it was easy. I said that they need to immigrate instead of crossing the border illegally.
Okay, now let's look at this personally, okay? Let's look at this. Let's say that you have a family. Let's say that you live in a fucked up area of Mexico, okay? So
there are many. And here's the thing. legal Mexicans to come here.
Okay, so let's say that you live in parts of Mexico, okay, where everything is fucked up and your children are going to be fucked and your whole family is going to be fucked. And you, as a parent, the one thing that you might be able to do for your children is save up enough money, $5,000, whatever the cost is, to pay for somebody to illegally immigrate your family to the United States, right? If you had the opportunity to do that versus sitting on a waiting list that's going to take you 10 to 20 years to move out, and you run the risk of losing your family or something beforehand, don't you think you would always probably go after that?
I understand why exactly, but I also don't think that okay, here's the thing. If they want to come here illegally, fine.
No, I don't think it's fine. Listen, I'm not trying to... No, hold on. Please. I'm not trying to say that we should be okay with illegal immigration. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is look at the way the world works. Look at reality. The reality is illegal immigration... Okay, stop. Because I'm backing up a lot, okay? The reason why people illegally immigrate from Mexico is very well understood, okay? And a wall isn't going to stop that. So how do we stop illegal immigration from Mexico? Canada is a good country. They're a strong country. Their government works. They're not ran by fucking cartels. Their people aren't living in poverty. Because Canada is a strong country, we don't have to deal with illegal immigration from there. So when you look at a country like Mexico, it seems like having a Mexico that is a strong, stable country that gets a lot of support from the United States and isn't ran by fucking cartels that cut up school buses full of children to make a point, that it would probably be a better, safer place that people wouldn't want to illegally immigrate from. When you talk about destroying relationships with Mexico, which is what Trump has tried to do, Trump has demonized NAFTA, he's demonized past Mexican presidents, he's said really rude things in general about Mexicans and about Americans that have Mexican parents, that doesn't seem to be conducive towards solving any problems of illegal immigration. If anything, it seems to exacerbate those problems.
Okay, so a couple of things. One, I do agree with you for the most part. First of all, you're never going to stop illegal immigration, even if we put up a fucking wall with that's electric and all that shit. It will not stop illegal immigration. That will always happen. What we should do instead is increase better trade with Mexico.
I understand you're kind of in the middle of things right now,
stop being
so
a fucking third world nation. Moreover, the problem is that if you're talking about starting a war with some people, you should know that Hillary literally wants to drop fucking nuclear bombs on Russia.
Do you have a link to Hillary saying anything like that ever?
I will get it really quick.
Okay.
She wants to start a nuclear war with Russia over her emails.
Sure, find me a link that says that she wants to start a nuclear.
She says okay.
I know what she said because I know. Do you want me to tell you what she said exactly? Hillary said that we should have some type of military action as a threat.
I'm thinking of.
No, Hillary said that there should be military repercussions or sanctioned repercussions for people launching cyber attacks against other countries. I know what you're thinking of.
Their emails, like, oh no, my emails were attacked. I'm gonna attack Putin.
You don't see the prop. Do you think that emails are the only thing that have been lost to cyber attacks? Do you really believe that?
I think that Hillary only cares because it was her email.
Okay. Are you aware that every single person who lives in the United States who had ever applied for a security clearance, like for the past 10 years, had their information leaked?
Hey, me!
Okay,
hey, me.
So that's
hey,
you.
Me.
So China has all of your information, your PTSD, your medical information? Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Yes, I know. Yes, guess what? I have actually worked for a architecture engineering firm that worked with the government. I had to get security clearance. Also, my father is a higher up social security person. And so yes, all of my
Okay, so then it's not just Hillary's emails that we're running into problems to, okay? Cyber attacks are a very real thing that lead to very real damage.
She only cares because her emails showed how much of a fucking crooked person she was.
Okay, you think she only cares because of that, because that fits your narrative.
I would rather. I mean, it sucks that my fucking shit was stolen, but for her to be like, I'm gonna drop a nuke, essentially, what she's saying.
Show me where she said she's gonna drop a nuke. I'm waiting for you to link me that.
She's gonna start a war.
Show me where it says she's gonna start a war. Tell me, I'm waiting.
Said they
show me where. Link me something.
Action. Oh my god, I have to go find it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. What you're making are very bombastic claims. Should be very easy to just Google one line of thing. Yes, these are massive statements. Hillary says she's ready to go to war with Russia. I know the quote you're referring to. I listened to her say it. You're not quoting it correctly. I know exactly what you're talking about. She said that she would consider military action against countries that continue.
Action, which means war.
Okay.
I mean, what else is it supposed to be?
Let me see if I can explain this. When you go to negotiate with another country and you want to tell them to stop doing something, if your country is not allowed to sanction them or not allowed to engage in military action to stop them, you realize that they won't stop.
It's what it's supposed to be.
What?
So sanctions is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure she says sanctions in the same comment. I'm pretty sure she mentions sanctions as well, and says and something more like military action is like a last resort or something. Like, but I'll wait for you to find. I'll wait for you to find the exact video. I mean, I can go find it. I'm if.
Lazy, but I'll go find it right now.
Okay.
Hillary Clinton war in Russia. But yeah, no, I despise her. Oh, this is a video. Where's the tweet?
No,
There's
just
a
give me a
tweet, wasn't
video.
it?
We can watch the video. It takes a minute. The quote is only like a minute and a half long or whatever. Not even that.
Oh, that was probably it then. Putin's warning. This is Putin talking. No, that's not right. I mean, I remember this fucking. I was.
I don't think you remember it
disturbed.
very well if you think she ever used the term nuclear war in Russia.
Nuke. She didn't say nuke, but
Okay.
it was implied. You know what
No,
I'm saying?
I don't think so. No, but
So wait. Okay, excuse me. All right. So you're anti-Hillary and anti-Trump. So who are you voting for? Or who do you want to be in office?
there are only two options, and it's Hillary or Trump. And because I hate Trump, I have to go with Hillary.
Why do you hate Trump so much?
Because of everything that we've talked about. The first points that I started was that I think that Trump is an idiot. And then we went through statement by statement. And you agreed with me that all these statements that he made were stupid. You agreed that the statements on vaccines cause autism were dumb. You said that the statements on climate change were dumb. You said that building the wall was dumb. So, I mean, we've agreed on a lot of statements where he said things that are...
I agree with you on many, many points.
Okay, and then you also said by your own, you said on your own that
You're trying to catch me. You're probably
I'm not trying to catch you. No. Listen, I don't play games. I don't care about playing games. I don't want to win an argument. I'm using the words that you said. You very specifically said that I think the majority of what Trump says is dumb. That was your exact statement.
Oh,
Okay.
you're right.
So-
I think the majority of what he says is dumb.
Okay, so that's
But
why I
still
don't
think
like.
he's
So
dumb.
that's why I hate Trump, because I think that he's a child and an idiot. That's why I hate Trump.
I think Hillary. Okay, so here's my problem with Hillary. If I'm allowed to say it, Trump is an idiot. He is a big dumbo, but he has good intentions. I really do believe that. As much as he is a multi-billionaire asshole, I think he fucking cares about this country.
Why do you say that?
Because I just think he does.
But you can't give me any reasons. Just because you're in a soft science doesn't mean you have to stay away from like quantitative.
Oh shit! You know I'm in actually a quantitative science. Like I know you call it soft, but it is actually quantitative.
Okay.
I mostly do statistical research.
Okay, so when you go to your professor or when you go to your higher up or whatever, and you're saying something like, I feel like the majority of American audiences do or do not like this thing, then your
I would
professor
say
says, give me the
something like-
polling data to support that. You would never just say that's what I feel, right?
No, I wouldn't. And also the polling data is rigged, and I would.
Okay.
definitely-
But,
basically what I would say is that Hillary Clinton is a criminal, and I would never ever vote for a criminal, and anyone who votes for her is also criminal. And if we lived in a real democratic state, then they would potentially be responsible for the actions of her via voting for her, and as such are as guilty as she is.
Well, I mean, she wasn't declared guilty in a court of law, as shitty as that sounds. Like,
because it's rigged. It goes to a very Greek, very ancient form of legal understanding. If you vote for criminality, you are in and of yourself secondarily responsible for that criminality. And Trump, as much as people want to say like, "Oh, grab her by the pussy," is so bad, he is still better than a legal criminal. And I'm sorry, I cannot vote.
well, you can't say legal criminal because Hillary's not a legal criminal because she was.
Yeah,
she's not.
She accepted money from Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
She's not a legal criminal. What do you think legal criminal means?
That means she has committed a legal.
That means that she has been convicted of a crime in a court of law. That hasn't happened in the United States.
So that's really how we're going to play this. Is just because she hasn't been convicted means she's not a criminal.
As somebody that's a United States citizen and understands that that's one of the most important parts of the United States, yeah, I am going to play it like that. I think that our court system is pretty important. Yeah.
Okay, but what about the fact that she literally controls the courts?
Okay.
No, you don't believe that?
No, you've got it, dude. Hillary and Obama control everything. So anything bad that
Control
comes
everything.
out is their fault, and anything good that comes out is spun by them. I can't win. You got it, dude. Like,
Misrepresent me. I'm saying she controls a lot of shit.
sure. And nothing can ever come back to hurt her.
No, that can't. And I know you're trying to be fucking facetious right now, but
I'm not being facetious. It's just the position that you've taken up is one that's completely and totally unattackable. Because anytime I bring up anything to the contrary, you're gonna say that it's all spun, the polls are spun, the Hillary controls everything. It's
Stop.
what?
Have you read any of the allegations against Hillary?
Dog, I listened live to Comey's fucking scathing indictment of her when he went before fucking that panel and said that he didn't recommend charges. I kept up on everything on this election, buddy. I promise you.
Okay, then what do you think about them?
What do you mean, what do I think about it? I think that they're fucking abhorrent. I think it's horrible. I think that anybody working a clearance job in Hillary's position would have been shit canned, if not fucking killed, by the fucking government for doing what she did.
So you don't believe there's any sort of conspiracy to make sure, by the media, which we know for a fact that she pays for.
How does she pay for, what does she pay for, like Fox News too, or?
She does not pay for Fox News, at least as far as we know. But she does pay for many others, and it's been
But places like Breitbart and InfoWars are like the...
No. It's been indicated through the WikiLeaks
Mm-hmm.
that she has journalists from the New York Times, from the Wall Street Journal,
and Washington Post. Yeah, sure. Those are all very liberal organizations. It's not surprising to me. That's how the world works. You will have contacts.
Organization. Okay, so imagine that you were a political candidate, and you were trying to run against Hillary, and she controls all media, essentially. Would you consider that fair?
No, Bernie got fucked out of it. He got fucked in the superdelegates, and he got fucked in the media by the DNC for it.
So you agree that Bernie got destroyed by Hillary's people?
Yeah, by the Clinton machine is one of the most powerful. You know that none of these leaks that are happening right now, like the Trump video, all of that shit is probably shit that the Clintons had like months in advance, right? None of this is happening by accident. Like,
so why would you vote for Hillary?
because Trump is an idiot. Trump is an idiot. He's a buffoon. He's a child. He has no temperament. He's not presidential. He's just stupid.
Why would you vote for Hillary?
Because Trump is that much worse. Listen, dude.
No.
As much as it pains me to admit it, I probably would have voted for Cruz over Hillary. Rubio would have been an easy vote. Kasich would have been an easy vote. Even fucking Jebster. The Jebster would have been an easy vote. Even Sleepy Carson probably would have been an easy vote.
Give me one reason why you want to vote for Hillary.
Why do I want to vote for Hillary? Because I don't think that she'll lead to the destruction of the country. Because socially, at least, I believe that she's on the right track. And I think that...
She wants to go to war with Russia?
I don't think Hillary wants to go to war with Russia, Doug.
She wants to go to war with Russia.
Okay.
Dude, I know you don't believe me, but you've seen
It's not about believing you. It's about reading unbiased news. You get all of your information from Breitbart, InfoWars, and fucking Poll. Like, how am I even...
Listen to me. You've seen the thing that she said about Russia.
Which thing that she said about Russia?
Being responsible for the hacks of the DNC.
Yeah, email hacks, cyber attacks against America. I don't like the idea that other countries are trying to influence our political system.
I don't either. And I mean, but she said it's like if anyone infiltrates America, we will go to, or what did she say? We'll take.
She said that we will possibly take military measures against countries that commit cyber attacks against our country. Sure.
So you're not afraid?
I think that that's a necessary thing. I think that that needs to happen. I think that the cyber bullshit needs to be curbed. Yeah, I do think that. I don't want it to lead to war or anything, but I don't think that we need to let people like fucking dig through our information and shit. I think that's really disastrous.
With Russia.
With Russia what?
You really think we need to go to war with Russia?
I don't want to go to war with anyone, no.
Russia should be our friend at this point in time.
Russia's not our friend. I don't think that's ever going to happen at this point.
Oh, we really should be friends with Russia.
I don't think that that's ever going to happen, dog.
Why?
Because it's just not the way the world is played out. Listen, dude, I like the friend to everybody thing. I would like to be friends with Russia. I'm not educated enough to know why it can't happen. I don't know enough history. Maybe it's all history reasons. Maybe once Putin dies, maybe it'll be possible. But right now, tensions between the United States and Russia make it impossible.
Putin is willing to be friends with the U.S.
You don't believe everything Putin says, do you?
No.
Do you think that Russia has done a lot to fight against ISIS in Saudi Arabia and shit?
No, they bombed Syria.
I'm sorry, Syria, not Saudi Arabia, my bad. In Syria and shit. Do you think that Russia does a lot to like help fight against like terrorism and shit?
I mean, they bombed Syria.
Okay.
So no, I don't know how I feel about Russia totally.
Okay, so then do you think that Putin wants to be a good guy and just be friends with everybody like all the time?
I don't believe Putin is totally a good guy, but I believe he is willing to be friends with the US, and we should do that because the Cold War is fucking over.
Okay. To some extent, to a large extent, I agree. I like the idea of being friends with everybody. I really do. But
I
with
think that if we are friends with Russia, we can really help the entirety of Eastern Europe.
Sure, but I don't know if it's possible. I just don't. But I do agree that that would be a good thing to do. But I don't think that Trump is the man to do it. Trump seems like the kind of guy that would go into all of... Trump loves Putin, but Trump is ignorant of who Putin is. Putin is one of the most skilled politicians of like the fucking the past like fucking 50 years since I've been alive. Putin is like one of the most intelligent fucking politicians ever. You understand that, right? He's very political, okay? Trump is a buffoon. Trump praises Putin's leadership and praises the Poles in Russia like he has no idea who he's dealing with. Trump is a total child, a little infant baby when it comes to dealing with politics and the way that Putin handles things, right?
If you think Putin is a buffoon...
No, I don't think Putin is a buffoon. I think Putin is very intelligent. Much more intelligent than Trump. Okay.
Yes, I think Putin is the God King and Trump is the God Emperor. And then we're going to get together and we're going to have... Just kidding. I really think that Putin is not a bad... I mean, he's a maybe bad guy, but he doesn't... We should not go to war with them.
I don't disagree. Nobody wants to go to war with anybody. Nobody needs to go to war with anybody.
Hillary wants to go to war
Hillary
with them.
didn't say she wanted to go to war. Hillary said that we need to have military operations need to be on the table when we're telling Russia not to cyber attack us. There's a big difference between that and saying I want to go to war with someone.
The same goddamn thing. She is going to... And here's the thing, is that I have to move out of here. I'm gonna try my fucking hardest to move into Poland before fucking World War III starts, because this is some fucked up shit. I know that like liberals are like, I'm gonna get out of here if Trump wins, but holy shit, I actually do not want to be... I know I lived in a place where I would never be bombed, but I don't want to be anywhere near it in case there is a nuclear war. Poland is really where it's at.
I mean, like, again, like you're doing the thing and you have no cognitive dissonance. So Hillary has made a statement saying that we need... Are
you saying I actually don't have any cognitive dissonance?
What?
Or are you saying I actually have no cognitive
Yeah,
dissonance?
and it boggles my mind. This is you have no consistency, right? So this is the problem. You're saying that Hillary... No. Can I quote you your statements? You're saying that Hillary wants to go to war with Russia, even though all Hillary has said is that we need to be firm in our negotiations and have military and sanctions on the table when we go to negotiate those things, which you do. Otherwise, they're not going to give a fuck. But when Trump says things like, I want to go to war with ISIS, I want to take the oil fields, I want to have troops on the ground, I want to go march on ISIS. When he says these things, he's just being hyperbolic and he doesn't actually want to go to war. When he talks about wanting to renege on the Iran deal, Trump doesn't actually want to like instigate anything. He's just being hyperbolic, right?
Wait, I'm sorry. So how do I have cognitive dissonance in this instance?
So do you think that Trump is kind of war hungry?
No, I don't.
Even though he said he wants to put boots in the ground and go to war with ISIS and take the oil fields, you don't think that makes him war hungry?
He is not war hungry with Russia, which is
not Russia. What about... Okay, so when Trump walks in, when the United States has a standing army in Iraq taking oil fields and then goes into Syria and takes those oil fields from Assad, or from ISIS, who took it from Assad, you don't think that Russia would have any interest there?
I think that... this is my thought. This is obviously not factual, but this is just my thought. I think that Trump will work shit out with Putin.
How?
And I think that... Because he's friends with Putin. And I think that they will work shit out regarding Syria because Russia has obviously attacked Syria and been the aggressor there. That being said...
Wait, Russia has attacked Syria? What do you mean by that?
Well, there's been some indication that they were sort of responsible behind some of the Syrian violence.
Oh, because Putin hates Assad?
Well, why shouldn't he? I mean...
All right, I think we should move on to the next topic.
Okay. Oh, you don't like this one?
No, I don't.
Why?
I don't know. I'm not comfortable talking about this. I think we should just move on to the next topic.
Okay.
What's the next thing?
I don't know. What did we talk about? So we talked about... Well, how much did we really talk about Islam? I'm really interested in this.
I don't want to talk about Islam. Okay, I think
Okay, so-
I feel like we've covered most of the bases. I feel like you haven't given me a good reason to like Trump.
Really?
Yeah.
You really think I haven't? Okay, so give me a single thing that you hate about Trump, and I will try to debate it. No. We'll go back over it. Anything.
Okay, the total denial of climate change.
We talked about that, but I agreed that he was wrong about it.
Okay.
But I also said that there is climate change, but it is not as simple as it's being presented by liberals.
Okay, the vaccines causing autism thing.
We talked about that, and I said that he was wrong.
Okay, and the building the wall thing.
I said that he was wrong.
Okay,
but that we need it.
Okay.
That we do need more, sort of control over immigration.
Okay, the banning all Muslim immigrants.
We should probably do that. I will change my position if I said something different before. We should probably change not all Muslim immigrants, but yeah, we should ban most who come from extremely dangerous countries that are listed as that where the most terrorists come from.
Okay.
Until it's
Going
evened
to
out.
war and taking the oil fields. You think that's a good idea?
No, I didn't say that though.
Okay.
I
All right.
said,
Well, I'm just naming things that
no.
Trump has said that I don't like. What about bringing back worse than torture? Even though everybody from the CIA said it doesn't work, and that America probably
It
shouldn't.
does not work. Actually, here's a thing that does work: psychological torture, quote unquote. Torture works. Physical torture does not. There's actually some interesting research that indicates that physical abuse is much less damaging than psychological
Okay,
abuse.
so when Trump said that
So-
he wants to bring back worse than waterboarding, that was probably a stupid statement.
You should probably bring back waterboarding and bring in psychological
You realize
torture.
waterboarding is a form of physical torture, right?
It is a form of physical torture. I just said he should bring in psychological torture.
Okay, but when he said worse than waterboarding, I don't think he was talking about psychological torture there.
He probably was. Why do you think he's not?
Because every other statement he said has been fucking stupid, and because he walked back on that
No, no,
statement
no,
after
no,
talking
no,
to
no,
people
no,
about
no,
it.
no.
You realize Trump walked
Look.
back on that statement, so even Trump disagreed with that statement. Are you disagreeing with
That's
Trump's
like-
disagreement?
Yeah, I think that fucking some forms of torture can help, but not physical.
Okay, but
unless
everybody
you
in the
want-
CIA is just... Can you link me any sources saying that torture is an effective means of gathering information?
Oh yeah, I will. It'll take me a couple minutes though.
Because everything that I've read from the CIA reports and everything always seems to indicate that torture doesn't seem to be a good way to get information.
Actually, that is true. Actually, here's the thing. In general, torture is a really shitty way of getting information. Now, what is better between physical and psychological torture is obviously psychological torture, but actually being friends with someone and trying to get information through a friendly interaction and a friendly conversation of information is much better in terms of getting information. So I wouldn't really, I mean, I can go get the information, but to be honest, you're completely right that physical torture is shitty
Okay.
no matter how you do it.
What do you think about
psychological-
what do you think about Trump's comments that an American judge who has two parents that are Mexican shouldn't be commenting on or ruling on any cases?
Okay, so that was a very specific instance.
It wasn't. He made these blanket statements.
I don't think you understand it.
Do you want? I'm
He-
sorry. Before we get into this, do you want to watch the clip where he said that I don't think any Muslim should be allowed to comment on my cases either? Do you want to watch the clip? Because I don't want to talk if you're not familiar with exactly the words he
I
said.
don't think any Muslim. I don't know. Okay.
You don't think any
so-
Muslim should be allowed? A federal judge that happens to be Muslim shouldn't be allowed to comment on a Trump case?
Muslims should be okay. I'm getting really upset, but here's the thing. I hate Islam. I'm gonna say that straight up, and you can call me a
Okay,
racist.
but unfortunately-
it's not racism.
Okay,
It's
but
not
you
racism.
live in the
It's
listen. Okay,
actually-
I'm just telling. Hold
no.
on. You live in the United States of America, so you're not allowed to discriminate on somebody's religion. Okay, I'm sorry if that bothers you, but okay.
I don't want to discriminate on anyone who live in religion, but I'm saying straight up that Islam is an extremely racist, sexist, horrible religion.
Okay.
And it should be allowed, of course, but holy shit, it is a terrible religion.
Okay.
The whole point is to treat women like trash, treat women like animals, and I don't understand how any woman who considers herself in any way a feminist can support Islam. But go ahead and send me the thing.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Well, I mean, if you accept that he made those statements, so Trump said
No, I
that.
accept you made the
Yeah,
statement.
so Trump said that no Mexican and no Muslim should be allowed.
I hate Islam.
Okay.
I hate it.
Okay, sure, but Trump said that no Mexican and no Muslim should be allowed to preside on any cases involving him. Do you think that's fair? Federal.
Well,
Do you think it's
I
fair
would-
to call a judge that's
No.
whiter than me, that was born in the state of Indiana, a Mexican because both of his parents are from Mexico?
No, I don't consider it fair, but do consider the fact that Hillary's literally allowed to get away with absolutely everything fair?
I'm not talking
She's
about
allowed-
Hillary right now. I'm talking about
I'm
stupid
just
statements that
saying-
Trump.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay, but I'm just
if
going
Hillary-
over every
if
single thing that
Trump's
Trump has
allowed to get
said.
away with some,
Okay.
some smaller shit, how come Hillary's allowed to get away with treason? So there.
Okay, so you agree that the Mexican judge comments were probably stupid. What about women being punished for abortion?
I just said they were stupid.
Oh, okay. So then you do think that Trump should be allowed to have it so that no Mexicans and no Muslims should be able to preside on his cases, federal judges.
No, shut me the fucking link where he says that.
Okay, hold on.
No, I'm not. Why do you fucking think I'm a psychopath?
I mean,
Just
because
because
Trump
I
is
don't-
one.
Just because I don't agree with Hillary, just because I like Trump, I have to be an absolute crazy person?
I'm just quoting things that Trump has said exactly. I'm not giving you any hyperbolic statements. These are words from Trump's
Okay.
mouth. Here, we can watch this.
Well,
Load the video and we'll watch it at the same time. Okay, I'll tell you when to start. Okay, you ready?
Let
Let me know when you got it loaded. Okay.
Okay, I got it up.
All right, 3,
Okay.
2, 1, go.
Go.
Mexican heritage. I'm building a wall. Okay, I'm building a wall. I am going to do
No,
very
it's
well
just
with
like-
the Hispanics, the Mexicans.
So no
everybody.
Mexican judge could ever be involved in a case that
Well,
involves you?
He's a member of a society where very pro-Mexico, and that's fine. It's all fine. But
Except
I think,
that you're calling into
I
question
think he
his
should
heritage.
recuse himself.
Because he's
Then
Latino.
you also say, does he know the lawyer on the other side? I mean, does he know the lawyer? A lot of people say
But I'm
yes.
not
I don't
talking
know.
about that. I'm
Well,
talking
no,
about,
that's another problem.
But you're invoking his race when talking
Here's
about
what I'm
whether or not
saying.
he can do his job.
Jack, I'm building a wall, okay?
Build
I'm building a
a
wall.
wall.
I'm trying to keep business out of Mexico. Mexico's fine. There's nothing.
But he's American.
the
He's an American.
He's of Mexican heritage, and he's very proud of it, as I am where I come
But
from.
he's
my
an
parents.
American. You keep talking about
Jake.
it's a conflict
Jake,
of interest because of
Jake,
Mexico.
Are you ready? I have a case that should have been dismissed already. I have thousands of people saying Trump University is fantastic, okay? I have a case that should have been dismissed. I have a judge that never, ever gives up. Now we lose the plaintiff. He lets the plaintiff of the case out. So why isn't he canceling the case? So we thought we won the case.
So you disagree with his rulings. I totally understand that,
not
but
me.
you're...
I've had lawyers come up to me say, you are being treated so unfairly. It's unbelievable.
Isn't-
You know, the plaintiffs in the case have all said wonderful things about the school, and they're suing. You know why they're suing? Because they want to get their money back.
I don't really want to litigate the case
You have to.
of Trump University.
Because
What
if he
a-
was giving me fair rulings, I wouldn't say that.
My
But,
question is-
Jake, if
yeah.
he were giving me fair rulings, I wouldn't be talking to you this way. He's giving me horrible
But
rulings.
I don't care if you criticize him. That's fine. You can criticize every decision. What I'm saying is, if you invoke his race as a reason why he can't
I think
do his
that's
job...
why he's doing it.
But isn't
I think
that...
that's why he's doing it.
When Hillary Clinton says it's a racist
Hillary
attack...
Clinton is a stiff. If Hillary
But
Clinton
Paul
becomes
Ryan
president,
today said he didn't care for the way that you were attacking this judge.
Look,
So he said, I
Okay.
think that's what he's doing. If you want, this isn't the full thing. I can find the clip where this guy goes
No, I
on to
have
ask
it.
him, do you think that Muslims shouldn't be allowed to rule on your thing either? And he says, probably.
I don't know. I think that what he is saying here, okay, so part of the problem in this instance is that we have to be kind of legitimate in that Hillary is crooked.
I'm not
She-
talking about Hillary.
No. I know you're not. But he is. He's talking about how her campaign is going to twist this meeting into
You don't
being.
have to twist the meeting. We just watched his full speech, dude. There was no twisting there. Listen,
I
listen.
don't think
Okay,
so. I
listen.
really think he just said it's not my shit. It's just someone else being upset. And why is it Trump's fault?
Trump said that the guy, because he gave him an unfavorable ruling, probably did it because he's a Mexican. Do you understand why people look at people like that and wonder if there's like a racial aspect involved to it?
Why
When people
do
make
you believe that's not a possibility?
Typically,
curious.
Apples, are you in chat right now? I've got a few lawyer friends. Apples, if you're in a case and you get an unfavorable ruling from a judge, is the first thing you guys do you go to like the plaintiff or whatever, and do you ask, or do you go to like the DA or whatever? Do you get like, yo, dude, like, where are you from? Like, your parents are Irish? Well, you know, my family fucking used to fuck potatoes in the backyard, and I hear that you guys are Irish. Maybe that's why he gave us unfavorable rulings. Do you think that that's like the normal way that people function, like in courtrooms?
Listen to me for a second. I really did get an unfavorable thing because I was driving down the street and I accidentally bumped into a car because I was going through a very rough portion of my life, and I got fined now. Like, it's looking at like $8,000 for literally touching a car where there was no.
Wait, I thought you only rode a bike.
This was when I had a car. I sold my car because of this.
Did you have liability insurance?
I did, but it was a black man, and now that's why I had to sell my car.
Wait, if you had liability insurance, it should have covered the accident.
It didn't matter.
How did it not matter?
Because my car, the insurance went up so far that I couldn't afford to pay for it anymore.
So you didn't have insurance when you got in the accident?
I did have insurance, but the insurance went up. Do you understand how insurance works?
I know very well how insurance works. Both of my houses are insured and my car is insured. I know very well how insurance works. Please explain it to me.
Okay, well, after you get into an incident, your insurance goes up.
Okay. That should have no impact on the actual accident that happened, though. Your premiums will go up, but that specific incident should still be covered by your liability insurance.
It went up by such a degree I couldn't afford to keep
Doesn't
my car
matter. If you
anymore.
were covered at the time of the accident, you could cancel your insurance the day after. It doesn't matter.
And do what? Just take all of the nothing, the nothing thing?
What do you-
nothing. Because nothing happened to his car, but he gave me like a $7,000 bill.
Yeah, but if you were... he gave you that bill, or was it delivered via judgment from a court?
From a court.
Okay, so why didn't your liability pay that in your insurance company?
It did, but it only paid for some of it. And then my insurance went up so high that it was like I couldn't afford to pay it anymore.
Okay.
So I just sold my car.
Sure.
Because I just knocked into a dude.
Did you get a lawyer for the case?
Do you think I could afford one?
You should have found a way to get a lawyer.
This looks like some privilege to me.
What?
What you're saying right now, it sounds like some privilege. I didn't have the ability to pay for a lawyer.
Getting a loan to pay for the lawyer would have saved you more money than going through that court
I had
case.
to sell my car because
Sure,
of this.
maybe you wouldn't have had to if you would have had a lawyer. Listen.
And I did not have the money to pay for a
Okay,
lawyer.
I'm just giving you personal advice for the future. If you're ever involved in anything that could carry huge fines or potential jail time, traffic lawyers are like $1,000 a pop. If an accident is involved, it might be more, but it's always worth your time to get a lawyer. Listen. Listen. I'm just telling you, if you ever have to go to court for something serious, always get a lawyer. You have to get a lawyer, okay? That's just like a personal piece of advice, okay?
I love how everyone's like, having a lawyer is not white privilege, but they love.
Okay, no. I'm not even talking memes. I'm just saying that, like, in the future, if you ever get into some shit like that, I highly recommend you get a lawyer. Even if you've got to borrow money, even if you got to get a payday advance to do it, you have to get a lawyer for court cases like that. Otherwise, you can get severely fucked. I'm just saying for the future.
Really fucked. I had to sell my car.
Okay, so I don't know. I don't think this had anything. It sounds like, not to be
That's
mean,
what I'm saying,
but
like,
it sounds like you were
like,
at
what-
fault for
like,
the accident.
I was at fault. I literally touched him going 0.01 mile an hour.
So why did the
I
judge award him $8,000 in damages?
Because about 12 months after it happened, he said that it hurt him.
I feel like you're leaving a little bit out here.
Probably not. He was a police officer, so he just got to do whatever. And a black police officer at that. I seriously, I was at a light, and I let my foot off the brake for a second, and it bumped into the back of his car.
And he was awarded $8,000 for that.
More than that, actually.
I have a hard time believing that.
Okay, that's nice. I like how you have a hard time believing reality, but when a black person tells you they were, like, killed or raped by a white person, that's really easy to believe.
I don't believe that either without the police report. No, I don't believe that shit.
I mean, I'm not gonna give anyone my fucking police report because that gives all of my life information. But yeah, it was a complete nightmare.
Did he have a lawyer? Yeah, no, he would have a lawyer because he's a police officer. They'll have defenders and shit that work for the police unions or
Yeah,
whatever.
it's the police. They have like a whole fucking I don't know. I guess a lawyer union or whatever that defends them.
It wouldn't
and I had no idea he was a police officer. But yeah, it was awful. And I'm really lucky, honestly, that I'm not dead, to be honest, because the cops are killers.
Because they would hunt you down and kill. I thought this was what liberals believed. I thought you loved cops.
You really think? Really?
Yeah.
I hate the.
Oh,
Why do you
shit.
Think, why do you think that a right-leaning person likes the police?
Because Trump brags about getting the support of police unions all the fucking time. Because love of police and all that.
Because they should probably be fucking controlled more directly. I hate the police.
Okay,
I
Trump
think
loves the police. You know that, right?
He's a narco-communist. Like, I despise the police. I
Okay.
know he likes the police, but I hope he'll fucking fix them. Because the police are a...
You know that Trump wants to bring back things like
militarized-
stop and frisk, right? He's for that.
I don't know, but they're fucking... It's a militarized police force. It's a militarized industry that's designed to...
Oh, hold on. When you bumped into that police officer, did you have to blow?
Yes!
Were you over?
You mean in terms of weed or in terms of alcohol?
Either.
Weed probably, yeah, but...
Oh, so now we got a DUI. Oh, okay.
A DUI.
Oh, okay. So a little bit. Okay, never mind. All right, I was just curious.
Don't, like, whoa me.
Well, I mean, we left out a pretty important part of the story there. I mean...
I was smoking weed before? Is that really? Do you really think that weed affects people's driving ability?
Absolutely. As somebody that's had friends that have smoked, for sure, 100%. Of course it does.
That's insanity.
Marijuana? You're a psychologist. You really don't think that being under the impairment of marijuana impacts your ability to drive? You really don't think that?
Not really. I'm kind of drunk, but yeah.
Huh. Okay. I mean, I feel like we've gone over all the major Trump points. Like,
I mean, I don't understand. Wait. So, are you pro marijuana or anti?
I'm fine with it. I think marijuana should be legalized. I don't think people should drive under the influence of any kind of anything, though.
Marijuana? I'm
Yes.
sorry. What?
What?
You really think? I mean, they didn't catch me for anything. So, but like, I still lost my car and all kinds of other shit for that.
Okay, sure, but what does that have to do? I don't think people should drive under the influence of any drug. I don't think that's good.
I mean, I can probably agree, but like, I wasn't that high, seriously.
Yeah, and how many people get into a car and they weren't that drunk? You know, like, really, I'm not that drunk. I can drive home.
Fucking kidding me?
What?
Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I had to blow. I completely got off. The only fucking thing is that, like, you understand, do people in your fucking chat understand that if you blow, it's only for DUI? I think they're kind of stupid. They don't understand how marijuana works.
Okay, so I feel like we've talked about most of the major Trump
Okay,
points.
so now you're gonna, alright. So, I know you're gonna say you won, but...
I'm not going to say I won. It's just a discussion, dog. There's no winners or losers. The people that agreed with me, before coming to this still agree with me. And the people that agreed with you probably still agree with you coming into this. There's not much that these discussions really do. I mean, I'm not looking for like a...
thank you for talking to me. I got a bunch of subscribers to my Twitch, so that's okay.
Oh, well, that's good. I do think that it's interesting, though, that I feel like I held my conversation against you pretty well. I don't think I sounded like a faggot. I don't think that I felt bad and cried and let you win because I have to check my privilege.
No. Don't read my poll.
Okay, yeah, no, I just wanted to, I think...
I don't know who you are, okay? I didn't know who you were. And when I think about leftists, I often think of people who are like...
About the people presented to you on poll,
just
sure.
fucking hang my penis at the door and fucking kill myself because I'm so sad of my privilege. And so that obviously was not the case. I just really hope that I don't lose my job because of this. Yeah.
All right, well,
Anyway.
I had fun. Thank you. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. It was actually really fun.
Yeah, good luck in your PhDs and your teaching and your streaming memes, all right?
All right, thanks.
Have fun.
Bye.
I think this was a mistake, guys. Oh my god. In the past, when we've talked about non-politically oriented things before, I guess this is a really biased recap because obviously I view everything I say more favorably. But like one of the things that I said before that I think is really important when you evaluate your own beliefs is I think that internal consistency from belief to belief is very, very, very important, right? So if you say something like, I don't think a black guy should be able to have a job because he's got to, black people in general suck at working, but then you have like a Mexican friend and you think that like, oh, like this guy shouldn't be treated differently, blah, blah. It's like, well, why do you feel about one but not about the other? Like that's inconsistent, right? I feel like you should always work as a person to resolve mental inconsistencies in any kind of arguments or thoughts you had. So the things that usually bother me the most when I argue with people is when they are inconsistent with their arguments. So that's why I was really big on her pointing to gender equality mattering when it comes to custody, but not mattering when it comes to job selection, or when rape statistic skepticism is important when you talk about American rapes versus when you're talking about Swedish rapes, or when something to do with the black people being convicted for more crimes. I don't remember what the parallel there was, but like that kind of stuff really bothers me.
Where did we go wrong as a country?
Destiny, you chose the literal lowest hanging fruit. So like everybody tells me that all the time, and I'll say this every single time. Like I will talk to anybody that wants to talk to me. I do not pick low-hanging fruit. I do not pick specific people, okay? Apparently yesterday, or I guess some people think that I posted one of my videos on 4chan. I don't fucking need the 25 people that browse fucking poll to come and watch my YouTube shit, okay? Some people think that I posted a video on 4chan, but somebody posted a video of mine to poll, and then a bunch of people started reading it. Obviously, I know what the response is going to be there because I know the type of people that visit poll, right? But then a lot of people were saying shit like, and I see this, and I'll say this, I've said this every single time we've done this, and I'll say it every single time coming forward. Everybody always says that, hold on.
Hey buddy, I used to be an egalitarian of sorts. But thanks to this bullshit I know that woman suffrage was a mistake and only land-owning males should be allowed to vote. Fuck me, I'm going to sleep.
But the, fuck, what was I talking about now? Oh, every time I have a discussion like this, I'll pull a random person from Twitter, I'll pull a random person from 4chan, I'll pull a random person from my chat, I'll pull a random person from Reddit. Whoever the fuck wants to come up and have these discussions, I'll do it with anybody. I don't give a fuck. I don't plant people. I don't pick people specifically. I don't know why. I'll fucking pull people from my YouTube fucking comments because more often than not, the people that I end up talking to, their positions are untenable. Like that's just, and now whether you think that's because I'm egotistical or what, but more often than not, that's usually what happens. One of two things tend to happen. Either their position is completely indefensible, or we end up agreeing on most things, but we got hung up on like a semantic thing, right? Which is why, why I like having these voice conversations rather than arguing on Reddit or 4chan or Twitter. A lot of people levy the criticism on me. They're like, oh, well, you just want to bully people on your stream. Blah, blah. No, it's because having an intelligent discussion via voice is so much more conducive to having an intelligent conversation than doing it on fucking Twitter or Reddit where people are, keyboard warrioring and it just gets way too sidetracked and stupid at that point.
Do you even know how insurance works? Lol.
Oh, shit, dude. I can't believe she asked me that. Have you ever worked a real job before? Thanks, Nasclef.
Here you go, buddy. You deserve it.
Destiny, check your Twitter. More people want to debate you. I mean, like...
We should get a more sane viewpoint. Can we call your mom?
I'm probably need to get something to eat. I haven't eaten yet today, and I'm hungry as fuck. And I just talked for like 2 fucking hours. I can only endure so much of the mental gymnastics. One of the problems that I have personally is that I have like a very, very negative view. I talked about this a little bit this morning. I have a very negative view of people in general, and these discussions don't help that. I guess like it really bothers me that that somebody that can be, I don't want to attack somebody specifically. Like, it really bothers me that she claims and apparently really does have a PhD, which involves a large amount of studying and academics, but doesn't understand that you can't make certain statements, right? Like making factual claims or making, what she was making were causal links, even if she was saying that she wasn't. Like, that kind of stuff like really bothers me, because I feel like once you're past a certain level of education, we should be able to have a really intelligent conversation about things, which I look forward to. Educated people are fun to talk to because they usually know more than you about a topic, and you get to get a lot of information. But when you're talking to somebody that makes all of these insane statements, like, I don't know, that really bothers me.
You monster.
She didn't have a psych PhD. It doesn't matter what kind of PhD. A PhD is a PhD. It represents a certain amount of studying. Somebody that went to school for a PhD should be more educated than the average person, right? I don't know, dude. Because having a great memory and academic skills does not mean you have good, consistent, cognitive,
Almost
critical
2
thinking.
years ago to the day, I saw the VODs of you talking to XJ9 and have been a very consistent viewer ever since. After tonight, I hope there are more people like me. Bonus meme, New Grusha.
Wow, thanks, buddy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I'm starting to see a trend here. They disagree with everything that Trump said. But Trump will magically make great trade deals, bring back all the lost jobs, lower our taxes but still fix our deficits, and with his buddy Putin, bring world peace. Also, thanks for seeing my comment and calling her on the DUI. That made my night. I felt like I finally stopped shit posting and contributed to the stream for once.
Yep.
She has a PhD in anecdotal evidence. Wow.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Those memes, dude.
I think now it's time to sit down, have a beer, and teach me some StarCraft 2. Please respond.
Someday, Cake Fork. Get a real Trump supporter? Yeah, but like, do you think that it's a coincidence that every time I try to pull on a Trump supporter, like, these are the kinds of conversations that happen? Like, do you think that's just a coincidence? Like,
I disagree on a PhD is a PhD. My father has a PhD in kinesiology and a DPT. And he still 100% believes Obama is a Muslim from Kenya.
oh, fuck, dude. Oh, I saw the StarCraft memes. Damn.
Hey guys, I have $5. My opinion is important. Here's some text. Isn't this great? Boy, do I feel good about this. I agree with Destiny and disagree with the person who is not Destiny. Please do appreciate my contribution to the discussion.
Steven, do you seriously not realize it's just your demographic? I mean, I pull people from Reddit, I pull people from my YouTube channel, and this person was pulled from Poll. So I mean,
Put
like, what?
me in the YouTube video, Jewel Wield, you cuck.
So what do you want me to? Where do I find people at? Where are all of these intelligent Trump supporters at? Where do I find them?
Hey Destiny, thanks for the late night show. Greetings from Germany.
Did I go to college? Yeah, but I dropped out. I worked too much. I went to college for music, but my work schedule was too brutal and I ended up flunking out. But don't worry, guys. You too can flunk out of college and become a big meme debater on Twitch.
I have a great idea to help the lower class. Let's make a tariff in the world's largest importing economy imposed on the world's largest exporting economy. It will make jobs and not triple costs of basic necessities.
Fuck, dude. Oh, you should debate Milo. I thought it was really funny that have all the Trumples now disavowed Milo? Has that happened now for sure? Or?
Can I have a conversation with you about Trump? I think I will be more sound.
I mean, maybe after I eat. So Milo was involved in 2 shady things. I think all that money that he accepted to make those scholarships never materialized. Although, maybe he just hasn't done it yet.
Hey, buddy got banned last week. It's been rough. I'm sorry about what I said, buddy. You know I love you. Could you please let me back in the club?
And then Milo was involved with some weird scammy shit that happened in the Donald subreddit. Did you guys see that? Where there was some weird dude collecting donations that Milo supported who ended up being a scammer.
Why did you let that Putin Assad shit slide?
Oh no, I almost lost it. I had to stop and think for a moment there if I really wanted to go hard on that or if I just wanted to move on. And I think I just wanted to move on. Oh no, dude. I just had to move on.
Am I still the worst Destiny? Seriously, Mang? Come on. Me the Dark Jew 12 really all that bad? Bonus meme, play Factario you dirty monkey cuck fuck. Oh, by the way, I black cop I hit with my car. I also ran over his son and shouted racial slurs while wearing a white hood.
Can you explain the Putin-Assad stuff? Oh, yeah, sure. Putin and Assad are very close to one another. Putin definitely supports Assad, and I think the United States really hates Assad because Assad and Putin
Destiny, I know you've talked about doing podcasts in the past. Well, I think you found the jackpot, buddy. Just do this once a week and start raking in the views. Also, how hard are you right now?
The only reason that Assad still works is because he's propped up so hard by Russia while the United States is trying to topple him. So to hear that...
dollar, treat yourself to something good, baby cakes.
So to hear somebody talking about foreign politics try to say that Putin hates Assad kind of triggered me. But I just wanted to move on because there was nothing conducive that would have come out of that conversation, I think.
Destiny, why do you claim to have objectively won that argument when you literally told here, there is no winner? You're framing it as if she was retarded and had no legitimate points, which is simply false, TBH.
I'm not trying to frame anything as a win or loss. I very specifically haven't said if I won or lost. I'm not even interested in that.
It really hurt when she called Canadians Maplebacks. I've never ever heard that before in my life. Apparently it means a dirty Canadian citizen. Defeals.
Have you ever thought about how easy it would be to bilk right-wingers for money, just circle jerk joining them and then sell them worthless prepper junk? Yeah, dude, people do it all the time. If you listen to the conservative stations, the way that you milk conservatives for money is to sell them food supplies for emergency scenarios and disasters that Obama's going to cause, to sell guns at marked up prices every time a Second Amendment right comes up, which stores around here do. I've seen it in Omaha. It happens where people will jack up the price of ammunition and shit anytime there's a scare that like Democrats are going to take your guns away. And then you do it by selling shit like gold and silver because the dollar is going to collapse, and then like survival shelters and shit and safes and stuff. You sell them anything that you can get by fear-mongering.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under the meme king, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Destiny, you saying all Trump supporters are like this, which implies that you won and she lost. Are you claiming it doesn't? I think that she said a lot of really stupid things. I'm going point by point. I don't care about who won or lost. It doesn't serve any purpose to talk about a winner or a loser to a debate. I just think that she said a lot of things that were really dumb. Do you feel like Glenn Beck was one of those people and now it's trying to work against his image? No, Glenn Beck is getting fucked because Glenn Beck rejected Trump and all of the Republican base is trying to stand behind him. Beck has been in a lot of trouble. The Blaze got fucking hurt so bad because he refused to cover positive stories for Trump.
Did you see the announcement that Kespa just announced the discontinuation of SC Pro League? Linky.
Yep, I mean that's what we have up on stream right now. Do you agree with toppling Assad's regime? I don't like everything that has to do with all of that shit, so I mean... I don't know, dude. I don't like any of that shit. I think it has too many negative repercussions that come back on us, but that's a whole other discussion. I don't like Hillary's foreign policy. I think it's better than Trump's, but I don't like Hillary's foreign policy.
Destiny, if you want to debate or talk to someone who likes Trump over Clinton, tweet Sargon Avakad. He does stream talks with everyone like you. You can leech off of his 200,000 YouTube subscribers. JWSTINY.
I don't think,
Sippy based God over Russell based God, no tears.
I don't think any of those YouTuber guys would ever have a conversation with me. It doesn't seem like those people talk to people that disagree with them much at all. That seems pretty rare. I don't see, usually in those channels, they just bring on people to circle jerk their own opinions. Everybody's just wants a big hug box. Liberals do it too, just as much, if not more than conservatives, but both sides do the hug box thing, like pretty hardcore. I thought that an argument with the Skreli guy, that Martin Skreli? Skreli or Skreli? It's Skreli, right? I always thought that an argument with him would be very interesting because he seems like he's a really intelligent person, and I think we disagree on a lot of things politically, so it would be really cool to figure out why he thinks the things that he does. I feel like that would be like a really good discussion for me, but...
I was going to work today, but instead I listened to this for the past 3 hours. Thanks for the dank memes, Destiny.
No problem, buddy.
When Destiny saw the breadth of his domain, he wept, for there were no more Trumples left to debate. Destiny, can we just think back to when you called her out on her poll post? Deckers.
I don't understand these comments. Hold on.
Hi Steven, I am an educated Trump supporter, BA, LLB, LLM, and have been directed here to offer you someone to talk to. I haven't heard any of your other discussions, but I am willing to have a constructive debate, provided no childish insults.
Yeah, sure thing, dude, if you want to, but how do we even do that? Oh, this guy's mad because I said 60% of people overstay their visas, but it's actually 40%. My bad. Fuck me, dude. Why I think he's brainwashed? For example, he just said, Trump said rude things about Mexicans. This was debunked thousands of times. What? What do you mean debunked? We can go and
Destiny,
listen to...
Martin Skreli makes himself extremely available. He basically streams on a daily basis. You could probably get in
Mexico,
contact and debate him right now if you wanted to.
And now they're beating us economically. They are not our friend, believe me. But they're killing us economically. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. But I speak...
You don't think this is a really fucking stupid statement? Like, is this video fake? Like, you don't think this statement is, like, really dumb? Like, I don't know, dude. Burnouts never learn. That's so funny that you say that, dude. I cannot wait. I'm probably gonna sleep like...
I'm kind of curious what would be the ideal foreign policy in relation to Syria, Russia, and then in general, what is more preferable to what you want to do to what Hillary wants to do in general, or on a point-by-point basis if you can. I lost it when she said Islam was a medieval religion. The 600s is medieval now. Also Wahhabism versus generic Sunni Islam. What? Dank memes though.
I'm gonna sleep for like 24 hours before the election night so that I can stay awake for the next like 36 hours watching the destruction of the Donald and poll. Like those subreddits, how many people... We should make like I'll do it actually. We're gonna make like a bingo card, and like the centerpiece will probably be like election rigged, and then like all the different things that'll be said on that night when fucking Trump gets smashed. Oh my god. It'll be a glorious fucking night.
Honest question. If Trump wants to build a wall, can we get intel on if Mexico has ladder technologies? Thanks. Love the stream.
If Skreli wants to discuss anything with me, he has to send me a DM on Twitter, and I have to do it off stream because Twitch isn't, because I think he's banned on Twitch.
Fuck Trump versus Hillary. I want Trump versus Destiny. DANKMEMES.
Trump judge has a side business called La Raza, which provides legal aid to illegal Mexican immigrants. Doesn't that create a conflict? Okay, so...
I was supposed to go to culinary school today, but instead I listened to this memory. Good morning from Israel, Uo.
Again, like, these are the Trumbles. Like, you'll make an excuse for every single thing Trump says. Like, what you just said, listen to me. If Trump would have gone on to that interview and Trump would have said, I don't like this judge because he has ties to La Raza or whatever, I think that I think there's a massive conflict of interest here. I think that, like, he could have given a ton of great reasons, and I would have 100% been like, yeah, that's totally reasonable. It's the fact that he went on and he said, it's a Mexican judge and he's proud of being Mexican, and I wouldn't let Muslims or Mexicans rule on my stuff. That you realize there's a difference there, right? There's a huge difference between those two things, right? What does La Raza have to do with Trump University? The story was supposedly that the Mexican judge supports hyper-nationalistic Mexican organizations. Like La Raza is supposed to be very, very, very big on Mexico. So he was trying to say that there's a conflict, which may or may not be true. I didn't look into it any more than that. That's just the shit that I saw reported. I don't know if La Raza is actually like really really extremist or not. I don't actually know. But that's the... That's what I read. And if that's true, those are legitimate things. Oh fuck, dude, I'm gonna get destroyed.
I was supposed to go to court today, but instead I stayed for the memes.
Don't get an
Thanks,
$8,000
Big
fine.
D Destiny.
Based on everything that I've heard him say, I feel like this guy is legitimately more intelligent than me in almost all of these areas. So I don't know. Good luck, boys. Maybe I'll change all of my opinions after this discussion.
I am holding you to that bingo card stream.
Alright, I sent a message to Hassan on Skype asking if I'm allowed to do this on Twitch or not. If he sends me a message back and tells me that I'm not allowed to talk to him, then I will, then I'll have to cut the stream.
I'm all for
okay?
abolishing the 22nd Amendment and taking Obama for a third term.
So I'm giving you fair warning right now. If I get if he tells me I'm not allowed to have this discussion, then that means that I'll cut the stream and then you can watch on his stream, I guess. I don't think I can stream it to YouTube. I don't really know. Maybe I could do it on Ustream? I don't have my shit configured to do that. I don't even know what my stream key or anything is over there. Oh, I'm gonna turn the donation sound off. That way I don't have to skip them. Please don't give Twitch a reason to try and claim you circumvented. I don't circumvent anything. Whatever they tell me to do, I'll do. I sent a message to Hassan. It was like my main Twitch partner contract, dude. Or contact. So if he tells me not to, I'll just cut it. It's not like we're like destroying Twitch or anything right now. I think we should be okay. If he wants to add me on Skype, I DM'd him my Skype on Twitter. I'll be right back, 1 sec. This guy on Twitter. Why are you debating this autistic moron, Martin? Why the fuck is at OmniDestiny Steve, let my friend kill himself, Bunnell, debating a millionaire? Damn. For anyone who doesn't know, Skreli is the pharma bro who got cucked by the media a while ago over increasing his drug prices. Martin Skreli is known more for his animal rights activist moments where he defended the brave life of Harambe on...
And this is literally...
This fucking shit.
Straying even further away.
Yes.
You talk about being upset. Harambe, who is the gorilla that was killed at the Cincinnati Zoo.
The fucking sign of the cross. God, these people are so fucking stupid.
You on Twitter talk about caring so much about him that.
What a fucking meme lord, dude. Holy shit. What the fuck was going on in that interview? How did a memer get on the news? I don't know. My guess is somebody from their organization was looking for somebody with any kind of relevance to anything. And maybe, I don't know, does Martin have like an agent that he works with? Put the feelers out and he memed his way in, dude. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hi.
You're the dude that killed all the people with AIDS, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Can you
I
hear me?
met you on Reddit. Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Good. Do you see my video or?
Yeah, you look beautiful.
Okay, you don't want to put that up on your Twitch?
Oh yeah, probably not. I don't want to cross the line too much.
That's fine. I'll take my video off then.
The aren't you streaming on YouTube right now?
Trying, yeah.
Okay. So obviously, with you having the presence you do, it's kind of hard sometimes for me because I don't follow you too closely or as religiously as some of your fans. I don't know what you say that's truthful versus what is memery. But the gist I've gotten, I think, is that you're in favor of the Trumpster. Is that actually true, or?
So you want to talk about Donald Trump?
Yeah, if you want to, sure.
Sure. Favor is an interesting term. If you're asking me, if one were to ask me if I prefer to vote for Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton, I would very narrowly, very, very narrowly vote for Donald Trump.
Fuck. Well, it sounds like we don't disagree on much. Because I'm very, very narrowly for Hillary Clinton. I thought you were like a full-on Trumpel.
No, he's pretty shitty. I just think she's shittier.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I think that I guess like I think the thing that edges it out for me is maybe just because of the type of person I am. I value intelligence like very highly. Like I think very highly of people that are intelligent, and I think very lowly of people that are very stupid. That sounds kind of rude to say, but I mean, I'm sure you don't disagree to some extent that a lot of what Trump says comes off as like very uninformed and very stupid, right?
Yeah, he's not too thoughtful.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an act.
No, it's I thought it was an act up through because he gave one speech at one post debate and he sounded so good. He was like congratulating Cruz on his win in Texas. He sounded like he was ready to turn things around. But then after that, he like went back onto the autism train and went full blown fucking retard on everything that he did. So I think we're pretty well past it being an act at this point.
What do you mean by autism?
I'm sorry. I'm a gamer. I use words like that. Or just stupid. Just in saying really stupid thing after stupid thing, like political stupidity, actual stupidity.
So you think it's okay to say autism when you mean stupid?
Am I being memed right now?
You're not being memed. I'm a healthcare professional.
A healthcare professional? Is that what the buying and selling? No, I don't know. It's probably not okay. I probably shouldn't say it.
Did you want to finish that sentence?
What? No, I'm good. Dude, you know way more about this shit than I do. I'm not gonna make the mistake of jumping into debating the legitimacy of what you do.
I was developing drugs for autism spectrum disorder. It's a serious illness, affects millions of people, and I just don't like.
Wait, how can you treat something like ASD with drugs?
How do you treat any illness with drugs?
Well, it depends on the type of illness.
Sure. I'm sorry, I'm missing your point.
I wasn't under the impression that ASD was something that was actually treatable. Like shortness isn't something that you can treat with a drug.
Sure. That's totally true, false as well. Achondroplasia is a genetic dwarfism that is treatable by drugs. So is short stature. It's the common
Sure, but I'm not talking about very specific genetic, like I'm not talking about very specific like dwarfism or something that causes you to grow abnormally high.
Short stature genotropin is a drug that's approved for treating short stature. Just people who are short. It's human growth hormone. Some people use it for bodybuilding and things like that as well.
Body HGH isn't going to help you get any taller though, dog.
Sure does. You might want to check the Carfax on that one. That's what it's used for. That's why it's FDA approved for children with short stature. Is your Twitch stream cut?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, that's probably just my thing.
Hold on, wait. Do you have a link to this? I'm actually really curious. I'm not trying to call you out. I was unaware that
you can't call me. You can't call me out. First of all.
Oh yeah, no, sure. No, I'm only saying things that I believe to be true. So if HGH actually helps you grow taller, I was completely unaware of that.
That's why it was invented, as a matter of fact. So here's somatotropin, 1987, FDA approval. Yeah, they didn't just pick me up off the street and say, here's hundreds of millions of dollars, Martin Skreli, you're a good-looking guy that plays video games. You should earn all this pharma money. I do know a little bit about the field that I'm in.
Yeah, I imagine so. I guess it's very confusing to me. Why do people go to these weird countries and get these like incredibly painful leg surgeries and shit to extend themselves if they could just do it by getting HGH?
It's for children who are short. The point is that you seem to have somewhat strong opinions on a field you don't seem to know a lot about.
No, I don't have any strong opinions on this field. I've never heard of it. I just
like, how could you treat autism? You can't treat.
No, I'm asking. I don't know how you could treat autism. I really don't know. Could you treat?
Well, sure. So there's illnesses that are psychiatric in nature, such as depression, schizophrenia, so forth, that are completely psychiatric, right? They're diseases of the so-called mind. They're not necessarily neurological, right? Those are diseases of the nervous system. So I can take someone who is literally raving lunatic, probably some streamers here on Twitch, and seeing things and literally out of their mind with delusions and psychosis, and then give them a drug called Risperdal or Zyprexa, which are dopamine antagonists, and completely stop their delusions. And it's, to me, a miracle, right? Because at the end of the day, there's science, and taking science and manifesting it into helping people's lives is incredible. And so autism is not schizophrenia. It's a different illness. There's three cardinal symptoms of autism. The first is sort of some abnormal behavior or movement, some nervous tic or something. We all know people with autism that have that. The second is a profound communication deficit. So there's some serious social and communication problem with people with autism. And I might add that if you fail to exhibit all of these symptoms, you don't have autism. It is considered an illness. So if you look at, I know more about this than any of you lousy viewers, sorry to insult your viewership. If you look at a disease called Fragile X syndrome, this is the monogenetic variant of autism. So autism is it has multiple different genetic causes, some of which are not even genetic. And people in the gaming community talk about it a lot, and it's frustrating because Down syndrome is somewhat similar in that it has profound cognitive impairment. This is trisomy 21. This is having 3 copies of the 21st chromosome. That's also probably treatable. So any illness, quote unquote illness, can be treated. Some people with autism don't consider them to be illnesses, and there's this sort of idea that these are people who are neuroatypical, and that the same way we're calling people cisgender, some people with autism have decided to say, oh, I don't have autism, I'm neuroatypical, and you're neurotypical. And I think that's a little bit wild, but I'm not against it. I'm more against cisgender than I am saying someone is neurotypical, because so many more people are quote unquote neuroatypical
Am I getting memed on right now? I can't tell if I'm getting memed on.
No, I'm talking about medicine. I mean,
okay, the thing that you linked me about HGH is only for children that are exhibiting failures of the HGH production, which is kind of a little bit different than saying if you pump HGH into somebody, they'll get tall.
It's used for, no, if your growth plate has completed, there's concept of a growth plate. You can't grow anymore. The body stops you from growing.
Sure. Okay. And pumping HGH. So if I was genetically dispositioned to be 5'9" or whatever, pumping HGH isn't going to make me 6'5", assuming I don't have some kind of deficiency.
But if you're on a growth path that is shorter than average, and you absolutely don't have any problems with Turner syndrome, or I mean, there's genetic reasons, right, why you might be really short, but there are percentiles that you can measure your kid against. So if you had a kid, and I don't know the percentiles, but let's just say he was 20th percentile in height, you may just go ahead and give him HGH. A lot of families do that, which is kind of remarkable. They don't let nature take its course and have a 5'2" son because they know that who knows, maybe that's going to be a problem for the kid. To me, that's a little bit strange, but families do it all the time. And they say, no, let's get this kid back into the 50th percentile or higher. And that's what HGH is predominantly used for. You can feel free to check that out.
All right, yeah, I'll look into it later. I don't know enough about it to know one way or the other. I'll take your word for it.
The whole autism thing is frustrating because, I mean, there are specific cardinal symptoms. There's 3 specific domains of autism, and it's frustrating when people talk about it because it's, you know, anyone who can communicate the way we're communicating doesn't have autism.
I mean, that's not true.
No, it's 100%.
No, that's absolutely not true. I don't know if you're miming me or not.
That's 100% true.
No, that's not true. There's a wide diagnostic criteria for ASD. No. Like there are people with autism that can learn to communicate effectively. Just because you're capable of communicating doesn't mean you don't have autism. That's absolutely not true.
So when people think about autism, they sometimes think about Asperger's or something.
Asperger's doesn't even exist anymore as of the DSM-5.
It
doesn't.
People think that's so-called high-functioning autism.
Okay, sure. These are all just ASD disorders or ASD things now. But
slow down, buddy.
Okay.
Most people with autism have an IQ of 70 or below.
Okay. But that doesn't mean that every person with autism can't have a conversation.
Let me finish.
Okay.
There are people with schizophrenia that have less delusions than others, but the average person with autism is profoundly impaired.
Sure, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, and it's not reasonable to characterize the sliver of all illnesses have a spectrum. What people get confused about with respect to autism is that you can have one of the symptoms and have autism.
Okay.
That's not the way a disease that's multi-symptomatic works. If you have just aberrant behavior, you have OCD. You don't have autism.
Well, it depends on the behaviors, and I mean, I don't want to talk about it. I feel like we should just. I don't know, dude. I'm hearing a lot of weird shit.
Yeah,
like it sounds like the comparison of ASD to schizophrenia is totally illegitimate in my opinion. Like
they're both psychiatric conditions. I'm not comparing them in any other respect.
Yeah, but like if somebody says you have schizophrenia, like that's a pretty strong statement that carries with it like some very strong symptoms. Whereas people on the spectrum can exist like in a wide variety of ways. Like some people, there are people on the spectrum.
With schizophrenia.
Okay.
It's like most people with schizophrenia don't have enormous number of delusions. I think you're taking the extremely small amount of medical knowledge you have and blowing it up into quite a bit more than you have. I've studied medicine my whole life. I've started multiple large drug companies. This is a field I know well. I get very disturbed when people talk about autism and you're the one that says you have respect for intellectualism and stuff like that. I mean, I encourage you to be more intellectually honest about using the word autism and Donald Trump.
Yeah, sure, I am. You're just saying things that I haven't heard ever being said ever before in my entire life, so I don't know why you are privileged to this information that has never been shared before, I guess.
Might be having a long career in pharmaceuticals.
Possibly. Maybe you should get a career in marketing so more people learn about this stuff. I don't know. It seems
it's my job to educate the world about diseases. There's hundreds of them. I mean, I have patents for diseases that nobody will ever hear of.
No, but you have a very real business and financial interest in educating people about diseases that you're trying to raise financial capital to do R&D to treat, right?
Yep.
Like,
I was in the autism business for a while. I'm out now. I was developing a drug called Syntocinon. I actually think I might have some right here. If I can find it, I'll take some. Oh, here it is. This is a drug that's approved in Europe, and it's. I want you to actually pull up a window if you can. I really, speaking of education, you're gonna have a lot of fun with this. It's almost like a video game. Pull up a window and Google RMET, RMET, reading the mind and the eyes test. I think your viewers.
RMET.
Yep, we can actually test you for autism right now.
Uh-oh.
Are you willing to accept the challenge?
Yeah, if you want to, sure.
I think your viewers would love to know. Do you have autism?
I don't know, dude. It's possible. Let's find out.
Put it on your main screen, bro.
All right, let's do it. I'll bring it over here, dog.
It's 36 questions. I want to see if you can do it. I bet, knowing I'm a betting man. My guess is you're gonna be right on the edge.
Oh, fuck. We shouldn't have said it on stream.
Why?
I think too many people are visiting the site. It's down.
There's a bunch of them. Just reading the mind and the eyes test, our MET site. Test.
Okay, I'll try to find a different one, I guess.
You'll find one that works, I'm sure.
Test your social intelligence.labinthewild.org. Do you think this is...
Yeah, I'll find one myself. Let me see here.
Yeah, let me know if you found one. Don't mention it before I can click on it so that...
Do you have that much following? Amazing. Yeah, every one of the links I'm trying isn't working. I had some of my followers. I don't have any followers. It's you, but I had some of my followers do it, and the results were staggering. The women on my stream did astonishingly well. Some of the men were. One guy who's actually has autism, diagnosed autism, tested correctly in the in the right scheme. There's not many of these. Let's see.
I mean, I'm looking at this test. It's showing me a bunch of eyes. Is this supposed to test my ability to empathize with people, to understand why they're making?
Does it allow you to actually take it?
I went to a site here. I'll link you. This is what I have up.
It's actually remarkably. Yeah, this is. Let's see. How many questions are there on this one?
Quite a few. I'm not counting, but.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the full test.
The average score for this test is in the range of 22 to 30 correct.
That's the test, bro. Do it. This is like the greatest stream ever. Like streaming, the greatest game you've ever streamed. Yeah, this is the full test. I've taken this many times. It's 1 to 36, I believe. Let me add it. 1, 2, 3.
Uh-oh, I got one wrong. Oh shit, dude.
Yeah, it's 36. So this is the full test. It is extremely good at diagnosing autism.
I'm sure it's probably like a 99% accurate. Oh shit, dude, I'm feeling it. I'm falling deeper and deeper into the spectrum with every question. Hold on, dude. I'm gonna have to get my kid tested next cause fuck, dude. What are some of these faces? What the fuck, dude?
Oh, no, bro.
Yeah, I feel like my autism is precluding me from understanding some of these expressions. Hold on,
It's a great test. There's another really good test that's I'll test you on in a second.
What the fuck? Okay. Affectionate or playful. These are like synonyms they can be. Fuck.
The person that published this test is this guy who actually, you're going to be shocked at who it is, this guy named Simon Baron Cohen. and he's one of the leading autism researchers in the world. Believe it or not, his brother or cousin, I believe, is Sacha Baron Cohen, the actor.
The guy that did Borat and all that shit, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Simon Baron Cohen is a widely published autism researcher that's has devised and published this test, and it's remarkably accurate. Obviously, it doesn't test the other dimensions of autism, like communication skills or abnormal behavior, but it's very good at the social element of autism, which is the third of the triad. Sort of social, communication, and abnormal behaviors. Those are the three diagnostic criteria. And typically, you really have to have all three, or one has to wonder if you truly have autism. And of course, if you have a genetic disposition like the so-called Fragile X mutation or the Rett syndrome mutation or any other genetic deletion, then that's also diagnostically can confirm autism. But this test is a very, very good test for...
Okay, so here's the question. I'm sorry if I come off sounding sarcastic. I'm not being sarcastic at all. I'm assuming that you're being truthful, although I'm not sure at this point. I'm assuming you're being truthful. I know that with certain neurological ailments like antisocial personality disorder or whatnot, in order for you to actually be diagnosed with these, they have to have a negative impact on your life. Is ASD the same way?
It's a good question. I mean, when it comes to psychiatry, you have to understand that this is a field that is very unlike every other field. I'm glad one of my followers here just said tuberous sclerosis complex, which is another cause of autism. Psychiatry is like caveman medicine. It is so far removed from oncology and even neurology, which is sort of a cousin to psychiatry in many ways. Neurology can deal with brain diseases where we have more exact understanding of what's going on, like a multiple sclerosis is actually... I mean, it's an understandable disease. Myasthenia gravis, very understandable neurological condition. When we deal with depression and schizophrenia and autism, it's so wildly removed. And again, people with autism are a bit up in arms about being characterized as having a quote unquote negative impact in your life, as you're saying. What is a negative impact? I mean, not having a job classically is one of the greatest diagnostic criteria for a negative impact. If you can't hold a job, if you can't finish school,
if you can't live alone, yeah,
you can't have a relationship. If you can't, exactly, live alone is remarkably used quite a bit in medicine. These are supposedly, signs of a well-adjusted normal life. But people with autism say, "Hey, I am well-adjusted. I'm fine. I love my life. Why are you, on my case?" And that's this whole neurotypical, neuroatypical movement, which I kind of endorse. I mean, if there's someone who can work and they're fine with maybe even if they're not, what's it to us to label them and say and shame them? I don't think it's right necessarily. But if you have a 70 IQ and you can't communicate and you have no social interest, I mean, it is hard for me to not characterize that as an illness. If you have an IQ of 95, you don't have friends, and you have some abnormal tics and movements and habits, it's harder for one to say, "Oh, you're sick. You're ill." I think that's something that's a little more touchy. I think what people don't understand is that most people with autism are actually... Oh, you did great. Yeah.
Yeah, I try.
28? You got 28?
I found an autistic guy in my chat though. He said, "How are you supposed to tell what people are feeling just by looking at their eyes?"
You got what was your score?
28. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking great. That's a normal, well-adjusted, socially understanding person. What's amazing in autism research is they found that eye gaze, the ability to look in somebody's eyes, is also remarkably diagnostic. In fact, there's a paper in one of the most famous medical journals called Nature, where these researchers from Emory University, where I visited quite a bit actually, found that babies with autism, not even children, they lose the eye gaze that they keep with their parents, their mothers. They lose that eye gaze within weeks, sometimes, or by 3 months. If they've lost the eye gaze with their mother, they'll have an inordinately large chance of being confirmed diagnostically as having autism when they're 3 or 4 years old. They longitudinally followed these patients. And again, I think the gaming community is obviously well known for its insensitivity to a number of things. For a while, Down syndrome was hot in the League of Legends community. People would talk about, oh, you have Down syndrome or something like that. And I'd sit there and say, look, do you know what that is? I mean, I understand that I fed, but you know what?
Well, do you see do you see socially, do you understand how those insults arise?
No, tell me. Where?
Well, I think because people look for things that exist outside the norm, and then those are the targeted insults that you use to attack somebody, right? I used to say faggot a lot as an insult, and I try not to say that anymore because I've met too many people now that are genuinely homophobic, and I don't want to encourage that type of mentality. So then I think that I guess it sounds hypocritical of me to say that, but still say autism, I guess, is an insult, which I do quite a bit, I admit. But I guess people are just looking for things that are objectively bad. Which I think we can probably agree, like autism or Down syndrome are objectively bad things, and then you just kind of label that to whoever you don't like as a way to make yourself feel better.
Yeah, it's sort of I wouldn't say like I'm not a social justice warrior, but I spent my life making drugs and sometimes doing it in ways that people don't like. Most people, crap on me for Daraprim, but they don't know that I developed one of the first drugs for a rare kidney disease that little kids get. And I spent millions of dollars doing it, haven't seen a return yet. I wasted millions of dollars on this stupid spray. It's never gonna get those millions back.
Sure, I think, the problem, I don't think that people necessarily, obviously the public circle is a horrible place to have these discussions because feelings get hot and people in general are really stupid when it comes to anything financially related. But I don't think that people are upset that you were raising money to find a cure or to find a different drug to treat something. I think it's more just where the funding comes from starts to feel really abusive or exploitive, I think, for the average public person. Like, if you want to patent a drug and make tons of money selling it and all of that, but you need to raise financial capital for the R&D to do it, that's great, but don't do it by having us subsidize your research with higher insurance premiums or more costly visits to the doctor, stuff like that. I think is like the problem that people have in the United States.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I'm a pimp, and I get guap, and that's just it. What am I going to do? I can't stop.
No, I understand. It's kind of like when people point the finger, I hate Trump with a fiery passion, but I don't think Trump does anything wrong with his taxes. If those loopholes exist, you have to not only do you have to use them, you'd be an idiot not to. And you'd be irresponsible not to, because your company would suffer, your employees would suffer, and the people that are relying on you for that income would suffer because you have some arbitrary moral high ground by not utilizing an existing loophole. Sure.
Yeah. I just finished my taxes, and I had five people working on them nonstop, and we just got it in today. Today is the deadline for extended filers.
Extended from yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just fucking, it was nightmarish, going through it all. And, we had two different law firms, two different accounting firms, all working on my tax returns. And, when you're in a position like Trump, or, his a very different position from me, but it's just one of these things where, you can't imagine the complexity of filing a tax return like this. And, I think that he should, he should still release it, but he's made so many mistakes, and the guy's such a putz in so many ways. But I think that Hillary is I agree with a lot of the things that people say about her, and I'm curious how you respond to some of those, like she's corrupt, and she's should be in jail, and what's your sort of intelligent, reasonable person to another? What's your impression?
I could never defend Hillary. I really can't. I'm almost a single issue voter when it comes to campaign financing, which is one of the worst tests that Hillary fails. So and like my girlfriend worked in security, or I'm sorry, not security, in defense, and like if she had done anything even remotely similar to what Hillary had done, at the very least she would be fired, right? At the very least. And we're talking like accidentally walk out with a document, walk out of a secured location with a document, like that would be grounds for probably instant termination, let alone giving, a multitude of people access to servers with top secret information with no clearances whatsoever. Like, no, all of that shit is crazy. I think that Hillary is fucking horrible in every sense of the word. And even her political views are only, whatever suits her at the time. You can follow her views on gay marriage or follow her views on 15 an hour minimum wage or whatever. And these are all things that she gets pushed to when it's politically expedient for her to believe in them. So, yeah, I'm not a Hillary fan at all. I just think that Trump is so fucking bizarrely out there that...
Don't you think it'd be fun?
No.
I
The
mean,
thing
like,
that bothers me, or
How
sorry, go
much,
ahead.
how much can you care? You know, like I almost want to see what happens.
The thing that bothers me about Trump isn't Trump himself. I think it's what Trump reveals about America. I really do believe, and maybe this sounds hyperbolic, I really do believe that there are a lot of people in America that are still pretty racist, pretty xenophobic, a little bit too nationalistic, a little bit too rose-tinted glasses when it comes to American history, very evangelical. And I believe that that base represents a large majority of Trump's voting base. And that really bothers me that that much thought still exists, I guess, in my country. 13 million people voted him through the primaries. I mean,
There's nothing wrong with being evangelical, is there?
when the evangelicalism, when your religious thought takes over your ability to make rational decisions, there's something wrong with it. I don't think there's anything wrong with being religious, but when you're pushing for abstinence-only education, when you're pushing to outlaw abortion, when you're pushing to
Is that
teach...
evangelical or is that insanity?
Well, I mean, it's insanity that only comes from evangelicals. They're not one and the same. I agree with that.
Right. I mean, there's people. Some of the greatest people I know are church-going people that are just really reasonable.
Yeah, they exist. I mean, I think the United States still has a lot of church-going, religious people. When I say evangelical, maybe I'm not using that term right. Usually, when I hear people say evangelical, they're talking about a little bit more of the fundamentalist side of things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can all agree that not teaching evolution or something, in favor of some crackpot theory or something would be very problematic. I think that, this whole support Trump because you don't like Hillary or support Hillary because you don't like Trump. It's sort of a tough place to be. But I think that we attach too much self-importance when we go through this election process. Like everyone's worried about what's going to happen to them or their country, and it's I actually don't really care. Who gives a fuck? Let it.
Well, I mean,
we'll fix it 4 years from now. It can't do that much harm. Jesus Christ,
I mean, I guess the worst. So there's two things going on in terms of actual harm that the president can do. That's pretty much limited to Supreme Court justices, which I guess could have varying levels of importance depending on what ends up at the bench or what they threaten to overturn. I don't even know how that process works. And then how many, I guess, justices are up for nomination. So, I mean, that's probably the most important job that the president has. I guess that and veto power. But I guess the thing that, the way that I look at it is if you look at your head of state, when he's elected via democracy, which we kind of do, is representative of who you are, right?
Bro,
so, what?
Let's be real.
Yeah?
I don't know what you do for a living.
Uh-huh.
I have investments and shit. It doesn't fucking matter to me who's the president. What impact is going to have in your life?
Realistic impact, it doesn't. But I mean, I feel like I'm not even that patriotic, but I guess as somebody that I am American, I grew up with very patriotic parents. I would like to really be proud of my country, but when you're part of a country, maybe you don't identify as American. I'm not saying as an insult.
I was born here.
But I mean as identity, yeah, I'm an American. I guess it would be nice to have a head of state that isn't he's your main mascot. He's your primary dude, right? That's your big representative is your head of state. And if your head of state is somebody like Donald Trump, what does that say about the electorate? What does it say about the people in your country?
I'm more open-minded of a person. And maybe to a fault. I just sort of there have been presidents that I thought Obama was going to be trash. He was great. And I thought Bush was going to be great. It was trash.
Sure.
What do I know? At the end of the day, just let them run and let them run the country for 4 years, see what happens. They got pretty fucking far in the first place. It can't be that bad of a decision. I think we just get so up in arms and partisan about it, and it's just I've never smoked weed in my life, so this is a weird thing, but everyone should just smoke a blunt and just chill. Jesus Christ, we get so anal about all this bullshit, and this is not going to change your fucking life. If you're fucking working at Walmart, you're still going to be working at Walmart. Even if you're a millionaire tycoon like me, nothing's going to what's going to happen? Just fucking relax. Who gives a fuck?
Well, I mean, but it kind of sounds like you're advocating for a complete, what's the word when you don't give a fuck? You don't care about anything. You have total apathy. Yeah. It sounds like you're advocating for them for complete apathy to politics in general, or?
No. I mean, I'm probably more apathetic than you are, but, I just think that, the idea that you and others can control this wildly complex system with some of your thoughts, it's unrealistic. Like a good example is like budgets and things like that, spending. Like spending is controlled by markets. Like you can, like if we wanted to make all these great entitlements and stuff like that, you can see like Obamacare was a great idea and I support it, but you can see it's sort of not working sometimes, and that the problem is that ideas, as my mom would say, that your eyes are too big for your stomach. The vision of Obamacare is a massive sort of expansion of Medicaid and Medicare, which I'm not against, but it costs money, and it costs a lot of money, and we just don't have infinite money. And so markets will decide whether Obamacare succeeds or doesn't.
Sure. Can I ask you a question on that specifically? Why do Americans spend so much more per capita, but seem to get so much less out of it than other countries with like single payer, like compared to like the NHS in the UK or Canada's healthcare system?
It's a great question. Sort of all over the place answer, because each little part matters.
It's a little bit of well, a lot of people levy criticism there. The insurance companies come under fire there, that they're a leech on that system. And
I can take each part of it. One of the more interesting parts is the drug part. So we have a thing. So what's interesting is if you make a brand new awesome drug that's a great cancer drug, right? Like we can all agree that's great, right? And like Merck just came out, Merck and Bristol Myers both came out with a drug. They're very, very similar to each other. They're called PD-1 antibodies. And I mean, they're like the greatest fucking thing that our drug industry has ever done. They extend life for people with cancer, which when I play League and I feed in Silver, I need this drug sometimes, but it's...
Wait, why do you get to make cancer jokes and I can't make autism jokes?
Well,
never mind. Move on. Don't worry about it.
It gives me cancer.
Yeah.
Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be topical.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thanks for using it in terms that I can understand. Go ahead.
Yes. If it gets really bad and I'm like 0-12 with Ezreal or something, I'll be like, this is metastatic stage 4 renal cell carcinoma.
Sure, and sometimes I start banning people in chat and I become this antisocial monster and I feel like I'm exhibiting traits of ASD. So I feel like I use it appropriately. But...
Well, clearly you can now tell your users that according to the RMET.
Yeah, but if I were to take that test after going 0-12 in League, I bet I would only score like a 10 on it. So
Maybe. So anyway, there's this great new cancer drug. It's close to $100,000 to take. It's the same price everywhere, though. And if you're in, let's pick a country like, I don't know, fucking Algeria. It's a modern country, Africa, but it's probably one of Africa's most successful countries, but it's still pretty poor. They can't afford this drug. Merck says, go fuck yourself. Sorry. Greece is a country undergoing a lot of challenges. Roche has a couple of cancer drugs that are similar. Roche told Greece to go fuck themselves. They said, when you become a first world country and you can pay for our medicine, you can get it. Until then, you're a third world country and, maybe you can apply for our donations or something, but you're done. We're not selling to you. We'll have a humanitarian aid project, but that's where we're bucketing your crappy country. And so for new drugs like that, that's the state of affairs for the entire planet. You either can pay this new high price that reflects this costly innovation, or you can't.
Yeah.
If you can't, we're going to try our best to ship you some free drug and stuff like that. But in general, you want to be on that list where you can afford it. And countries in Europe, what's fascinating is they'll bitch about it. They'll come. They went to this one company, Vertex, that has a cystic fibrosis drug, in the entire country of Scotland, which it's part of the UK, obviously, but. There were entire countries, I think France might have done it too, where they literally said, no, we will not have it. And this is like a cure for certain patients with cystic fibrosis who would die without it. And they said, no, we will have a firm line, against this. And they capitulated, and they pay the full price. Because at the end of the day, this sort of idea that, to save somebody's life, it's pretty valuable to society to be able to do that. And we don't want to be a country that is sort of a third world country. So that's sort of most modern medicines. Now, the problem results in how we deal with kind of older medicines, like the one that I bought. I recognize that in Europe, you can't do what I did with Daraprim because of single payer. And there's pros and cons to that. The con is to me is that I lose a lot of money. that would be a pro to you.
No, I'm not like that. I'm all for capitalism.
I mean,
Sure.
it's
But the con would be that there would never be the motive to develop that drug because there wouldn't be the money there in the first place, right?
No, this is an old drug, right? I mean, this
Oh,
is
okay.
it was Daraprim was developed a long time ago, and I'm being totally serious when I say I'm at odds with, in many ways, what society benefits from. The rules are what they are. In the U.S., drugs are not paid for by a single payer, and basically there's actually an incentive for their prices to be higher, which is a really kind of crazy concept.
And single payer?
No, in our system.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
There are forces that actually drive that price up, which is not just people like me, but all the players in the healthcare.
Sure.
Want higher drug prices, and that has to do with the way insurance works.
Yeah, because people don't shop for prices. You never look for a cheap hospital, and things are never advertised as priced out. And yeah,
insurers make more money the more dollars flow through their system. So
Sure.
They kind of tacitly love higher prices, and then so that's sort of one big problem, so to speak. Now, an honest drug industry, to me, I'm not sure that's as much of a problem as people think, because clearly we have mechanisms to pay for high-priced drugs. They exist. Everyone gets our medicine, and I think can't afford it. The problem is, what does the industry do with that money? And the industry is not very good at taking that money and making great new medicines. The Merck drug, we get one of those like every 3 decades, or every decade or so. We don't get drugs like that drug every day, and the industry is pretty wasteful. And what I found is that, and if we want to switch topics, I'm happy to. But one of the problems with our industry is that of the top 15 or so drug companies, and their CEOs, not one of them is a scientist. Maybe one. And if you look at tech, it's totally the opposite. All the top tech companies, especially the successful ones, Zuckerberg programmed Facebook. Gates, was a developer as well. The Google guys wrote Google for Stanford. They actually had hands-on experience. So I think our industry needs better science, to be honest, and less sort of businessy people. I got my first patent at 30 for a brand new medicine I invented. I think people like me should be at the heads of drug companies, not people like this big London drug company just named their new CEO, and she ran their consumer business that sold toothpaste before. And I'm sitting here saying, like, she doesn't know anything about a drug. And I don't know why she should be running this company. I want people that understand the business. And the more we have of that, the more people that are really fanatical about medicine, the way I hope I portrayed myself as, I love medicine, and I love reading about these illnesses and trying to fix them, and grabbing money to do so because I don't trust Wall Street and the venture capital community. And it's not easy to raise money, especially from, I get the sense that you're somewhat contemptuous of a lot of other people's intellect.
No. I don't hate capitalism or raising money at all. If I gave that impression, I'm like an insane leftist.
What I said was that I think you look down your nose at people who aren't very bright. You would be spending a lot of time looking down in the Wall Street world. Most people.
Oh well, sure. I mean, I'm sure they're probably intelligent at the things that they specialize in. I imagine so.
The average hedge fund is losing money this year, which makes no sense because the average hedge fund is performing less than the index, which is like what? Well, how? What? I could do better by not paying.
Well, that all kind of goes into all the theories, the efficient market hypothesis, right? That people don't ever beat the market on average and whatnot. Sure. I guess I'm backing up a little bit just because I'm kind of interested. In the scientific research world, the competition for funding, from what I read, seems to be the major complaint of every scientist. If there's good research to be done, but it's not interesting, nobody funds it. The profit motives seem to fuck everything up, or as you call it, the market seems to not select for things that would be positive to the scientific community because there's not as much money behind it. Do you ever feel like in the healthcare world that it seems like it's more like kind of a bureaucratic system than like a system that exists for scientific research to deliver that scientific research to sick people?
It's a sort of a messed up field because there's 2 big areas of scientific research. There's the bench research, which is almost overwhelmingly done by universities, and it's, by the way, especially well done by by not American universities?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Well, we're great at it too, but
I've seen like all the different things on like the amount of scientific research that used to occur in the United States versus Europe, and those charts have like equalized out hardcore, whereas the United States although I guess that's probably because Europe is caught up in a lot of ways as well. But
I think we do a great job, but I'm just sort of giving a nod to the rest of the world.
Sure, okay.
The second part of the research I'm not going to, but the first part, look, I mean, there's great genetic discoveries all around the world, even more so now in China and India. It's great. The whole scientific community is doing better. All of that funding is done by academics. We have our NIH system here in the U.S. that gives grants to those academics, and it is a clusterfuck. Industry does not help with this research, which I think is a huge mistake. But it's basic research that is, you illustrate some of the problems with it. The second part of the research is the part that I'm much more familiar with, which is actually taking a discovery, so to speak, and making a product out of it. And when I say product, I mean a therapy.
Yeah, sure.
It's a therapy to the patient, but to an executive, it's a product. I'm just being very cold about it, but a drug. And that process is only done by companies. Universities don't do that. It's also a much more expensive process. And Americans are better at it than virtually anyone. There's no European Genentech. There's no European Gilead. There's no Chinese Celgene. All these are American companies that have changed the world with great new medicine.
Do you think that they wouldn't exist in those countries if America wasn't so preferential to them? Do you think they would just cease to exist entirely?
I actually don't think America's like I started touring my drug company in Switzerland because tax codes, but it's the American hunger really more than anything else. It's the American dream and drive to become a billionaire or whatever. Like that's what I think. And look at tech, Facebook, Google. Why is there no there's a Baidu, but in general, I mean, where's the Facebook of Europe? Where's the Google of Europe? Where's the IBM, Microsoft, and Apple of Europe? That doesn't exist.
Sure. For the social media, I wonder how much of that has to do with the fact that American culture is still pervasive rather than just the technology too. But yeah, I know what you mean.
What about Google? I mean, there's just sort of like this drive that Americans just want to make money, love to make money, and I think that it's just a little less drive elsewhere. It doesn't mean that there aren't great European internet companies or Japanese pharmaceutical companies. There are, but especially in terms of entrepreneurial startups, there hasn't been a new Japanese drug company in like 50 years. Which is like, how does that work? It's sort of,
I imagine like at one point, with the United States being the home of, I guess, according to you, like massive pharmaceutical research and whatnot, why would you even bother to start, something in another country if America's already trademarked itself as being the best at doing that, right?
Yeah, no, it's a fair thing to say. But I mean, I think that, I'm curious how you would think about this. One of the things I dislike about Trump the most is this "Make America Great Again" concept. So I think America is great, and I think that, trying to fix what isn't broken is sort of a great way to break something. And this whole idea that America's in big trouble and it's a huge disaster waiting to happen, and he's going to save the day. I don't know who buys that. Like,
I mean, well, with the way that the media works these days, it's like. I think it's pretty obvious. I don't want to say obvious, but like, I mean, like if you look at the way that crime reporting and terror, like if you ask the average person, like what's like some of the biggest threats to your life, like it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of right-leaning people would say things like, I think that terrorism is a big threat, even though they probably have a higher chance of like dying to a shark in Maine than like actually being killed by a terrorist, So I feel like the super over dramatizing of everything by the media plays into that. Trump was making those comments where like we're the most violent we ever have been in the past 40 years, which is absolutely absurd to anybody that looks at any violent crime stats. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like the media feeds a lot into that crazy sensational thing. My favorite thing to ask those people when people say "Make America Great Again," I always ask what year do you want to go back to? Like for Jim Crow laws, or not that far back? Do you just want to go back to where like gay people couldn't get married, or do you want to go really far back before women could vote? Like what is? Yeah, I don't know what "Make America Great Again" means. Like what time period are you hearkening to? Like
that's very snarky and I think effective, but I think hopefully, I think you're touching on exactly what you said earlier, which is, people are more racist and they want to be more open about, maybe more open about it.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate. But I mean, I think that, economically, America's is at this point is as good as it's ever going to get. We have this high tax rate that is quote unquote so bad and so forth. I was looking at Facebook's financial statements. They're an American company. They pay 40% taxes. It's unheard of. When I moved to Switzerland, my company to Switzerland, I turned America's 35% federal tax rate, and then sometimes even companies have to pay state and city taxes, and I think Facebook does. So I went from 35 to 11%, and it was worth it for me to sort of have to set up a Swiss company and do all the things I had to do. But like, if Facebook can start in America and become a $300 billion company with the quote unquote, huge tax burden, like, cry me a river. Like, I want to say I regret doing the Switzerland thing, but if the difference between your success and failure is whether you have a 35% tax rate or 11% tax rate, like, I don't know.
That's kind of a big. That's a big difference. I have a hard time believing that Facebook pays an effective 40% tax rate though on.
Absolutely.
Really? I'll go look at it later. I don't doubt you. It just seems really hard to believe.
There's a couple other companies that do it too, and eventually my guess is Facebook will be a little smarter about how they do it. And you could be right that they actually are telling us that they're paying a 38% tax rate, and then they actually don't. Companies do that all the time. The accounting rules are a little bit finicky that way. You can actually say that your tax on your income statement that your taxes are X, and in the footnotes it'll explain that, no, well, you add the tax credit that we got.
Yeah, one of the thing that I fucking hate the most, because I'm self-employed, so I get paid via 1040, so I have to know a little bit more about taxes than the average W2 filer, and I'm sure you know infinitely more than me. But even with the little bit I know, it's really frustrating listening to people only talk about like the posted tax schedule. And so somebody will say something like, oh, if you make a lot of money, you pay 35% taxes. Like, well, 35% on what? Like, first of all of this income isn't even ordinary income. And then you've got all sorts of tax credits and deductions. Not every single dollar you've made in that bracket is taxed at that bracket. Like, if you make $100,000 in a year, all of that money is being taxed. Like, talking about taxes, like tax rates versus effective tax rates, is like a huge fucking trigger for me. I get like really irritated when.
Yeah, and in the companies, it's even less clear. And I don't know. For me, politics is like, it is an exercise in futility. So I think it's funny when I see them on Twitter, they get worked up over like Trump or Hillary or something like that. I'm like, you need to take a deep breath, realize that you don't matter, they don't matter, and you're getting worked up for nothing. At the end of the day, you got to do you, be happy. And if for whatever reason, like whatever you're angry about in your life, like for some reason you think Trump and Hillary are going to be a good outlet for you, maybe psychologically that's healthy for you. But the reality is you should be worrying about your family, your job, your friends, what you like to do for fun. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are going to have absolutely nothing to do with you. Our country will be fine with or without your vote. Like, I just don't, this idea that like, it's romantic that we, the people, steer this democratic process. And it's certainly true practically. But again, we're ignoring these other influences. Like when we run up a big deficit, that's going to self-correct. It can't continue forever. A lot of these policies are not going to be ones that we choose. The president has to go with the tides as much as, and the country, the Senate, all of our branches, they have to go with the tides as much as they do with public opinion.
Yeah, sure.
On deficits forever. I mean, no matter what the politician wants.
Yeah, and hearing Trump say that his solution to trade deficits, which aren't even necessarily a bad thing, is to tariff every other import and then bring all the manufacturing back to America to fix our deficit.
I pray that he's sort of trolling and
I don't think so, because he hasn't trolled about anything else. Why would he be trolling about that?
I think it's one of these politician things where he's just saying that to win the Rust Belt vote because he needs that to get elected. And then when he gets in office, he's gonna say, "Are you kidding me? I'm not gonna change. I'm the guy that has his ties made in China. Are you fucking joking? I'm not gonna. That's crazy."
I hope. I mean, like, I used to believe that, but I don't know anymore, dude. I feel like I don't know. He said some of the worst things I've ever heard a politician say. Talking about that judge that's literally whiter than you or me, who is a Mexican because his parents were Mexican, the federal judge that was literally born in Indiana. Like, I don't know. He said some crazy fucking shit.
I think he actually, because, and you probably notice, I mean, everybody notices this, people that are, 70, they have, a little racism that...
just a little bit.
And
yeah.
It doesn't mean they're bad people, but they grew up in a different world that we did. And
sure.
I think that he probably speaks to a lot of those people that say, "Yeah, that stupid Mexican judge, I can't believe it," and it's unfortunate, but I would pray again that is intellectually just a game to get elected, and you play the game to win, and he's doing everything he can to win. But the reality could be that, yeah, he's just sort of this loose cannon that says whatever he wants. But again, it's not going to make a fucking difference to me. I'm still going to be streaming on YouTube. You'll still be streaming on Twitch. I'll still be feeding on League of Legends. You'll still be playing whatever game you play. And it's just not going to make a difference. You know, I can't imagine the amount of real estate it takes up in our head versus, like, I could just be learning something useful. I could learn JavaScript and actually have a fucking skill at the end of the day and just turn off the TV when it comes to elections, and I'll be totally...
Yeah, you'll be the same, more or less. Or, yeah, even better off, because then you're not stressing over stuff. Yeah. I guess, like, with that type of apathy, though, don't you think that kind of apathy runs counterintuitive to the entire point of, like, a democracy? Like, aren't we supposed to have a well-informed voter base that can make intelligent, you know, decisions on voting for people?
I sort of trust my peers, and to me, the American, like, my family came to America from Albania, a really dirt poor country, and they came here for a quote-unquote better life. They didn't come here to represent the American people. You know, they came here so one of their kids could get rich. Mm-hmm. And it worked, and great. But, you know, this idea that we're all going to sort of have this common voice, and that my little old mother from Yugoslavia is going to, you know, partake in a political process. It's a ruse. You know, I think that this idea that, you know, you talk about campaign finance. I donated $2,700 to Bernie.
To Bernie, I saw that.
Yeah, at the time it was the most amount of money that you could give to him. And I don't like Bernie Sanders, but my theory on it was that every time he asks people to, quote unquote, pitch in $5 or chip in $3 for his campaign, I that disgusts me as much as Boeing giving, you know, Hillary Clinton $3 million. Because I think that Boeing doesn't need the $3 million. The person pitching in $3 may need it. And when I donate $2,700, you can do it twice to make $5,400. I've equalized like 3,000 people in one fell swoop because I have more money. And, you know, while it's true that you could raise money piecemeal, you know, Hillary Clinton's raising money from super PACs. And I think this whole idea that you and I matter in politics is it's a little bit too kind of indirect. I'd rather control my destiny in my life, no pun intended, than sort of pretend to be partaking in some system that for no reward. You know,
I guess, like,
it's greedy and, you know, so forth.
In terms of looking at the difference from raising capital between the way that Bernie does it versus Hillary does it, all the things that you say about pretending to be involved in the political process, I feel like a lot of that ties into funding. Like if somebody goes to Congress and they're writing laws, they don't give a fuck what I think. They care what the people that fund them think, right? I feel like that was the... So I guess, because I'm looking at, like, you saying that you don't like the way that Bernie raises money, but I feel like if Bernie makes, or if any politician makes all of their money from the actual people that live in the places that they're supposed to be representing, then the politician is more likely to represent those people than if they get all of their money from a select few businesses, right? Because, I don't know, like, I look at, there are so many, like, laws and shit that are written by people, or wrote by people, that are specifically doing it because they have backing by a certain company, that it...
Sure.
Yeah. Sure.
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm not saying at all that if we lived we would be living in a better world if there was no ability for a company to contribute, right? Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about that.
Like when we talk about things like the big financial crisis, the big housing bullshit of 2007, 2008, like if you look at Hillary Clinton's financial backers, like is she really going to be the politician to rein in the banks? Like,
yeah, of course
probably not, you know? And if another thing like that is brewing, is she going to be the person to call them out on it? Probably not, you know? Like,
yeah, no, I know, you know, I was in hedge funds and being a successful entrepreneur, I've been approached by lots of politicians for cash, and you know, it's there's no, you know, no one's stupid enough to say I'm going to do this for you if you do this.
Of course.
There is, I'm not giving you money for fucking fun. You know, there's better ways to have fun. It's because I'm trying to influence you.
By influence, yeah.
You know, I see eye to eye in 80% of what you say, and I also want, like, I gave money to this one guy in Maryland, and Maryland's important because that's the FDA. And I gave him money because he was a Democrat, by the way, and I liked the guy. He was a young black guy, and you know, I sort of said we need more, you know, diversity in our House of Representatives. He would have been the second or third youngest guy in the House. So I said, you know, I mean, that would be nice. And I gave him some dough, and, you know, I sort of understood that not only was this sort of a good thing to do, but look, 2-3 years down the road, you never know. I might have to call him and say, hey, you know, this guy at the FDA is bothering me. Go get rid of him or something. And, you know, having made that donation will put me in a better position to be heard. He's going to pick up the damn phone, that's for sure, than vice versa. And, you know, when he runs into the FDA commissioner in the hallway, he's going to say, hey, do you know anything about so-and-so? And these things happen, whether you know, and I don't think you can stop them. And I think that if you donated the presidential campaign, I think the limit's like $34,000. If you donated $34,000 to Bernie, and you tried that stuff, it's a lot easier for him to say, who are you? No, go fuck yourself. Versus Hillary Clinton can't do that to George Soros.
If somebody from Lehman Brothers or somebody shows up at Hillary Clinton's doorstep, yeah, they have her ear.
Oh God, you know, in fact, you know, it's a puppet master thing because, you know, I mean, these donors, they follow each other. I mean, I look to, you know, what the Koch brothers do. I look to what these other guys do, and I say, yeah, that's some you know, someone I want to kind of, you know, work with. And you know, it is scary. And I think that Bernie, you know, my donation to him was sort of a nod at how absurd the process is.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me, I got this, you know, it's a machine, you know, the idea that he's not a machine though is sort of silly because I got the sticker in the mail. You know, it was automated. It was like a factory.
Well, yeah, sure, but
I get a sticker, I get a letter, like, oh, it's so cute. I'm a part of this process. You know, it's kind of bullshit.
A little bit, but kind of a false equivalency. Like, I do think that the funding via lots of people is better in almost every single way than the funding from a few select people. Although there is, of course, a certain degree of groupthink bullshit that, you know, slap the bumper sticker on your car and all that shit that goes along with it. Sure.
I think it's better that it's certainly better. No one could disagree with that. But I think that so we're totally see eye to eye on that. But I think that it was a little naive for him to say, no, this is a political revolution. Let's go do it. And the idea that, like, this is the first time that, like, an older guy's motivated a bunch of naive younger people to give him money and to be a political, quote unquote, political revolution. It's sort of intellectually dishonest on his part. And I don't know how much money he raised, but I had the number 100 million strikes is sort of in my head for some reason. Mm-hmm. That money would have been much better off in those people's hands than his hands, in my opinion.
I mean, it's possible. I do think that he was a little naive in thinking that he wouldn't have to play the game at all, right? Because you could see that he very clearly wasn't interested in playing the game, and because he didn't, he got fucked, like, really hard. Yeah. That being said, it feels like, and I'm totally honest, my knowledge of history and geography is very fucking bad. In my lifetime, I haven't seen a political climate that would have gotten Bernie as far as he did, right? It's the same political climate that has elevated Trump to the position that he's in. So I feel like if this would have happened 4 years from now, and we would have had another establishment candidate, you know, for the next 4 to 8 years, I think that Bernie might have been able to do it just because of the overwhelming amount of anti-establishment politics that exist right now in the United States. But
we just happen to be very young, and most people are too, but like Barry Goldwater, I think was his name, was the Trump equivalent, right, in the 60s. And then someone I actually know, Jesse Jackson.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he was the Bernie equivalent in many ways in the, I want to say the 80s? He ran for president. He actually won a state. Obviously, Bernie got quite far. But you know, we've seen some analogs. Someone said that the you know, Trump, it's never been this incendiary political campaign, and then someone quoted like Andrew Jackson, like talking about someone being a hermaphrodite, his opponent being a hermaphrodite.
To be fair, it's probably safer. You could probably use a lot of insults like that earlier on without them being inflammatory at all, right?
Probably, but yeah, with media now, there's a, you know, echo chamber, right? But I think the you know, it's sort of like, again, you know, for everyone to get up in arms about it and worried about it, I'd rather preach, like, my brother plays League of Legends and World of Warcraft, and I joked with him that if on his computer screen, across the top of the screen, there was a scrolling ticker of physics or chemistry, he would have a PhD by now. And this idea that he needs to escape from reality by playing these video games, and I do it too. We all do it. Instead of improving himself. To me, that's sort of like the great tragedy of life, is that we waste all of our time, and it's all.
I feel like you have to have a very. I feel like you underrate personal happiness when you say that, though, right? I guess, like, to use the meme, I'm sure it's a Tumblr quote or some shit. Time spent having fun is never time wasted, or time wasted being happy isn't time wasted. Like, I notice that, like, a lot of people will do that. A lot of people will say, like, I've spent, 10,000 hours playing StarCraft or League. Imagine if I would have put that 10,000 hours into studying economics or studying some hard science, and, I would be a PhD making, so much money and all this shit. But I think it's a lot easier to go back in the past and say that, and then kind of underrate, like, how much fun you had doing whatever. I guess this goes into, like, personal life philosophy more than anything else. But
I know so many people that play these video games and they're not having fun. There's sort of like treading water. And,
oh, sure, for sure. But I mean, like, are they not having fun because they're playing video games, or is it because there are some other life things going on? And even if the video games weren't there, they'd be wasting their time on something else.
Exactly right. I mean, it's another problem in their life, and it doesn't have to be video games. It could be something like, any other sort of activity that's sort of this vacant, watching TV or something like that. Watching sports, I think, is to be honest with you, is no different from video games, and it's, to me, symptomatic of mental distress. If you play video games for 10 hours a day, you have to see a psychologist.
Damn, dude.
There's something wrong with you. You might be this rare person that is having a lot of fun and is enjoying the game, but there's probably, and I'm, to be totally upfront, I'm not a psychology expert at all. I am a psychiatric expert. But psychology is not, my field. I've read a little Freud, and that's about it. But in general, I don't think you have to be a psychology PhD to understand. Like, clearly, you're masking some major problem in your life. You're running from it. You're evading it. There's a huge issue with you in your life that you're basically transporting yourself into, whether it's forget the World of Warcraft, Azeroth. You're leaving Earth's problems and joining Azeroth because you can't handle Earth. And this notion that, no, I'm just trying to have fun. Well, I think that's a cop-out. I mean, this idea that you really prefer the world of Azeroth to the world of Earth. And there are days where I'd rather be in Azeroth than Earth. That's for damn sure. There are days where, just like I'm sure your job, it's stressful, it sucks. I don't want to do that. And absolutely, there should be great outlets to blow off steam, and whether it's on Steam, I suppose, or other avenues. But when you start to get into this addiction and this sort of escapism, I think that is the gaming community sort of needs to talk about this a little bit more than it does. I mean, you should not be proud of yourself playing 10,000 hours of video game. I think that's.
I mean, I think it depends on. For me personally, like, I don't view 10,000 hours into anything, I think, is more or less the equivalent, assuming that you are, I think that you are overrating the amount of time spent and underrating the damaging impacts on your life. Like, for instance, let's say that every weekend somebody does like a fucking 36-hour marathon, but then during the week he's got a healthy life. Every other weekend he gets out and he sees his family. He's got a social life. He's got friends. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that versus the person that, right after coming home, doesn't shower for 3 or 4 days, gets on the computer and is angry the entire fucking time. I feel like it's not so much the time spent, more as how do you spend the rest of your life that you're not playing games.
Sure. No, and there's no, I'm not casting any judgment on anyone. I just think that.
But like, I know what you mean. Like, I'll get in a game and like 2 minutes in, some guy's already like super fucking pissed off, and it's like, we're playing video games, dog. Like, why are you already so mad? Like, why are you even here? Yeah.
No, I think it's okay. I mean, I got banned off Twitch for being too reactionary to user comments. I get very heated very quickly.
Well, being too reactionary, weren't you posting kids' phone numbers?
I don't remember, but I don't do things like that. No, 10,000 hours is 250 40-hour weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That is 4 years of a full-time full-time job. And if I have anxiety, I don't talk about it a lot, but I have anxiety. I take medicine for it. I have no symptoms, which is great. Medicine works great. But there are people that can't cope with stress of life.
Sure.
And we all cope with it differently. And if you so-called tap out after 12 hours of life, right? And you say, you know what? It's fucking 1 a.m. I've been literally working since 7 a.m. I'm ready to tap out. I want to play an hour of League. I want to drink a beer. I want a blowjob, and I'm done. That's fine. Like, you have to psychologically, you just can't take that much damage, right, mentally.
Sure.
And maybe, God bless, maybe with the medicine especially, I can take a lot of damage some days I don't feel like taking any damage. But there are people that literally, I know a lot of them, they'd be in their late 20s, early 30s, they're living at home, they're not working, they're playing video games all day long, and they're sort of coasting from, maybe they'll have a job for a few weeks, they'll take a class here and there, they have no income. These are the kind of people that I think the gaming community needs to sort of look out for and say, look, I play video games with you, I play Hearthstone with you here and there, you're always on. Like, what's up with your life? Can you, maybe you need help. And I think that's, one of the reasons I actually do like Bernie, who's the only candidate to talk about mental health. And my company is still working on the first drug ever for suicidality. And it's ketamine for treatment-resistant depression and suicidality. One of my family members actually has this illness. And, in the video gaming is, I think, people who are so-called addicted to video games, I often think they have severe depression. And maybe I'm stereotyping, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. It's pretty far afield from what I know, but I know games. I play a lot of video games, and I meet a lot of people who are truly depressed and need help. And I think, I'm curious. You have a big stream. How do you feel about mental health in gamers?
Obviously it's really, I can't diagnose somebody that I feel that way after 1 or 2 games, so it's hard for me to say it, but I agree with what you're saying in general, that there are people that use escapism in like really negative ways. I don't think that it's unique to video games. People do it with, whether it's watching sports or watching TV or doing nothing, or drugs. Marijuana is popular for that kind of shit. Like, yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways that people do it. Yeah, I do agree that mental health isn't talked about much, really, in much of any place. I think that it's kind of sad that there are, like, I get this playing League, there are a lot of people that play games, and like I said, like, if I'm in a ranked game and some guy is like going off on the team like 3 minutes in, I have to wonder, like, why the fuck are you even playing this game right now? Like, this is supposed to be for fun, and like you're already upset.
The episodic crazy, we all rage, right? We all go nuts sometimes on the games, and sometimes that's good. I worry about the kid that is just, I don't know, maybe I'm too empathetic, but I meet people in these games that are just truly like miserable and their life sucks, and I just want to sort of grab them and shake them and say, like, you need help, like, you need to go to therapy or something. Like, I've never actually been to therapy once in my life. A lot of people think that's desperately overdue, but regardless, just, I think, looking out for each other. So what's great about this gaming community, what's great about Twitch, and I wish I could be on it again, is that behind all the bullshit and the raging and all that shit, there's actually are communities of friends that, people care about each other, and God forbid, sometimes we even really have this great affinity for each other. Some people I play League with in my community that they're like great friends now, and it's fun, it's wonderful. But, I think that, this issue of just sort of looking out for people's sort of mental health is one that I'm close to, and maybe I'm rambling, but it's just one of these things that I sort of notice it a lot, and just wish that, we could all be better sort of to each other. And a big part of, whether it's Twitch or League or anything else is trolling and getting on each other's nerves and poking fun at each other, and I'm the first to do it. But I'd also, you get to make close friends with people. You get to know them sometimes better than a lot of your friends in the quote-unquote real world, or sometimes even more than your family, and you care about them. And when you see someone play video games 24/7, ostensibly, I think you sort of have a duty to say, "Are you really having fun, or you okay?"
Sure.
I think that's something that we should all do.
I'm curious now, just because your entrance into celebrity status has been so much different than other people. Does it ever? And I'm not saying like, are you depressed tonight? But does it ever bother you when people say things personally targeted insults at you across social media or whatever, when you know that it's fucking wrong and stupid? Like, does that ever bother you? So I guess like I see something like you, and it's like, oh, Martin Skreli, that fucking piece of shit that was denying cancer or AIDS treatment, HIV treatment to some people. Like, what a fucking piece of shit that guy is. I hope he gets fucking raped in prison. Like, when you see shit like that, does that bother you?
I'm probably the one person on the planet that doesn't bother, and it's just bizarre because for whatever reason that stuff just floats over me, because I truly know that the person is coming from a place of ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
If there was a pharmaceutical executive that sat down and said, you know what, I know everything about pharma just like Martin, and I really think this is wrong, and he was as vociferous as that. He was as intense as that, and was willing to sit down with me and be that intense and still feel that way afterwards. I'd actually would feels bad, man. Is that a thing?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Yeah, but like for some, internet geek to, lash out at me, like, what do I care? Like, great, man. I'm clearly fulfilling something you want to yell at, and if I'm the symbol of capitalism that you hate, all right. But if you actually spent not 10,000 hours, but you spent 100 hours reading about me and you still hate me, yeah, I would actually feel bad. If you spent 10 minutes, or 5 minutes, or 0 minutes, you spent 30 seconds, okay, great. It's as valuable to me as making fun of my haircut. Like, it just doesn't bother me. Why should it? And I got the most scorn and hate out of a lot of people for a short period of time, or maybe a long period of time. And I live my life exactly the same as before. And a lot of people find that remarkable. Like, in fact, in the WikiLeaks, I don't want to talk about myself, but in the WikiLeaks, the guy was surprised that after they targeted me, that I still didn't back down. They were like, why doesn't he get it? We're hurting him. He has to react to this. And it's like, nah, fuck you guys. Like, I'm not gonna stop because of you.
Do you feel like, in terms of everything that's happened, I'm largely ignorant of what you do professionally, like in any deep sense, but do you feel like that's damaged your ability to procure funding or patents or work in general in terms of what you do?
Yeah, hugely. Yeah, definitely. Funding is always a weird world.
Mm-hmm.
My arrest was more impactful. The price increase itself, it hurt a little bit, but the defiant attitude and the sort of the way Wall Street is in general, this sort of hammer fell for all companies. So the entire pharma sort of world. Sorry, some hiccups here.
Sure.
The pharma world is sort of will quote unquote never be the same. But for the last year since I did what I did, all of pharma has suffered dramatically. And it's not just me. There are some other people that did it too. And it just sort of is what it is. That will fade, right? That'll go away and we'll be fine. I'll be fine. Even, Michael Milken, who went to prison for a year, was one of the richest people in the world. He came out, he was fine. He made even more money. It's a lot about temperament, and people respect someone who won't, even if they get knocked down, they get back up.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, that's sort of my personality for better or worse. There was a guy who I actually knew who got arrested. The next day he killed himself.
Yeah.
And that's how he reacted to virtually the same situation that I'm in. I've actually started a new company. I still have all my touring stock that I'm excited about. Like, I'm even more sort of pumped up than I ever have been. Sometimes you need setbacks to motivate you to achieve more. I was actually kind of getting bored at touring with all my success, and I was just like, yeah, let me,
I just didn't know like how much like in terms of relationships. Like, I know like in Hollywood, if shit like that goes down sometimes, like with Mel Gibson, like you're completely ostracized from everything and your life is fucking over,
Yeah, no, you can definitely be blacklisted from something like Hollywood. I think in capitalism, for whatever reason, in business, I should say, like just.
Do you think if somebody like the Washington Post like targeted you, like some guy or some guy at Gawker or whatever was like, I fucking hate Martin, I'm gonna destroy him. If every time you tried to start like some new business relationship, if the Washington Post would have posted, like, oh look, like X Pharmaceutical now working with Martin Skreli, we know who to go after. Do you think stuff like that would have had a more damaging impact? Or
I think that just in general, investors are more. Most investors are very laissez-faire and passive about this kind of thing.
Oh, don't buy into the social media bullshit hype.
Yeah, exactly. If it's a good idea, it's a good idea. What do I care? And if it's going to make money, it's going to make money. And obviously, they're going to weigh the kind of pros and cons. I mean, I'm starting the software company. People say, well, on one hand, he's probably going to get a lot of users because he's the guy. And then on the other hand, he's going to have some issues with all the other shit. And you have to just weigh it on balance. And I think that it's. Look, if you look at Mark Cuban, he was not arrested, but he was charged by the SEC for insider trading.
Mm-hmm.
He beat the charges, and I don't think anyone even thinks about, his charges. People don't even remember them, really.
Maybe it's because he won. I don't know. When I feel like a lot of people have a different view of Martha Stewart now.
No, it's definitely because he won. Yeah, definitely. But if you win and you beat the charges, you almost become invincible. Like people look at you and they're like, oh, that's Mark Cuban. Like one time the government tried to nail him for something that like you might perceive that everybody does, like he beat him and now he's even like almost untouchable status. And of course I'm going to try to beat the government over my charges, but I think that there is something about being a controversial personality business person like an Elon Musk or someone like a Mark Cuban, and there's something about just like the most successful pharma entrepreneur ever is a guy named Patrick Soon-Shiong. He owns the Lakers and the Dodgers, so he hasn't exactly gone out of his way to be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody knows who he is. He has like 1,000 Twitter followers. He's worth $10 billion. He does absolutely nothing that's provocative. And so this, there's sort of this. He's richer than Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and Mark Cuban combined. Sure. And he's got 1/100th of the interest level, or 1,000th, and so it's all what you make of it. And again, I think more and more I just sort of think life is short. Whether you make $100 million, $1 billion, or $1 trillion, no one's gonna give a fuck. And the people I respect are people like Descartes and Einstein, that we remember their names hundreds of years after they're dead. In the case of Descartes, at least.
Sure.
And Turing is who I named my company after. Like, we'll remember his name hundreds of years from now. No one's gonna remember some dude who started some startup that got sold for a couple. Like, who gives a fuck? Like.
Yeah, it's not like that scientist dude who talked about. I should know the fucking name of the guy. That Chinese dude. I think he's Chinese. That talked about going to Mars. That 2,000 years from now, nobody's gonna remember who won in the Middle East, but they will remember the first steps we take towards some kind of space program or whatnot. Sure.
Yeah, and so I think again the Turing, Einstein, Harambe, these are the iconic, people that we'll remember for centuries. And I just think that if we stopped, and not every I kind of get that not everyone's cut out to be Descartes, and by definition there can only be one Descartes every 500 years, and the rest of us have to play StarCraft. And the average guy playing StarCraft is not going to become Descartes, and we can't change that. And as much as I want to foist my interests on other people, you should do JavaScript, you should read about math, it just kind of sucks for most people. And again, to cast that as mental illness is, I think, very disparaging. So what I struggle with philosophically is just sort of all the world, everything you look around, we're all wasting time and doing nothing of importance. And that's just 99.9% of all human activity is just pointless and stupid and wasteful. And can we build a life of enjoyment out of that? And as a big streamer, I think philosophically, it's a good question for you. Do you think you matter? Do you think your life matters? Do you think the things you do matter? What does matter even mean? Are you in a quest for self-enlightenment or just happiness? And what especially with respect to your stream, what can you say? Your do you do this for voyeurism? Do you do this for your own benefit? Do you do this so that you can bring a smile to 4,000 people's faces? What's in it for you?
I guess like it sounds like we have very different personal views on what you should strive for personally. Like it sounds to me like it sounds like you care a lot about things like legacy or lasting impact, right? Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Yeah. I guess for me personally, maybe I don't know different upbringings and whatnot, but like I'm very big on personal happiness and personal satisfaction. If I personally feel happy, and as long as I'm not a detriment to society, then I'm happy to carry on, and that's kind of how I see things. I don't really have a desire to leave like a big legacy behind it. Not that there's anything bad or wrong about that, but just for me personally, as long as I personally feel content with myself, if I like myself and I'm happy with what I'm doing, then I'll carry on doing it, assuming I can continue to do it and make a living off of it and not be a detriment to society doing it.
I think probably the most well-adjusted attitude one can have. I mean, the people that are messianic, right? They think that they are really more important than they are. Those are people who probably do need some time in the psychiatrist's or psychologist's chair. The problem is that, if you've been taught, I mean, again, this is sort of about me a little bit. If you've been told your whole life that you're different, you're special, you're
the American dream.
Or even before you're in the American dream, you're intellectually destined for success.
Mm-hmm.
You sort of sit there and say, okay, well, if I can figure out a math proof that nobody else in my entire state could, wait a second. Do I now owe it to everyone else to do important shit? Or can I be in that personal happiness camp?
I mean, that sounds like if you live your life that way, it sounds like you're setting yourself up more often than not for failure, right? Because not every single person is going to, discover some exceptional achievement. It seems like you're setting like the bar really fucking high there, and you don't want to set it so high that like if you miss, you're fucked, right? You hate yourself.
And you're crushed emotionally, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that the greatest pleasures I've had in life are playing Gangplank in season 1 with my brother. Like,
sure,
it's fucking great, that ulti though, and building $1 billion company and taking it public, like, yeah, that's cool, but like pressing R button is as cool or as exciting. And
you're talking about Harambe on MSNBC or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Like those are the moments that, when you look back at your life, you're going to say, yeah, that was fucking great.
What, if you don't mind me asking, and I don't know how much you're even able to comment, when you had to like testify before Congress, why was that even set up? Like, what was the point of all that? And I understand if you're not able to.
I love this one. I raised this drug price a lot, and then the House asked me to come and talk. And what I learned a lot about at least a small part of politics. There's these committees. A lot of people don't know about these committees, but the Senate and the House actually do shit. They
have subcommittees that rule on different things. Yeah.
Again, they also get information, and they have governance over some like things like the CIA, like that, and so forth. And there is this weird so-called oversight committee, and it's the most ridiculous concept. Is that they just sort of, I don't know what they do. They kind of have...
They're oversight. They do everything, right?
Generic responsibility, exactly. And so anytime there's some outrage, they get to, public outrage, they get to call whoever it is to Washington and just basically berate them. And what's amazing about it, and I don't know if I should call you Destiny.
Steve is okay.
I feel like such an... Yeah. What's amazing about it, Steve, is that there's absolutely no interest in hearing what the person has to say. It is just a piñata. And I'm sitting there like, look, I'll tell you guys everything you fucking need to know about fixing pharmaceuticals in the U.S. No fucking problem. Like, I made my money. What the fuck do I care? I'm smart. I'll keep making money no matter what. You can change the mousetrap and I'll still, figure it out. That's because, that's what I do. I'm good at it. And you can change the stupid loophole that I abused, and I'll find the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And you can keep dragging me down here, and I'll just keep making money. But it's about self-aggrandizing. The people that lob these questions at me, I told them in advance that I would take the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah, that's what was so confusing to me. I figure you obviously communicate ahead of time, and it all seemed to be like big political theater. Like all of these oversight committees seem to be, they did it with Hillary too.
It's absurd. I mean, you know what? The reason that they do it is the number one cost for any politician is media buys, right? and getting a free media buy from your own job, you can't pass that opportunity up. It's like equivalent of getting $1 million donation, nonpartisan. You know, it's your job to grill people. You're going to grill them. And a guy is trying to skate out of it by taking the fifth. No. Come on down. I got to grill you. The Senate had more honesty than that. They said, oh, if you're going to take the fifth, don't come. And because, we'll just excuse you after a minute. But the House of Representatives, which is often seen as, the less important Senate, they were so fixated on getting their pound of free media exposure, which nobody had a good enough line of questioning that they got too much traction. Trey Gowdy asked me if it was the Wu-Tang Clan that I was affiliated with. That got him a little press.
Sure.
So it's just getting your face, like, people vote for, oh yeah, it's Trey Gowdy, I love that guy, I'm gonna vote for him. Like, to me, it's like so ridiculous that that's the game you have to play to be a politician. Whether it's, I can say as many curses as I want on this.
Oh yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, whether it's sucking dick for Boeing or Lehman Brothers or Citigroup or Walmart's super PAC money or whatever money, or begging that you get a picture with whoever people are angry at today. Politics is just it's just such a silly game at the end of the day that, like, it has nothing to do with actual policy and things like that it should. It's sort of it really gave me a glimpse into how fake it all was. Because I told these guys, I said, why don't you just call? Like, if you want to talk about drugs and how to fix drugs, just fucking call me, bro. Like, I take phone calls from YouTube all day.
But they wanted to grandstand and make you look like literal Hitler, and they wanted to be the Jesus savior to come in and demonize the evil dude. Yeah.
When you absolutely don't give a fuck about the policy itself, and all you care about
is being self-righteous as fuck.
Yourself. Yeah. It's like, well, I'm sorry, but you deserve to be smirked at, because, it's a mockery. Like, my phone numbers, I still have not gotten one fucking phone call from one of these guys. I know every secret loophole of the drug industry that I'll absolutely help them close. If they cared about drug prices and they cared about, making a fair system, they'd call me, the greatest abuser of them possible, and just be like, hey, Martin, what should we do to fix our country? And I'd be like, yeah, bro, here, do this, do that. It'd be good, bro. But, they don't want that. It's about getting reelected. It's about, being comfortable. They don't actually care about American people. So, to me, that's like a very, transparent and pathetic kind of thing. Like, if Hillary Clinton was so damn concerned about my drug prices, listen, if Hillary Clinton called me, I'm going to pick up the fucking phone and show her a lot of respect. Right? Because she's an important person. But she didn't do that. Instead, she fucking sent a tweet that 12 people, wrote together. And it's like, all right, you don't care. I don't want to be your political pawn.
Yeah, it's all about pandering, sure.
Yeah, and so I think that my experience is probably the same experience as everyone else. And, if all politics is a meta, it's a meta game, like, how, why would anyone want to be involved in that? Like, why do we care about it? Like, it's just a meta. Like, we think the game is about, last hitting, if you will, but it's really about team comp or whatever it is. And it's like everyone's sitting there focused on the last hitting when the whole game is decided by team comp, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, it's the same thing we talked about with Bernie, where Bernie went in and thought that if he could get the support of the people and the backing of the people and all of that without playing the actual game itself, that he could do it. But the DNC and superdelegates and everything had him fucked from the very start because he never wanted to actually play the game that was being played. Right?
Yeah. So, like, again, my reaction to it is just, let me, what, I'm out. I don't want to deal with these idiots. And one of Hillary Clinton's strongest supporters is a guy named Michael Steinhardt, and there was a really, really big. He's a huge hedge fund guy, and I looked up to him. And he's from Brooklyn, where I grew up. And he wrote a book. He wrote an autobiography called No Bull, and he basically owned the Clintons for most of the 80s and 90s. And he got this guy pardoned. Mark Rich was his name. Mm-hmm. Mark Rich traded oil with Iran or somebody that he shouldn't have traded oil with. Got arrested. He fled to Switzerland, and Steinhardt got him pardoned. And Denise Rich spent her her time at the White House as a quote-unquote special advisor to Bill Clinton. Denise Rich is also extremely attractive at the time. So you can put one and one together on that one. And Steinhardt wrote in his book that he quit politics because it was so disgusting of the pay for play. This is in the 80s and 90s with the Clintons. And he was the head of the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee and all these other things that I aspire to say, yeah, I want to join all this stuff. And he was so disgusted with it, he quit, and he's not giving any money to any politicians anymore. Steinhardt started the famous Israeli thing called, I don't know if you've heard of it, called Birthright.
No.
Oh, okay. You're not Jewish.
No, I'm not very Jewish at all.
Okay, so he funded trips to basically anyone from the U.S. can go to Israel. If you're Jewish, you can go to Israel and visit your sort of homeland, if you will. And this idea that sorry, I just want to see the reaction from these people. So Steinhardt is this impeccable financier and philanthropist. He created a school here in New York. NYU's School of Education is named after him. And he created this entire big thing. At least we have a big Jewish community here in New York. Mm-hmm. It's very big in New York. This idea of birthright, where you could just go to Israel, spend 2 weeks in Israel, chilling basically on Michael Steinhardt's dime. Thousands and thousands of people have taken him up on it. I'm not Jewish, otherwise I would have done it myself. But this is a guy who was really the puppet master of everyone, and he basically said, I just can't deal. This is too dirty.
Yeah, it's like a totally separate world, it seems.
I have ethics. Like, I just can't, having Hillary Clinton in my back pocket makes me feel dirty, and I just don't like that.
Here's a very weird tangentially related question. How do you feel about, and this is very loosely, Trump's campaign's affiliations with, Russian entities, the whole Paul Manafort stuff and everything? Do you think there was ever anything there, or...?
Yeah, I think I think it's sort of mountain out of molehill. I don't think he's... I mean, it's sort of like anything else. If they're hacking Hillary Clinton, all right, I'll take it, You're not gonna, thumb your nose at him. I don't think he's got a secret, some secret Russian connection. I think he's just...
Why won't he release his taxes? It seems like a pretty...
Good question. I don't think it has anything to do with Russia. I think it basically is going to show that...
no charitable contributions or something, or avoiding tax...
He's a scumbag. It's going to show that he didn't make that much money. He didn't pay anything in taxes. And he's just kind of a shyster.
Yeah, I feel like, because he seems to be okay with saying that he abused loopholes, which is fine. I think that he can make that argument. If any politician could, it's fucking him. Yeah, but it seems so bizarre to me that he wouldn't just, why would you draw that onto yourself?
I know a lot of people like that. My tax return, I just filed it. So I made $26 million last year in realized gains. And we got all these deductions down, and it's a different number. Because of these different bases. So, I mean, I technically made $17 million. The gross number was higher. After deductions and all these things, I think my tax bill is $2 million or something. And that's my tax returns, and I'm not a politician and whatever.
Fuck, so it's a net less than 10% effective rate?
No. Because the deductions, no. My rate's insane.
Okay.
No, my gross trading income, so I didn't have any W-2 income. I don't make salary. So the only gains I have are stock trading. So I stock traded and made, $24 million, something like that. And then after all these deductions, the net taxable number was 8. So I got a lot of great deductions. And then my tax bill is 3 or 4 or something like that.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's 50% roughly. But I found these wonderful deductions that I never took in the past, which was, thank God. Otherwise, my tax bill would have been $10 million or more. But the funny thing is, I made $26 million trading last year. That's 1% of my average actual business. That's me trading my stock account the same way you might trade your stock account on the side. My main business was starting a drug company. So this idea, well, I'm including state. So if I include state taxes, it has another $1 million. So if you just do federal, it's sort of like 2 to 3, and if you add the state, it's like 3 to another million makes it 3 to 4. Trust me, I've been working on these numbers for the last 3 weeks.
Sure.
I'm happy that they're done. Someone's like, "Oh, first you said 2 million, then you said 3. Suck a dick." So anyway, the point I'm making is that my actual business was creating Turing from scratch, buying Daraprim, raising its price, creating a business. Until I sell that business, it doesn't appear in my income tax. There's nothing to do with it. So my guess is Donald Trump in 2015 or 2014, he probably made like 20 million bucks or something. Something like, for him, it looks small.
Yeah.
And if he released that, everyone would be like, "Whoa, aren't you a billionaire? Like, what the fuck?"
Yeah, I kind of wonder sometimes how much he might over-exaggerate some things too. There was I wish I had the link to it. You could probably Google it pretty easy. There was some court case where he had to defend his assets or something, but he actually had to go to court to do it. So obviously, there's discovery and all of that shit, and so they had actual numbers, and Trump would exaggerate every fucking figure so much and would have to dial it back so much, like when they actually got into questioning, like. It was really cringeworthy. Something like somebody would ask him, like, how much was that advertising deal sold for? And he'd be like, $5 million. And I'd be like, wasn't it only like 250,000? And he's like, yeah, but we got like 4.75 million off of like, the additional thing it generated. It's like, okay, well, that was, like.
To be fair, businesses, that's often the case in business, right?
Yeah, sure.
Two ways of looking at it. And in fact, that's a lot of my criminal cases about. It's about like, well, are you taking the one way of looking at it, or you take another way of looking at it, and both are reasonable. It's just a matter of how much of a how much you want to sort of one way or the other. And the point I'm making, and it's subtle, and maybe you just don't care. I don't think it went over your head. You're obviously a smart guy. The point is that like in any given year, your tax return does not necessarily reflect your business activity.
Oh yeah, sure.
If you sold a couple of buildings. Trump might have a tax return in 2018 that's like 700 million. But if he's not selling buildings, he could still be making hundreds of millions of dollars of properties that are appreciating. But until you sell, the IRS doesn't see the quiet appreciation because you don't pay taxes until you're out. You sell your business, okay, now you got to pay your tax. But if you're just quietly letting a building go from, okay, it's worth 600 million, now it's worth 800 million, now it's worth 1.5 billion. Like, none of that income is taxable because it's not taxable until you realize that income. And then, so my guess is Trump's last couple of years were just quiet years. And I'd almost prefer some quiet years right now myself. Quiet years are nice. But when you actually sell, that's when you have to recognize the tax and so forth. I think he's almost egotistically embarrassed that he might have had a really quiet year where his income was like, 10 million bucks. And I donated like 75 million. And then Clinton's going to say, okay, so you made 10 million and you gave away 75 million, or you have deductions for 75 million. What kind of businessman are you? I thought you were a successful billionaire. And he's going to be embarrassed, and Mark Cuban's going to get on his case for not being that rich.
Yeah, or Warren Buffett, or
Yeah, and it's like 10 million. How did you, and then he's going to have to say, oh, no, I'm still worth 10 billion.
Yeah, and you just don't even want to take up the argument of defending, why did I only make 10 million when I said I'm worth 10 billion? Like, you don't even want to be in that position because you've already lost at that point.
Exactly. You lost. Yeah. You totally lost. Yeah. So what do you play?
League of Legends. I used to be a semi-professional StarCraft player, but now I play League.
What's your elo?
I finally made it back into Diamond 5.
Cool. I was Diamond 5. It's a little bit boosted. I had a challenger team. Some dickhead said that I was bad for the esports scene and I didn't pay people.
Okay.
Last year, I paid players $1 million. $1 million. I don't think there's an org that has paid players more.
Yeah, I was gonna say the average salary for esports shit is like fucking $2,000 a month. So I have like a really hard time believing that anybody with a reasonable amount of money would be stiffing people here. But
I paid players way too much.
What did you? I'm sorry, I'm actually totally ignorant of this. Did you own like a team or?
Yeah, I tried to own a team briefly, and I don't say I went ham, but look, I deducted all of it, which is great. If some of you are wondering why I went from 20-something in gains to a $2 million, $3 million, $4 million tax bill, that's how. I paid lawyers $4 million and all these other deductions. But we had a Dota team for like 2 seconds.
Gotcha.
But Most of our team was league, and it was a challenger team. I paid a lot of them were my friends. They weren't originally friends, they became friends. People like, I don't know if you know who Billy Boss is. Like, they're not like pros. We got Steelback. We got a couple of guys like that. In many ways, we just pick guys on the challenger, like just in the challenger rankings.
Yeah, people maybe that with the right push could go pro.
Right. You're being generous. The wrong way to start the esports team is to go to the challenger list.
Sure.
Terrible way to do it. Like, oh, you're top 5 challenger. You gotta be, in the list. Steelback was our most famous and best player. He was fantastic.
So why, looking at the landscape, you're never making that money back. I'm sure you know that, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Why the angel investing? What do you just like Dota or?
So I mentioned my brother who is sort of has this unique sort of condition.
Mm-hmm.
I don't play Dota. I played it once or twice. I play League. There's this really hot girl I play Dota with sometimes. I do it completely to humor her. I love League of Legends. My brother loves League of Legends. I thought he'd get more of a kick out of me sort of doing this team stuff than him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, than he did. He didn't really care, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because my $1 million is gone. But sure. So I paid guys like Steelback. I mean, I can look up right now how much I paid Steelback if you want to. You're curious.
I mean, if you want to, sure.
Yeah, I look back on it as it was stupid. Let's see here. Okay. So directly, because we may have paid them indirectly as well. But I directly transferred to Steelback from my PayPal.
Another guy that holds a lot of money in PayPal. I don't feel bad now. Sorry.
At least $53,000. Let me keep going here. There's more payments. And I'm a little. Yeah, something's weird about me. I start to get drunk off one beer. So I'm sifting through this PayPal. It's also 1 a.m. At least 53 grand last year. And oh wait, there's more. $56,000. For one, I mean, he played like 3 months with us.
Nice.
So think about that. And let me pick someone like your average sort of challenger noob.
Are there no kind of negative impacts drinking while on any kind of anxiety medication or anything?
No, not this one. I just don't wait. I don't take Xanax or anything.
Okay, gotcha.
But like, it was just inordinately generous when I see that like some guy sued me. This guy, Nathani. He was Curry Shot. I don't know if you know who he is.
Not sure.
I don't even know where the he was our coach. He did fucking terribly. He was a trash coach. Trying to find the sum here. $32,000 at least. I think there's more though. There's far more. Here's another 6,000, 38,000. This guy lost our series. I mean, he played terribly. We played. So, just trying to make sure that I'm not missing any. Yep, here's another. Okay, so the guy got 45 grand to be our League of Legends coach for our challenger team. We failed to qualify. I think there's more payments that I'm missing here.
Mm-hmm.
And he sues us. Obviously, look, if you fail to honor your contractual agreement, you fail to honor your contractual agreement, you should be sued. But I can't imagine we failed to honor our contractual agreement. Furthermore, the company failed to honor its contractual agreement. Partially because the company is no longer investors don't want to keep losing fortunes in it, right? So you enter a contract with a company, not with me, right?
Oh, he's suing you personally?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Okay. We had a jungler named Liquid Inori who is, again, on the challenger list. We hired him. He disappointed us. All these people are wonderful people. I'm not going to, throw them under the bus. But, a lot of these guys just, they kind of didn't cut the cheese in the real, kind of.
Was your team was it an actual, you filed the papers for an actual organization?
Yeah. We talked to the Riot people. I forgot what his name is, the official guy. Yeah.
How does he even have a lawyer that will bring charges to you? Does he figure you'll just settle it because you don't want to deal with it, or what?
I mean, you can sue the company all you want. The company doesn't have any money. I mean.
Yeah, but you said he's suing you personally.
He's not gonna win. I mean,
Yeah.
it's fine. You know.
You ever get triggered as fuck when all the Occupy Wall Street people talk about how businesses aren't allowed to be people and you should be able to sue people directly if their business fucks up?
I don't know that that's crazy.
You don't think that's crazy?
So I'll tell you this. The reason I'm going to win my case against the government is that I had hedge funds. Occasionally, depends on your perspective. I dispute the government's allegations, but the government's allegation is that I lost a lot of people money trading stocks, and then I went out of my pocket and gave them money back.
And then lied about where it came from? Is that?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Or that's what the charge I thought was that.
It's very subtle. It's at the heart of my hedge fund. I lost money trading stocks, and then I went out of my own pocket and supplemented the fund to make the fund whole.
Sure.
There's that. You're talking about something that's a little bit different.
Okay.
And certainly out there, important. When hedge fund.
No, you're not going to say anything that's going to get like your whole case fucked on my stream. Okay, I don't want to get fucking. I don't know if you have like Hillary drones working for you that are going to assassinate me if you say some stupid shit. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I think I'll be okay. But
okay.
The weird thing is, like, I actually went out of my pocket to give my hedge fund investors money and properties that would make them whole, and in essence, I felt a personal responsibility for these investors. Your average investor, your average hedge fund executive would say, "Hey, you lost money, go fuck yourself." And literally, like, easy come, easy go. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Not my problem. I think personal responsibility in business is actually really important, and that's why Turing did what it did to raise prices, because it's like, look, I'm gonna bring this business to success one way or the fucking other. Like, that's why people invest with me, because, like, I'm gonna carry you on my back, and it might be pretty and it might be ugly, but I'm gonna get you to the finish line, and we're gonna kill the Nexus. And I don't know how we're gonna do it, but we're gonna do it. It might be a clean win. It might be really ugly.
So is that in and of itself? Let's say I run a hedge fund and then I run it into the ground, or I don't run it into the ground, but it's a really bad fucking year, even compared to the market. So I decide to supplement the hedge fund with personal income. Is that in and of itself illegal?
I don't think it is.
Okay, never mind. Okay.
Because if you think about it, it's like the most fucking benevolent thing you could do. Like, to.
Well, I thought, like, isn't the argument that, so let's say that I run a hedge fund, and let's say
I'll tell you what their argument is. I'm sorry to it's easier this way. If you do that, first, you're the most benevolent person in the world. To call you a fraudster, you just did anti-fraud, right?
Well, but couldn't you claim it's advertising? Like, yo, look, like my hedge fund made 15% last year, but you actually supplement it with your own income.
As long as they actually got the 15%, who cares?
Well, but if other people invest in you expecting that same return, don't you kind of get like pyramid scheming in there?
As long as you can provide it in good faith, right? I didn't do that assuming that I couldn't do it, right? If you tell people, I'll guarantee you 15% forever, clearly you couldn't do that for. You'd have people lining up say, "Okay, I have $100 billion. How you can guarantee me 15% forever? Where's the 15 billion going to come from?" Obviously, that's unrealistic. I had a small hedge fund, so for me, it was reasonable to say, "No, I can prevent your losses because I care about my clients, and I'm not going to let you lose." If the hedge fund became a $1 billion hedge fund, no, I can't. I can't backstop you guys. Come on, I don't have that kind of money. But for a small fund, sure. The government's problem is that I told the investors that they were not losing money when they lost money in the trading aspect of the fund.
Gotcha.
We made bad trades. They sucked. Mea culpa. I take responsibility. But I also said, you know what? Those bad trades, I don't think they basically exist because I'm going to replenish the fund with money. And so that worked. I had happy clients. And when I started my drug company, people put $100 million in there. And they knew that there was investigations. They knew that there was the SEC and others poking around. They still invested $100 million in a brand new drug company. It was the 5th largest ever in the history of drugs. So people were pretty pumped about my newest company, even though there were allegations and potential risks, but they knew that, I'm going to actually care for you because that's the personality that I have, and I put my own money in and so forth. So
I guess like in looking,
I think you should be responsible for your business. Maybe not to the penny and not to the jilted guy that is complaining about his last $2,000 being overpaid as a league coach. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say like,
that guy.
The big reason why I feel like that's kind of a weird thing is that you obviously that you have more personal capital available to you than 99.999% of people in the history of the earth, right? But like to the average person, let's say that they want to do a startup, so they open a small shop to do, say, carpet cleaning or any kind of blue collar work, some machine work or whatever. That if that business were to fail, the idea that you could go back on them and get every single asset they own, like including a personal house, personal car, like
that's great. Yeah, obviously that's crazy. But if you say, Steve, I want you to invest in my hedge fund, and you say, you know what, I've got $100,000 saved up, and we give you $50,000, and I say, great, I'm going to take good care of it. 2 seconds later, it's gone, and I have $100 million or $500 million, and you say, hey, Martin, what the fuck happened? And I say, yeah, tough luck.
Yeah, I agree that like if you do, I mean there should be some accountability, obviously, but the idea, I feel like the liability extension is like one of the cornerstones of American business. Like I feel like the amount of people willing to invest money or take a risk on something, knowing that the liability could come back to them, would severely diminish. Like,
no, I mean, you're absolutely right. I just think that there's honor, and kind of in hedge funds especially, there's a lot of honor, and I just can't. If you want repeat investors, especially if you want a good reputation, you don't want people to just, kind of get taken to the cleaners. I mean,
because then no one's going to invest in you again. Sure.
Yeah, and it feels bad, man. I mean, someone invests with you, and there's hedge fund managers. I'm sure you know this, that they get paid 1% no matter what. So if you gave them $1 billion, they could literally hire a monkey to throw darts at the wall. They'll get $10 million. The clients can lose their shirts. They still make $10 million.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really makes no sense to me, because you should never be in a position where the client loses and you win. And I've lived my life by that. And I think this will be relatively, it's hard to say that any acquittal is easy because the government seems to win 90% of all criminal cases. But I think this will be an easy acquittal because if you look at my numbers, I made $16,000 as my salary at my hedge fund over 5 years. I don't think there's like anyone that could live on that kind of money. And in fact, the SEC asked me to my face, they said, how did you live? I said, I live with my parents. I made ends meet. Like I struggled and then I ended up succeeding. It was fucking great. But, like it's like what we're talking about. For me, we do have different philosophies in life, but from my perspective, life is about great moments, and that moment doesn't have to be, making $1 zillion trillion or fucking a supermodel.
Mm-hmm.
That can be as fun as the first time you landed a Gangplank ult with your brother in season 1 of League, and that magic that you'll never get back in season 6. Or the overcoming, in my case, overcoming that adversity and actually having a modestly successful business despite having a really kind of bad run of luck or whatever. And so I'm not as addicted to maybe as like success as you might think and legacy and stuff like that. I idolize someone like a Descartes, sure, but I have no false assumption that I could ever be someone like that.
Gotcha. Real fast, I'm sorry. Can you give me the link to your stream in Skype where you are on YouTube?
So you've been very generous with your time, and I appreciate that.
No, I mean your time is worth a lot more than mine is.
I don't know about that.
I'm pretty sure it is.
No, I've enjoyed the conversation, and I'd be happy to do it on a once a month or however much you'd like.
Yeah, sure. I got a dude telling me that I can't stream the combo, so I'm just cutting my stream, but I'll give them a YouTube link if.
Okay. Yeah, I had my first